Chapter 10. Naruto! Yelled a distraught Ino, who was running towards a figure lying on the ground not moving. Ino shot up, sweat rolling down her face. She was panting heavily like she ran a ninja marathon or something. What was that thought of very confused and scared Ino? In the process of her violent wake-up, she also woke up her companion on the couch. "Ino, you alright?" asked a concerned but still sleepy Naruto. Ino regained her breath and smiled towards Naruto. "Yeah, don't worry about me. It was just a bad dream. Sorry for waking you. It felt so real. All that blood, and it was Naruto's," thought a shaky Ino. "No, it was just a dream. Nothing like that can happen, especially to Naruto. He's the strongest man on the continent, no one can hurt him," smiled Ino, in the end a bit more sure in herself. "You sure, Ino? You look a bit pale," voiced Naruto his concern. Ino smiled kindly back at him, appreciating his concern for her. "Yes, you silly. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." She laid back down and snuggled into his chest, purring while doing it. She loves to sleep next to him. Despite the nightmare, she slept like a baby, even though they have fallen asleep on the couch, which isn't exactly the most comfortable place to sleep. Naruto hugged her tighter to his body and smiled at her. He was a bit skeptical at first about sleeping over so soon in their relationship, but it all worked out great. They had a great night together, and he can honestly say he likes sleeping next to Ino. It felt so right, so good and relaxing. He wouldn't mind doing it more often. "How did my pillow sleep tonight?" mused Ino, smiling. Naruto chuckled at her joke like a baby. "So did you, judging from all the snoring you did?" laughed slightly Naruto. Ino blushed, embarrassed by her actions during her sleep. "You better not tell anyone about that. It wouldn't end well for you," said Ino in an evil smile. Naruto smiled at her threat. "No need to worry. It will be our little secret," winked Naruto. Ino smiled at her silly boyfriend. Good. She gave him a good morning kiss in return, which he relished. Came a gruff voice from behind them, interrupting their little make-out session. The duo looked towards the direction where the voice came from and came upon a smiling Inora and an annoyed-looking Inoichi, who had a small tinge of red on his cheeks, clearly embarrassed to have caught his daughter in this situation. "Hey Mom, Dad," chirped a bemused Ino, not embarrassed by the situation at all. Naruto gave them a nervous smile. "Good morning." "Good morning. I trust you slept well," winked Inora. Now this made both young blondes blush. Ino recovered first and smiled at her mom. "We sure did. He is one comfortable pillow." Inoichi grumbled something under his breath, something about young teenagers with hormones. Inora nudged Inoichi a bit, wanting him to be polite and kind to Naruto. Inoichi glared a bit but relented when he saw that his wife wouldn't budge on the matter. "You know, the usual." "Good morning, Pumpkin," smiled Inoichi to Ino. He turned towards Naruto and gave him a blank look, which made Naruto even more nervous than he was before. Inora nudged her husband yet again, reminding him of her order. Inoichi sighed. "Good morning, Naruto. Staying for breakfast?" Ino answered that for him, of course he is. "I still need to feed him after last night. The poor guy must be exhausted," grinned mischievously Ino. Now that left both Naruto and Inoichi a sputtering mess. Naruto was both embarrassed and scared shitless. Embarrassed because of Ino and her teasing, and scared because she said that in front of her father. Inora laughed at her daughter. This is exactly what she did when she and Inoichi first slept over and they were caught by her parents. Inoichi recovered. "You didn't actually do that, did you?" Crossed his fingers Inoichi, praying to whatever deity he could. "Of course not," exclaimed Naruto, which made Inoichi very pleased and relieved. Ino pouted at her boyfriend. "Hey, did you have to ruin my fun? I could have kept this up for a month." "You having fun means I get my ass kicked by your father," smiled Naruto. "So? You were hit by worse," grinned Ino. Naruto sighed. "It's not the same, and you know it." "I know, you dummy. Come here," said Ino, leaning closer against his face, wanting to kiss him again. Naruto did the same, completely forgetting the fact that Inoichi was standing 2 meters away from him. Inoichi was clearing his throat like a madman, wanting to prevent what they were planning on doing again. "We are still in the room, you know?" grumbled Inoichi. Ino looked up, then Lee said, Ino flatly smiling at her father and mother. Inoichi was shocked to be blown away so easily by his princess. He turned towards his wife. Did you see that? What have you been teaching her? Now that was something he should have never done. He should have learned by now not to make Inora angry. What do you mean, what have I been teaching her? Are you saying I'm a bad mother? Scolded Inora. She grabbed him by the ear and started dragging him towards the kitchen, yelling at him all the way. She turned back and gave the young couple a warm smile. Breakfast will be ready in 30 minutes. With that, she continued to drag Inoichi to the kitchen where he would get an earful. Ino and Naruto smiled at Inora and her effective way of dealing with Inoichi. Now where were we? Smiled Ino, who crashed her lips against Naruto's, melting away at his touch. 30 minutes later, the family could be seen sitting behind the table and enjoying their breakfast. Inoichi was holding his tender ear, which he got as a reward for being stupid. Inora was smiling like nothing happened, just something that needed to be done. Ino giggled at her father, and so was Naruto, but he was hiding it better than Ino. I trust you already know the happy news? Said Ino. If by happy news you mean the wedding, then yes. Yoshino wouldn't stop bragging about how she would get grandkids first. Grumbled an angry Inora. She continued, Ino, when will I get my babies? Ino blushed a ton, but that was nothing compared to both Inoichi's and Naruto's reaction. Inoichi promptly fainted and fell over his chair. Naruto meanwhile was choking on his breakfast, and it didn't look like it will stop anytime soon. The suffocation, I mean. Ino reacted and saved her boyfriend's life by hitting him on the back hard, very hard. Think chakra infused hard. No longer choking, Naruto was holding his back in pain. He went from death from asphyxiation to being crippled. Ino apologized repeatedly and petted him, trying to alleviate his pain. Thanks to Kurama, Naruto got away with only a minor bruise instead of being stuck on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Inora just laughed at their predicament and kicked Inoichi awake. Was it a dream? Asked a confused Inoichi. What was a dream, honey? Asked Inora. You know, the baby thing, said Inoichi shyly. Yes, honey, it was a dream, lied Inora, chuckling at her husband. Inoichi let out a deep breath, clearly relieved with the news. They were interrupted by a knock on the door. Coming! Yelled Inora. She excused herself and went to open the door. She came back a minute later and addressed Naruto. Naruto, it's for you. And Umbu is waiting for you at the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow, having no idea why would Umbu have business with him this early in the morning. He is still on his vacation, for Christ's sakes. He sighed and apologized to the family for interrupting their meal. The parents waved him off, saying that they're used to it since that tends to happen a lot in their family. Naruto smiled at them and thanked them for understanding. He went to the door to see what this is all about. A minute or so later he returned just as confused as before. What did they want? Asked Ino while washing the dishes with her mother. Bakon wants to see me for some reason. They didn't tell me why, just that it is important. Sighed Naruto. Do you want me to come with you? Asked Ino kindly. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. No, it's okay. You can go and meet up with the rest of the wedding fanatics. I'll find you when I finish with Grandma. He gave her a goodbye kiss, which lasted longer than it should, much to Inoichi's displeasure. He waved the family goodbye and used Shunshin to teleport himself to the Hokage Tower. Ino also excused herself and went to her room to get dressed and then to meet up with the girls and start planning the tower. Tsunade was currently waiting for the blonde idiot that she considers her family. She was rubbing her temples, clearly annoyed with something which was causing her a massive headache. And it didn't help that someone just called her old. Hey Grandma. You wanted to see me? Said a happy Naruto sitting on the windowsill, just like his master used to. How many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me old? How come you can't come up with a different nickname? Grumbled an irritated Tsunade Senju. Hey, it's not my fault that you are old. The sooner you accept that, the better. Besides, you like it when I call you that. Grinned Naruto. Tsunade sighed, not in the mood to fight with the endless ball of energy with blonde hair. Just sit down. We need to talk. Sighed Tsunade. Naruto raised his eyebrow at his grandma. She looked exhausted in his eyes and worried about something. She never speaks to him in that tone unless it's really important. He sat down in front of her desk and waited for her to continue. I just came from a meeting with the elders. They nominated you for the CRA, the Clan Restoration Act. The bomb was dropped. Naruto's eyes widened, definitely not expecting that. Why now? Why him? What made them reach this decision? Is this one of their dirty tricks, or are they trying something else? Either way, he doesn't like this at all. Naruto got serious. Why? Was his only response. Tsunade felt sorry for him, she truly did. This wasn't exactly what she wanted for him. She always hated that act even when she was a child. To marry someone because the village wanted more powerful ninjas was disgusting in her opinion and should be abolished. And now her Naruto is one of the candidates for it. They recognize your power and want to harness it, in my opinion. You know how they are. They see in you an opportunity to get stronger and perhaps use this to gain some leverage over you. I have no idea why now, but it seems they don't want to lose you and what you represent," said Tsunade. Naruto had a blank, emotionless look on his face, his eyes cold, sign of a true warrior. You know my answer to this. If it were anything else I wouldn't object, but this I cannot allow. I won't become a breeding machine for this village just because those old farts want me to be one. You think I don't know that? I've been trying for years to dismantle that law, but the council wouldn't budge on the matter. The act is a relic of the past. There are other ways to gain strong ninjas without resorting to that act," said Tsunade passionately. "Do they know my true heritage?" asked Naruto. "I have no idea. I think they might suspect something, but I don't think they know the truth." Sarutobi-sensei made sure of that. Smiled Tsunade. "Did my father and mother have to go through with this?" asked Naruto. As a matter of fact, they did. You know, Minato was a genius on the highest level, one that comes every 100 years. As such, he was a candidate for the CRA. But he was already Hokage back then, and so he was in a better position than you are now. It also helped that your mother was a very temperamental person and threatened the whole council to back off," chuckled Tsunade. Naruto smiled that sounded like his mother. He could see her waltzing into the council chamber and started yelling obscenities at them and threatening them. He smiled widely at the picture in his head. He was so proud of his mother. "Is there any way around this law?" asked Naruto hopefully. "There are some loopholes, but in the end the decision rests upon the whole council. There is a vote which decides whether or not you become part of CRA," spat Tsunade. Naruto nodded. He was hoping to hear that answer. All his life he let the council to do what they wanted with him, but not today. "I want to meet with the council. I think it's time I show the Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto," said Naruto proudly. Tsunade sighed. She knew he wouldn't budge on this matter, not that she could blame him. If she didn't leave the village back then, she would also be in the same situation as he is now. She shuddered at the thought of marrying some slime just because he had noble blood. "All right, Naruto. I will send a summon for you when the preparations are complete. I'm sorry for putting you through this," said Tsunade sadly. Naruto shook his head. "You are not to blame for this. You did what you could, and I thank you for that." He smiled at her, and she smiled at him. She never ceased to be amazed by his attitude. Even in this situation, he never loses faith and belief that everything will be all right. If only Jiraiya was here, he would know what to do, said Tsunade solemnly. Naruto smiled at the memory of his godfather. Yeah. He would probably threaten them with banning his Ika for the entire council, laughed Naruto. Tsunade chuckled a bit at the scene. Yeah, that sounds like something he would do. But seriously, he had a way with the council. Sarutobi-sensei told me one time how he protected you from the council. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Protected me? From whom? The council. You were just a baby back then. The civilian council wanted your head for what happened the day Kyuubi attacked. Sarutobi-sensei told me that Jiraiya flooded the room with his power, which shut them up. He told them if they say that again, then he will bring the entire army of the Toads upon them. Needless to say, they never spoke about your death in the presence of Jiraiya. Smiled fondly Tsunade, missing that old pervert dearly. If she had another chance at life, she would definitely change the way she acted towards him. She didn't realize what she felt until after he died. She was just too cowardly and stuck in the past to notice the man that was by her side all her life. He may have been a pervert, but he was also the kindest, the most loving guy she ever met. Naruto beamed at the story and the way his godfather stood up for him. He missed him now more than ever. He would know what to do in this situation. That sounds badass. I never knew he cared so much for me, responded Naruto with a big smile. He loved you more than you know. He may not have been there for you in your childhood, but he watched over you in the shadows, protecting you. He was your silent guardian in a way. He always felt guilty because he wasn't there for you when you needed him. He thought he was betraying Minato every single second spent away from you, said Tsunade, regret hidden in her voice. I don't resent him for that. Even I know what would have happened if he were to be seen in my presence. Questions would start popping up. People would wonder why is one of the legendary ninjas of Konoha spending time with the demon brat. The enemies would find out, and my secret and my heritage would have been found out. He did the right thing, smiled Naruto. You've grown up, Naruto. Never thought I would hear such wisdom from you, grinned Tsunade. Well, you tend to pick up a few things if you spend 3 years with the biggest pervert on the planet. They are mostly perverted, but some of them were actually useful, responded Naruto happily. How was he? Asked Tsunade, vaguely, a faraway look on her face. Naruto understood what she meant. He knew Eros and Nin loved her dearly, and he suspected Tsunade did the same. She just never realized it. He was the best. He didn't just train me. He raised me into the man I am today. The years spent with him and you are the years I cherish the most. You two are my family. Without you two, I would have probably lost myself in hatred and revenge. You two kept me sane and on the right path, smiled Naruto, few tears cascading down his cheeks. Tsunade was trying her hardest not to cry, but she couldn't help it. A few tears did escape her prison of solitude, tears wept for the two idiots of her life, Jiraiya and Naruto. The love of her life and the last family she's got. Naruto chuckled a bit, thinking about something funny. That pervert is probably writing a new porn book up there in heaven. He's having a nosebleed and is giggling right now. Tsunade couldn't help but smile at his joke, a few more tears escaping. Tears that should have been released years ago. Naruto saw her tears and her smile and knew now for sure. You loved him, didn't you? Said Naruto seriously, but with a small smile on his lips. Tsunade was startled a bit by his question, but smiled afterwards. She wasn't surprised. Naruto could always read her like an open book. With all my heart. I wanted to tell him that before he left to fight pain, but I was a fool like always. All I could manage was be careful. And he just smiled back at me the way he always did and told me everything will be all right. That idiot. What, Tsunade? I think he knew. He knew you better than anyone. Those two simple words, be careful, meant the world to him. He probably heard I love you. I think your words and your smile gave him strength in his final battle. Smiled Naruto, proud of his master and family. Thanks, Naruto. Thanked a teary Tsunade. Naruto grinned back at her. No problem, back on. I still owe you an apology for what I said to you back then when you told me the news of his death. It was childish of me and not fair to you. You were always there for me, and I said some things that you didn't deserve, and for that I'm sorry, said Naruto sadly during his apology. No need for that. You were angry, and I understand why you said that. If I were you, I would have done the same thing, said Tsunade. Naruto nodded back and smiled. Now enough with all this depressing stuff. We need to focus on your problem now, raged Tsunade. Oh, if you tell anyone about what happened in this room, you will lose your two most precious things, grinned evilly Tsunade while looking at his manhood. Naruto gulped and moved his hand over his manhood, trying to protect it from Tsunade's wrath. He nodded vigorously in response, hoping that was enough for her. Good. Now go. I'll summon you when the meeting starts, grinned Tsunade while shooing him away. Sure thing, Grandma, smiled Naruto while jumping out the windows. Tsunade smiled at her godson and his attitude. She would do anything in her power to keep that smile on his face. I hope everything works out for you, Naruto. thought Tsunade. Monument Naruto teleported on top of his father's head, wanting to clear his mind and to think this whole thing through. This place was always a safe haven for him. He used to come here all the time just to think and reflect on life. He also talked a lot to his idol, which sounds foolish to some, but it helped him away. He sat down and just relaxed. He let the wind blow away all his worries for the moment. He smiled. He let the good memories flood into his mind. The memories of Eros and Nin, Kakashi-sensei, Team 7, Grandma, Mom and Dad, and lastly Ino. They were his anchor in life, his reason to live. They were his inspiration and his saviors. Hey Dad. It's been a while since I talked to you. My life's been good. We won the war and we found peace at last. Your dream has been achieved. I hope you can rest in peace now. I took my mother's advice and found a girl for me. Her name is Ino and she's the greatest. She is a blonde like me and just as loud as me. She makes me smile and laugh. I told her all my secrets. I don't know why, but it felt right to me. Anyway, the reason I'm here is because I'm in a bind. Recapped Naruto. He talked about the CRA and what to do about it. I wish you and Mom were here. You would have known what to do. Said a teary Naruto. You have the next best thing, kid. Said the voice from within. Naruto closed his eyes and entered his mindscape. He came face to face with a lying and bored-looking Kurama. What do you mean? Said Naruto straight to the point. You seem to be forgetting about something. I was inside your mother her entire life. I saw and heard a lot of things. Clarified Kurama. A bolt lit up inside Naruto's head, understanding what he meant. That's right. You saw and heard what happened that day. You can help me. Beamed Naruto at his partner. Oof. Don't get carried away. I'm not doing this for you. I hate the thought seeing and listening to some annoying women every single day. I'm doing this for me. Grumbled Kurama, trying to save the last of his dignity. Thanks, Kurama. I owe you one. Said Naruto, ignoring his grumbling. What can I do? Asked Naruto. You do what Kushina did. Threaten them. Show them what happens when they mess with you and me. Tell them you won't take their meddling any longer. Lie for all I care. You can tell them you are infertile or something, just do what you do best. I refuse to listen to some woman's nagging voice every day. Advised Kurama. Naruto stroked his chin in deep thought. You make it sound easy. I'm still a ninja of this village. I can't just threaten them. That is considered treason. You are an Uzumaki, so start acting like one. You are keeping me at bay for 18 years, remind them of that. If you don't want to threaten them, then tell them you will leave this village. We'll see if that changes their mind. Rumbled Kurama in his powerful voice. You are right. They owe us for what we did for this village. It's time to cash in those favors. Said Naruto with conviction. Good. Responded Kurama a bit more calmly now. He has trust in his host. He has earned it through his action through the years he spent with him. You know you complain a lot about women, but I'm spending a lot of time with Ino and yet you didn't mention her at all. Said Naruto, interested in his response. She is acceptable. Now leave. I tire of this conversation. Bellowed Kurama, not wanting to talk about these things. Naruto was surprised by his answer. This means he accepts her in his own way. This has never happened before, not that he was in any relationship so far, but Kurama never spoke about someone like this except his parents. He shrugged his shoulders. He'll think about this later. He blinked and he was back outside on the monument. He looked up towards the bustling Konoha with his resolve strengthened. He knew what to do and he won't give up until he achieves his goal. He stood up, at which point his stomach voiced its problem. Ichiraku it is, smiled Naruto. Ichiraku Naruto was at his 10th bowl, his stomach not bothered with the problem his owner is facing. Tucci smiled at him, remembering all the time they spent together along with Iam. They were like a family, a very weird family, but family nonetheless. He has no idea how this little brawn brat wormed himself into his life, but he is glad he did. His life would be dull without him, not to mention all the money he would have missed because of it. I see your appetite is still intact after all these years. Smiled Tucci. You betcha, old man. Nothing like a bowl or 10 to start the day. Grinned Naruto his foxy smile. Tucci laughed with him and they had a light conversation during his meal. Naruto learned that Ayame went with the other bridesmaids to help with the planning of the wedding. He also learned that Tucci knew about Ayame's relationship with Chuji but kept quiet for Ayame's sake. What do you think of Chuji, old man? Asked Naruto. He seems like a good guy. He treats Ayame like a lady and that's all I care about. If Ayame likes him then so do I. It does help that he eats as much as you do. Chuckled Tucci and Naruto joined him. She found a great guy. I'm sure Chuji will make her happy. She deserves it. Smiled Naruto, happy for his sister. Tucci nodded and gave Naruto another bowl on the house, which Naruto enjoyed greatly. During his unnatural consumption of his 11th bowl, visitors arrived into the stand. Hello Naruto. I see you were enjoying yourself, said an eye-smiling Cyclops. Behind him were Kurenai and Asuma Jr., both smiling at the blonde. Asuma was excited to see Naruto again. He enjoyed playing with him. Hey guys. What brings you here? Smiled Naruto at the happy family. Well, we had some craving for ramen and we decided to come here, answered Kurenai while taking a seat along with her other two companions. Nene Uncle Naruto, what ya eating? Asked a bouncing Asuma Jr., who was being calmed down by a bemused Kurenai. This is the food of the gods, Asuma, answered Naruto in an exuberant manner. Will this make me as strong as you, Uncle Naruto? Bounced an excited Asuma. Of course. Nothing beats the ramen of gods, boasted Naruto. Kurenai shook her head. She saw the look in Asuma's eyes and saw another ramen addict. She'll be damned if she let that happen to her little baby. She shot a glare to Naruto. Don't encourage him. It's bad enough he doesn't want to eat vegetables. I don't need him to start obsessing about ramen like you, scolded Kurenai motherly. Naruto waved her off, trying to alleviate her concerns. Mama, I'm not saying he has to eat it all the time. Once in a while won't hurt him, right? He turned towards Asuma. Right, Asuma? You will eat your vegetables and fruit if mommy lets you have ramen once in a while, right? Smiled Naruto. Asuma nodded like a madman, not knowing what he was actually nodding for. He only heard ramen and mommy will let you. Naruto turned towards Kurenai, smiling. See? Nothing to worry about. Kurenai sighed. Why do I get the feeling this will all blow up in my face? Kakashi was smiling at the interaction between the two. He was finding it surprisingly entertaining to listen to them bicker. It sounded like a family to him, a family he longed for. Kakashi-sensei agrees with me, right? Asked Naruto his teacher, missing the smirk from Kurenai. Ah, you see Naruto, I think Kurenai has a point, smiled Kakashi nervously. Naruto was shocked, more than shocked actually. He recovered fast and grinned teasingly. She's got you whipped, huh? Teased Naruto. Kurenai nodded her head, proud of her achievement. One of the strongest ninjas in Konoha is under her control. Life just can't get any better. Kakashi sent him a subtle glare for his remark. He doesn't think himself as whipped. He is an understanding person, nothing more. Face it, Kakashi, you were whipped, thought the narrator. Their meal was interrupted by someone teleporting behind them. They weren't startled or anything. They were used to Umbu interrupting them during their meals or something else. It was part of their life as ninjas. Excuse me for interrupting you, Lord Uzumaki, but Hokage-sama told me it's time. Bowed his head the Umbu officer. Naruto nodded his head seriously. The Umbu bowed and left the area in a pile of smoke. Kakashi and Kurenai turned towards the young blonde while Asuma was happily munching on his first ramen. They both asked at the same time, what was that all about? Naruto was short in his response, CRA. The answer was clear. Both of the senior ninjas understood. Kakashi had a grave look on his face, understanding Naruto's position. He gave him a sympathetic smile. Need help? Kurenai nodded in agreement. If he needed anything, they are there for him, just like he was for them. Naruto smiled at his teacher and his wonderful girlfriend. I appreciate the offer, but this is my problem to deal with. Besides, I already have all the help I need, said Naruto while patting his stomach, in the end indicating his tenant. The elder ninjas nodded at him. They were still baffled at his relationship with Kyuubi. To think that a human could befriend a demon. But that's just Naruto for you. The miracle child. Go get them. Make your father and mother proud, said Kakashi, smiling. Naruto grinned at his teacher, appreciating the subtle compliment. He waved to Kakashi Asuma and Kurenai and left towards the tower. Kurenai bombarded Kakashi with questions. You know his parents? Who were they? Are they still alive? Kakashi smiled at her and answered they were the greatest people I knew. Heroes in every sense of the word. Kurenai pouted at her boyfriend, not satisfied with his answer. She wanted to learn more about them, not this cryptic information. You won't tell me, huh? Said Kurenai. It is not my place to tell. That is up to Naruto and him alone, answered Kakashi sternly. Kurenai nodded at him, understanding the situation. She turned towards Asuma and saw him pestering at Shirakutuchi for more ramen, who was smiling nervously at Kurenai, who was glaring at him, daring him to give him more. Suffice to say, Asuma left the stand unhappy. Tower Naruto walked into the council chamber where he will face his fate. He walked in and all eyes were instantly upon him, eyeing him, judging him. He could see looks of recognition, respect, some jealousy, and some hatred. Better than before, mused Naruto. Tsunade stood up and so did the rest of the council. She spoke professionally. The meeting regarding Uzumaki Naruto and his candidature for the CRA now begins. Naruto walked to the center and waited for his turn to speak. He had all of the shinobi clan heads and the civilian council. He stopped his gaze on Yamanaka Inoichi, who sent him a look of compassion and understanding. Naruto gave him a subtle smile in return, appreciating his concern for his future. He respects the man as a ninja and as a father. Naruto in some way wants to be like him, a strong ninja and a good father. Inside of him, Kurama woke up and listened closely to the meeting before him. This concerns his future as well. Koharu Yutane stood up and started with the session. Uzumaki Naruto, you are here today because we consider you a viable candidate for the CRA. You have proven yourself to be a ninja with extraordinary strength many times, in your lineage, which stems from the Uzumaki clan, which is regarded for its longevity and mastery of the seals, makes you the perfect candidate for the Clan Restoration Act. As we all know, the Uzumaki clan perished some time ago, its survivors scattered across the globe. You are perhaps its last survivor, and we cannot let your blood disappear. Hamura picked up where Koharu left off. The blood of the Uzumaki clan was feared throughout the nations, which also led to their eventual demise. We all know that the Uzumaki clan was closely related to the Senju clan of Konoha. That bond faded through time, and we wish to establish it once more. It will no doubt strengthen Konoha even further. This is for the good of the village and the country. Ended Hamura in all his wisdom. Permission to speak? Said Naruto, seriously blocking all his emotions. He can't afford to let his emotions run wild in this situation. He needs to remain calm and professional. If that doesn't work, then desperate measures will have to be taken. The elders and Tsunade nodded. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, gathering his resolve. He opened them a second later, his eyes that of a warrior that has been in many battles. You all know who I am and what I bear inside of me, so I won't bore you with my life story. We've been fighting this battle ever since I was born. I let you do with me whatever you wanted as long as I was left alone. I put up with your treatment all my life. It never bothered me too much with how you looked at me. I knew you were all hurting because you all lost someone dear to you that fateful day. And so I shouldered your hatred against me. I took it all in stride, thinking you will someday change your mind about me. Your hatred of me spurred me on to become a better man, said Naruto wisely and seriously. We all lost someone the day Kyuubi attacked. You lost your family's friends, husbands, wives. But you are not alone. I lost someone dear to me as well. But unlike you, I never let the hatred consume me. I overcame that hatred and turned it into my motivation, into my reason for living. And look at what I accomplished. Despite the glares, the beatings, the insults, I became one of the strongest ninjas of Konoha. We were always at odds with each other. We never agreed on anything, and this situation is no exception. But no longer am I the weak little child that you could all walk over. Today I make my stand against you. As long as I breathe, I won't submit myself to the CRA program. My future is my decision. The choice who I marry and how many kids I have is my choice and my choice alone. You will not force this upon me, and this I swear. I swear on my ninja way. I won't be your puppet any longer," cried out passionately Naruto. Tsunade smirked in her head. He was always a passionate talker, and he proved that right now. The room was silent, each left to their own thoughts. Inoichi was proud of the man before him. He grew up from a noisy little brat who wouldn't shut up to the man who he respects and considers him part of his family. It also helps that he is dating his little princess and does a good job at it. Ino won't shut up about him. The clan heads, who were all somehow related to the rookies, already knew who the man before them was and what he accomplished in his short life. They remember the time they all unleashed their anger upon the young man. Anger directed at the Kyuubi was instead directed towards this innocent young man. And yet he prevailed. He fought against their hatred and came out victorious. Truly a remarkable man. Hamura and Koharu weren't impressed with his speech, and so wasn't the civilian council. The civilian council always hated Naruto and didn't hide that fact. They were his enemies from the start. They were the ones that made his life a living hell. Their shops wouldn't sell him stuff, or if they did they would overcharge him greatly. Now as he became a hero, they see a great opportunity in him. The name Uzumaki Naruto means profit to them and their families. If they can manage to wed him with one of their daughters, it would mean supremacy over the economy of Fire Country. They will do anything to achieve that dream of theirs. Hamura and Koharu weren't the biggest fan of Naruto's. They would always bicker with Sarutobi about his fate along with Danzo. They either demanded his imprisonment, thinking he is too dangerous to let live among the common population, or to be handed over to Danzo for his education. The conflict continued with Tsunade, but she wouldn't budge when it came to him. She was too attached to the boy. Now as a hero they want to strengthen the village and their own power by anchoring him to their control. When he becomes a father, he will be that more easily influenced. They cannot allow this opportunity to slip past them. Koharu spoke up a fine speech. You have compelling arguments, but your word and your ninja way mean nothing to this council. In the end, the decision falls upon us. You can say whatever you want, but you are still a ninja of this village, which means you fall under the jurisdiction of Hokage and this council. Don't forget that. Tsunade glared at the senile old woman. She never liked the old bat. Tsunade got the feeling that the old bat thought she was better than the rest of them. She would love to put the woman in her place. I may be a ninja of Konoha, but I am also my own person. I swore my allegiance to this village and this country, but my freedom means more to me than this village. Do not make me choose between being a ninja and a father. Trust me, you will lose more than you know," said Naruto in his sage voice, his anger still under control. Hamura took over by becoming a ninja of this village. You gave up your freedom. You became a soldier under our command. Your freedom is dictated by our words. That may be for your ordinary run-of-the-mill ninjas, but I am not like the rest of them. I am the prison for the nine-tailed fox. I am not exactly a normal ninja. Did you think of the consequences of me becoming a father? I may even be infertile because of the influence of demonic chakra. My children could be born dead because of it, or the mother of my children could die during birth. Continued Naruto, lying convincingly about the influence of demonic chakra. He was born while his mother was a Jinchuriki, so he knows nothing happens to the baby. He just hopes that the council buys that. Koharu ended his hope. Please, do you really think nobody thought of that? Every nation researched the birthing process of a Jinchuriki, and the results aren't in your favor. The demonic chakra doesn't influence the mother or the child in her womb. If anything, it makes the baby even stronger. Prior to this meeting, your blood was tested for fertility, and you are as fit as they come. You are running out of excuses. If you have nothing else to say, then we will convene on your fate. Tsunade looked towards Naruto. Naruto, it's time. Naruto looked back at her and saw her serious expression. He knew what she wanted, and he feared the truth about his lineage will come out today. He sighed, ready to face his destiny. I guess there is no other way. Go ahead, Grandma. Tsunade ignored his grandma remark. Council was a bit surprised with his attitude towards their Hokage, but ignored it when Tsunade did. Listen closely, because I will say this only once. What am I about to say stays in this room. This is a secret of the highest caliber, and death is the punishment for revealing this secret," said Tsunade, gaining everyone's attention. Some of the shinobis already knew what will happen next, while some are clueless. She sighed, preparing for what she has to say next. Uzumaki Naruto's real name is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, son of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, and Uzumaki Kushina, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Shocking the majority of the room, especially the civilian council and slightly less the elders. Whispers started among the counselors, all trying to make sense of this information and somehow try to take advantage of it. Tsunade and Naruto were hoping that this information will somehow turn the tide for them, but it seems fate is not on their sides today. One of the civilian counselors spoke up, speaking for the rest of them. "This is wonderful news. We get the best of both worlds. We gain the blood of the Uzumaki clan and the blood of our fourth Hokage, who is considered the strongest ninja of this world and a genius of the highest caliber. This is an opportunity we cannot ignore." Naruto and Tsunade were having a massive headache. This wasn't going according to their plans. They were counting on the fact that the memory of Minato is still alive and that they would reconsider their opinions and perhaps consider Minato's last wish for his son. Alas, it wasn't to be. Hamura and Koharu nodded, agreeing with the civilian council. Koharu spoke. "Yes. He is correct. The blood of the two strongest clans in Konoha is something we cannot simply ignore. Even you, Tsunade, have to agree on this. Don't think like a mother would, but think like a Hokage. You know deep down that we are correct." Tsunade glared at the despicable woman. They forget the fact that she is Hokage because of the blonde man before them. The shinobi clan heads understood what it meant to be a candidate for the CRA. Many of them were in the same situation as Naruto is now. They also didn't agree, but in the end they had to do it for the good of the village. It is unfortunate that this happened to Naruto. All his life he wasn't given anything, he was always forced to do their bidding. And now the thing he wants most will be taken away from him yet again by them. They were split in two. Some agree with the elders while others disagree with them, either because of personal feelings or because they too hate the law. It is up to fate now. This meeting is coming to an end. If you have nothing else to say, young Uzumaki, then we will have a vote to decide your future," said Koharu, mock hidden in her voice. Naruto was looking down, his fists clenched. His eyes were hidden by his blonde locks, his face hidden from their view, making them guess what was going on inside his head. He spoke quietly. "So be it." This shocked Tsunade. Was he giving up? It couldn't be. Naruto never gives up. He defined determination. He couldn't be defeated by these ignorant fools. He continued, his voice rising. "You made your choice, and now I will make my own. I will give you an ultimatum. It's either me or the CRA. If you push this issue any further, I will leave this village forever. I will leave and never return, and you will lose your icon and symbol of power," declared Naruto, power emanating from his voice. The voice that said, "Do not fuck with me. Koharu is here. Do you dare threaten us? You will be branded traitor, and you will be hunted by everyone, even your friends and family. Do not presume you are above us. You may be a sage and a Jinchuriki and the son of Hokage, but even you are not above the law. Don't push your luck, boy, and do not underestimate our power. You will regret it." "No," exclaimed Naruto forcefully. "It is you who are underestimating me. You presume you know everything about me, but you couldn't be farther from the truth. You have no power over me, not anymore. Brand me a traitor, do what you want. You forget that I am Kumo-san Akiri will all welcome me with open arms. They already offered me a place to live right after the war. I declined their offer that day, but the offer still stands. You also seem to forget about your alliances with Water Country, Demon Country, Snow Country, and many others. These alliances exist because of me. Imagine what would happen if they find out I am no longer in the village. You better reconsider your next words," said Naruto, remembering them of his past deeds that they seemed to have forgotten about. The civilian council was worried. They forgot about that. They can't even imagine what would happen if they lose that market. Think of the money they would lose. They can't allow that to happen. They depend heavily on those alliances. The elders wouldn't budge. It was Hamura who spoke up next. Alliances can be reformed. Konoha would recover eventually. We are not the strongest nation for nothing, you know. The other villages would think twice about letting you join them if that means the end of our alliance with them. Are you willing to risk another war for your own selfish reasons? I thought your dream was peace and so was your master's. You will be spitting in his face if you keep this up," taunted Hamura. Tsunade was seething. How dare he? He knows nothing. Jiraiya would gladly wage war if it meant the happiness of his godson, and so would she. She would sacrifice everything for him because she owes him her life and her sanity. She was about to say something when Naruto beat her to the punch. You know, there was a time in the past where I would have beaten the hell out of you for that remark about my master. But I won't scoop to your level. You don't know a thing about Jiraiya and the man he was. He was twice the man you will ever be. You don't hold a candle to him. But you are correct. I am being selfish. But don't you think I deserve to be selfish at least this one time? I never asked for anything in my life. Everything I have now is through my hard work. I wasn't given anything on a silver platter. My life is a constant battle. A battle you know nothing of. Yes, you have suffered. You fought in a war. You lost precious people. And so did I, and so much more. You lived your life surrounded by the love of your family and friends while I searched for food in trash cans. Your parents bought you clothes, kunai shurikens, and everything else you wanted. I found my clothes abandoned on the street or in the local junkyard. My ninja equipment consisted of kunais left on the battlefield, no longer usable, and yet I made do with them. You were kissed when you hurt yourself. When I hurt myself, I wasn't given a kiss that made my worries go away. No, instead I received hateful glares and insults, or in some cases thrown bottles or glasses. Imagine the feeling when you already hit rock bottom and then someone comes along and pushes you even further into despair. Now multiply that by 100. If you went through half of the things I did, you would have gone insane. You know nothing about me, and you know nothing about Jiraiya. If you insult his memory one more time, I will show you the man that was raised by the legendary Jiraiya of the Toads," exclaimed vehemently and vigorously Naruto, letting some of his power slip, indicating he means business. Some of the counselors were taken aback by his story and his confession. Some were rethinking their opinion on the blonde and his fate, while others wouldn't budge on the matter. Money and power are more important than personal happiness, at least to them. Koharu interjected, "We all made sacrifices, boy. You are not alone in that matter. You are one of many that suffered. You think I don't know that? I lived my life surrounded by people who suffered. My neighbors were beggars, and the homeless the outcasts. You don't see these people. You ignore these people and look away. You shun them instead of helping them. I bet that more than half of you here would rather turn a blind eye to a crying child in the corner of the street instead of reaching out to help him. Don't speak of suffering because you don't know the meaning of the word," answered back Naruto, raising his voice at the woman. Some of the counselors bowed their head in shame. The boy was right. A lot of people suffered even in their own village, and they do nothing about it. Every day a child dies because they can't be bothered with helping them. It was despicable. That is the way of life. Not everyone can be saved. The energy spent on a person that can't be saved could have been used for something better," responded Hamura, which earned him several hateful glances. Life is something that shouldn't be discarded so easily. Do you hear yourself? You have lost your way, Elder Hamura. I thought you were here for the good of Konoha, but it looks like you are not the man you think you are. What is a village without its inhabitants? The village is not the buildings and the walls. The people make the village. Without the people, the village is nothing more than pieces of concrete. And yet you say some don't deserve to be saved. If everyone thought the same way like you, we would all be dead. Every life is precious and should be cherished," preached Naruto. What about you? You are pointing fingers at everyone but yourself. What have you done to help the poor and the homeless? I don't see you doing anything to help them. You act like a saint, but you are not one. You are just a man with too much power under your control. The power has blinded you, young Uzumaki," accused Koharu, stepping in instead of Hamura. Power has helped me with the things I achieved. Yet again you presume you know everything about me. Were you there with me and Jiraiya-sensei when we traveled the nations for 3 years? Were you with me when I trained for 2 years after the war? The answer is no. If you were, you would have known that me and Jiraiya-sensei established several orphanages and homeless centers throughout the world. There isn't a country in the world where our influence doesn't spread. Because of the things we did, the world is a better place now. It's far from perfect, but it's slowly getting there. Don't you dare preach to me about helping others because you know nothing. Glared Naruto, his anger slipping a bit. The elders snorted at his response, not recognizing the things he did at all. That was nothing in their eyes. That is all? The hero of the nations accomplished so little? Pathetic. Sneered Koharu. The wisest of them all voiced his opinion. Shikakunara spoke for the first time. At least he is trying something. The man before you is trying his hardest to bring about true peace, and yet here we are judging him, criticizing him for the things he did. But what have we done? Absolutely nothing. Naruto is right. We have no right to speak about suffering and pain because we do not know true pain. We still have much to learn and much to experience. The elders and some of the civilian counselors scoffed at the man. They knew he was right, but they won't accept it and won't admit it. They're too stubborn for their own good. We are getting off topic here. This meeting isn't about the suffering of the world and peace. This is about Uzumaki Naruto's candidature for the CRA. We can hold a debate afterwards for world peace, said Hamaru, trying to switch the topic back to CRA. Indeed. Do you have any last words to Uzumaki Naruto before we convene? Asked Koharu. Yes. I ask of you now, I plead of you to reconsider your choice. This is my life you are talking about. It may not mean a lot to you, but this means the world to me. I love this village and I don't want to leave it because of this, but I will if you force me to undergo this act. Please let me live my life in peace. Bowed his head Naruto, trying to show humility. Tsunade eyed the council and saw many faces that converted to their side. His power worked again, huh? Smirked Tsunade. Let us hope it will prove to be enough, hoped Tsunade. If that is all, then it is time for us to vote. All in favor raise your hands. Ordered Tsunade. She counted the number of votes for the CRA. Against, said Tsunade next. She counted them again. 2015, cried Tsunade, victorious in her head. The little Tsunade inside of her was bouncing with joy. They won. They actually won. She cleared her throat, trying to remain professional. The candidature of Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto for the CRA is hereby officially rejected. You are free to do as you please, Naruto. Smiled Tsunade, not bothering to hide the fact that she is happy with the results. Naruto's eyes lit up. He won. He is finally free. His life is his now. The elders sighed. They were doing this for the good of the village. Why can't the others see that? But there is nothing they can do about it now. The clan heads were smiling victoriously. The pariah of Konoha finally won his never-ending battle with the council. Another miracle from Naruto. This meeting is adjourned. You are all dismissed. Don't forget to attend the next one in a few hours. Ordered the Hokage. The counselors were leaving the chamber, some giving Naruto a blank look, others smiled at him. Naruto smiled back at them, thanking them for their support. Naruto turned towards the last three people still in the room, the elders and Tsunade. Could you three please stay for a moment? Asked Naruto, surprising the three people. They nodded and took their seat. Look, I think it's time we buried the axe, don't you think? Our fighting is only harming Konoha. Imagine what we could do if we worked together towards a common goal. The world would definitely be a better place to live. Proposed Naruto. Koharu and Hamura looked towards the boy no man before them. They have to admit that he has grown up into a splendid ninja just like his father and mother. Naruto continued, you know, I had a choice to either let you be killed or save you. Shocked Naruto, both the elders and Tsunade. What are you talking about? Muttered Koharu, no clue what he was talking about. Uchiha Sasuke, my best friend. I could have let him kill you. His last goal in his quest for revenge was you too. He said he won't attack the village if he can get his revenge against you too for what you did to his family. Said Naruto, surprising the elders with the last part. Naruto knew the truth about the massacre. Tsunade raised her eyebrow, she was lost. What do you mean, Naruto? What do they have to do with the massacre? Naruto looked towards the elders and saw their looks. They were filled with guilt and acceptance. He told Tsunade what truly happened that night. Tsunade was shocked. To think that Uchiha Itachi was a hero all along. No wonder he helped them in the war. The man was a ninja in every sense of the word. Another soul sacrifice because of the ninja system. It would have been easy for me. I would just have to walk away and you two would have died just like Danzo. Yet I didn't. I chose you two over my brother. You may be wondering why. Because I believed you deserved a second chance, a chance to make things right. Don't let my belief in you two be in vain, pleaded Naruto. Hamaru and Koharu turned towards each other, seemingly reading each other's thoughts. They reached their decision. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. You truly are a hero. Your mother and father would have been proud of you. You are right. It is time to let the past stay in the past and work together towards a brighter future. Peace? Said Koharu, offering her hand to Naruto, which Naruto happily took and squeezed it tightly, smiling at the two elders. Peace. Thank you. I'm looking forward to our partnership. Wink Naruto. So do we. Smiled Hamura Koharu, joining him. Tsunade smiled at the miracle worker. Another impossible thing achieved by the unbelievable Naruto. About time, you old geezers. I thought this day would never happen. This calls for celebration. How about some sake? Grinned Tsunade, reverting back to her childish behavior. Elders sighed and shook their heads at her very unlike Hokage behavior. Naruto just smiled at his grandma and told her he will have to pass on that offer. With that, they ended their conversation and each went their own way. Tsunade sighed while walking towards her office. One meeting finished, another one to go. Where's my retirement monument? I did it! Yelled an excited and a very happy Naruto while standing on top of Minato Namikaze's head. Do you hear me, Konoha? I am free! Shouted Naruto at the top of his lungs. He breathed in the fresh air and sat down and smiled widely. He lay down and looked towards the star and saw his parents and godfather looking down at him and smiling proudly, each of them looking teary. Well done, kid. Another victory for the mighty Kurama. Boasted Kurama, even though he didn't do shit. Naruto grinned at his tenant. Nobody can beat the Uzumaki Kurama duo. We are the best. That's right. Everyone bows before me. I think we need to celebrate this. How about it? You up for it? Bellowed Kurama. Naruto smiled. 10 minutes time limit? Asked Naruto. Sounds good. Let's do it. Smirked Kurama. Naruto concentrated and entered his mindscape, where he proceeded to have a light spar with the greatest demon in existence. Totally normal. Nothing unusual about that at all. 10 minutes later, Naruto was standing on top of a defeated Kurama and grinning widely at the demon. That was a cheap trick, kid. Said Kurama, no malice in his voice for his host. Hey, if it works, it works. You should have learned by now. I don't play by the rules. Responded Naruto at his sparring partner. Fine, this victory is yours. Don't get too cocky though. The next one is mine. By the way, didn't we say 10 minutes? It's been more than 2 hours. Smiled Kurama, which turned out very scary. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the sun starting to set. Man, I don't care. It was worth it. They were interrupted by someone yelling Naruto's name. Guess who? No, not Chuck Norris. It's just Ino. Naruto! Yelled a panting Ino. What's up, Ino? Said Naruto. Ino was breathing heavily, clearly very exhausted from all that running. Don't you what's up me? I've been looking all over for you. Why didn't you tell me about the CRA? I was worried for you, idiot. Glared and pouted Ino. Naruto smiled at her, happy to hear those words from her. Well, not the idiot part, just the worried part. He scratched his head and flashed his foxy grin. He's sorry about that. I kinda forgot to tell you. I was a bit busy, as you can probably imagine. By the way, who told you? I ran into Kakashi and Kurenai on the way home and they told me. I kinda did something stupid afterwards. Said Ino, embarrassed by her actions. Naruto raised his eyebrow. What did you do? She muttered something, but Naruto couldn't hear her. What's that, Ino? I can't hear you, said Naruto. She muttered something again, her cheeks red. I still can't hear you. You'll have to speak up a bit, responded Naruto again. I crashed the council's meeting and yelled at them. Yelled and embarrassed Ino. Ha, another Kushina in the house, joked Kurama. Wait, a joke? Run! Naruto blinked and blinked again. Did he hear that right? You did that? For me? Why? Asked a stunned Naruto, but pleasantly stunned. I don't know. I just did. I heard about what they were trying to do to you and my body moved on my own. I just felt so angry at them. I had to do something. I couldn't let them take you away now. I'm just getting to know you, said an embarrassed Ino, a tear being shed for what could have happened. Naruto smiled lovingly at his girlfriend. She keeps on surprising him. He enveloped her in a hug. Thank you, Ino. She snuggled deeper into him, not letting him go. She didn't want to let him go, not now and not ever. You know what you did just now is something my mother did long ago. My father was also a candidate for the CRA, but my mother put a stop to that. She did the exact same thing as you did today. Smiled and laughed Naruto. Ino looked up at him and grinned. Well, somebody has to look out for our blonde idiots. Your mother knew that. Naruto's smile remained on the face, but his face inched closer to hers, his intentions clear. No teasing was involved this time, just the prize. Their lips parted after a few moments. Ino laid her head on his chest and her arms went around him, wanting to feel his warmth, his heartbeat. Don't you dare leave me, because I'll find you and beat the snot out of you, grinned Ino. I'm not going anywhere. You'll have to put up with my annoying habits for a while longer, smiled Naruto. Good. Now sit down and listen to me while I tell you what I did today, grinned Ino bossily. Yes, ma'am, saluted Naruto mockingly. They both sat down, looked at the sunset, smiles on their faces. They were happy and at peace. Chapter 11. Again, ordered Naruto. You might be asking yourself, what is he doing? The answer is simple. He is teaching. Who, you ask? His apprentice. Who else? Konohamaru performed the sign for the shadow clone jutsu, and beside him appeared a clone of his. Konohamaru held out his hand and started focusing chakra into the palm of his hand. A blue sphere of chakra was starting to form, resembling a miniature ball. A second later, a perfect Rasengan was formed. Konohamaru's clone entered the fray and started adding more chakra to the already formidable jutsu. The ball of chakra started expanding a bit by bit. Konohamaru was panting heavily. Sweat was rolling down his face by the gallons. The procedure is a lot harder than it looks. You may think that performing this jutsu should be an easy feat. After all, you only form a ball of chakra. Well, judging from the heavy breathing coming from Konohamaru, the procedure is a pain in the ass. Just forming a ball of chakra is considered a feat by itself. Then you have to keep this power in control so that it doesn't blow in your face. That requires an incredible amount of control and concentration. Add to the fact that you want to make this powerful jutsu even more powerful, you get one exhausting training session, as Konohamaru is finding out right now. Halfway through the procedure of making Rasengan even bigger, the ball of chakra started swirling out of control, and eventually a small explosion occurred because of it. Konohamaru was blown back several meters, where he landed on his back, his whole body in pain. He lay there exhausted. Just breathing alone was difficult, let alone doing something else. Naruto was by his side in a flash, inspecting him for any injuries. He let out a breath when he saw none. He went through the same training and he knew what could happen if the technique fails. Let's just say it isn't a pleasant experience. Naruto smiled at his young apprentice. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? Even though he was in pain, Konohamaru managed to respond to his teacher and friend. That would be an understatement. My whole body feels like it's on fire. Not to mention my hand. It feels like I dipped it in molten lava or something. Well, that's what happens when you suffer from chakra exhaustion and numerous other things. The hand thing will fade away eventually. Your chakra coils in your hand are suffering from overexertion. They are not used to releasing so much power and holding it in a single point," said Naruto, assuming his teacher mode. "Did you go through the same thing?" asked Konohamaru, hoping to hear that he wasn't alone in this matter. "Yes. So did Ero Sennin. This is something you will have to endure. But the reward in the end is worth it. Trust me," grinned Naruto. Kono nodded. "Why is my Rasengan so much smaller than yours?" asked a slightly down Kono. Naruto was a bit surprised, but he was actually wondering the same thing. "Well, I'm not too sure, but I think it's because my chakra coils are stronger, which means I can create a stronger one without injuring my coils. It could be because of something else, but I think in time when you grow so will your coils. They will strengthen themselves, which means you'll be able to create a bigger one. Don't worry, you are doing well. This is just another obstacle for you to overcome. It will help you in the end both to grow as a man and a ninja. Don't worry. I won't give up. What kind of a student yours would I be if I gave up?" grinned proudly Kono. "That's the spirit. Now come on. Let's go see your teammates torture at the hands of Kakashi-sensei," chuckled Naruto. "Yeah, about that. You see, I can't move my body. It's going to take a while before I can move," said an embarrassed Konohamaru. "No problem. I have a solution for that," said Naruto, smirking evilly. Kono didn't like that smile. Naruto picked him up and threw him over his shoulder, ignoring his shouts of pain. Yep, he can be quite sadistic at times. "You idiot. That hurt," said an angry Kono, but sadly he can't do anything about it. "I know. That's what Ero Sennin used to do to me. It's only fair if you get to learn this technique, you also get the other things that come with the jutsu," grinned Naruto, not that Kono could see him. "Whatever. Just take it easy and walk casually. Don't need you to hurt me even further," sighed Kono. "Sure thing. I can do that," smirked Naruto, who was planning on ignoring his last statement. With a swift jump onto the trees, the duo was jumping towards the rest of the team. One was smiling, the other was crying his eyes out. That made one weird scene if anyone was there to see it. They landed after a minute or so. They came upon a scene that was very similar to the one Konohamaru was in before. Ebisu, Kakashi, and Shizen were smiling down at their exhausted protégés. Whatever they did definitely wasn't pleasant, at least not for them. "Yo, Kakashi-sensei, neck and closet pervert. I see your training was productive," smirked Naruto, ignoring the glares he received from the downed students and from the closet pervert. "You could say that, Naruto-kun. We showed them what it means to mess with the top dogs," smiled Shizen sweetly. Naruto laughed at her and her remark. "Good. That was the point of this little gathering. And of course to train them. You guys are evil. You even corrupted Ebisu-sensei. I miss the old Ebisu-sensei. He was so kind and caring," cried out in sadness Udon. "Don't worry, he'll be back once we leave. Or not. Who knows?" grinned sadistically Shizen, enjoying this little torture. Konohamaru decided to end his little silence. "You guys don't know the half of it. You can at least move. Look at me. I am a breathing corpse. I can't move my eyelashes, for Christ's sakes." "I see you were busy, Naruto." I smiled, Kakashi. "Yep. But I'm proud of the little bugger. Not many people could endure that kind of training. He'll probably need a few days of rest, but it will be worth it in the end," grinned proudly Naruto. Konohamaru also smiled at the compliment. "It's nice to see your master acknowledges your progress and determination. Good. That means our work for today is done. Ebisu, they're all yours now," smiled Kakashi, saying his goodbyes. Shizen and Naruto followed the latter, dropping Kono unceremoniously on the ground, laughing while doing it. When they were outside, Hanabi spoke up, "Remind me to stay away from Kakashi-sama for the rest of my life." "Amen," said Moegi, Udon, and Kono in unison. Ebisu smiled at his students. He remembers the time when they were all little brats, still the greenhorns fresh out of the academy. They were all so brash at the time, thinking they own the world now that they became ninjas. But look at them now. They are still brash, but at least now they've got reason to be. They have grown into powerful ninjas worthy to become part of the next generation that will lead this country. It won't be long now when they surpass me, thought a proud Ebisu. With Naruto, and then he used the infamous 1,000 years of death jutsu. You should have seen Udon's face. It was priceless. Laughed Shizen, letting out her boisterous side, which was usually hidden when around Tsunade. Naruto laughed at the story. He knew how it felt like to be on the receiving end of that nasty jutsu. Let's just say his ass was sore for a week after that. Oh man, I so wanted to see that. It hurts like a bitch, but it's funny as hell. Laughed Naruto. Kakashi just had a nice smile on his face throughout the story, his lazy personality still intact. Speaking of pain, how are you holding up with Guy Shizen? Asked Kakashi, surprising Naruto by the information. What? Nekken and Guy-sensei? How? When? Bombarded Naruto. Shizen was a bit embarrassed and angry at Kakashi for dropping the bomb so suddenly, but she knew she will have to tell Naruto eventually. How the hell did Kakashi even find out? Well, it's been about a month now. It started one night when I finished my work at the tower. Guy was just coming out the office from a mission debriefing. It was late and he offered to walk me home. After that we met occasionally and went for some casual lunch. Soon after it escalated into a date and then several more. You know, he is a nice guy once you get past his unusual tendencies. He tends to tone them down when he's with me though. Said a smiling Shizen, happy after a long time being alone. Man, I still can't believe it. The green beast of Konoha and the delicate hand of Konoha together. But if you are happy, then who am I to object? Congratulations, Nekken. It was getting kinda hard seeing you alone all the time. It's about time you found someone. Smiled Naruto. Thanks, Naruto-kun. You know I still hate my nickname in the bingo book. The delicate hand. It sounds dirty. I don't like it, said an irritated Shizen. The pervert voiced his thoughts. I like it. It has character. Suffice to say, his head wasn't feeling too well after that remark. You know, me and Kurenai have an agreement of sorts. Whenever you act like a pervert, I tell her. Don't you just love that? Grinned mischievously Shizen. Kakashi shuddered and paled. He knows that Kurenai hates it when he acts perverted unless they do it together. He is still baffled by that. If they do perverted stuff together, it's okay, but if he does it alone and in public, the reception isn't so great after that. Women, sighed Kakashi. Kakashi quickly apologized and pleaded her not to tell his violent partner, who is very proficient in Jinjutsu, Yaoi Jinjutsu to be exact. Even the narrator shuddered at that. Shizen was ignoring his pleas and was smiling smugly, happy to have the Cyclops under her mercy. Shizen addressed Naruto, forgetting about Kakashi for now. What about you? How are things with Ino? Smiled Shizen. Naruto smiled widely at the mention of his girlfriend. Just mentioning her makes him happy. It's been great. We are both enjoying our time together. Every day is a new adventure with Ino. We always do something different and it always brings us closer together. We had our first sleepover last week. Wow. That's a big step, Naruto, said Shizen. I know. I was scared at first, but after spending the night sleeping next to her, it felt natural and right. Smiled Naruto. I'm sure she did too. Winked Kakashi, thinking of perverted actions. A fist on the head from Shizen promptly shut him up. You would think you learned by now? Berated Shizen, her eyebrow twitching in annoyance. Kakashi was seeing stars after that punch reserved for perverts and idiots. He can't help it if people give him opportunities to say something which they don't like. It's instinctual. Naruto smiled at his Nekken and at Kakashi's pain. Serves him right. Don't listen to this idiot. It's good to hear you two are doing so well. I'm happy for you too. Smiled Shizen, ignoring the pervert on the ground who was asking for some medical attention. Yeah, we are doing well, better than I expected. The thing is though, she's been having nightmares for the past week and she won't tell me what's bothering her. She always gives me a reassuring smile and waves it off like it's nothing important. I ignored it the first time, but it's been happening a lot lately, the nightmares, I mean. She's worried about something and I can't help her, said Naruto, concerned for his blonde girlfriend. Shizen entered her medical mode, analyzing the situation regarding her nightmares. It could be stress-related or fear of losing something or someone. It can't be stress since Naruto said they have a good time when they're together and she isn't aware of Ino having any external problems. It could be because she formed a bond with Naruto and is afraid of losing that bond with him. She sighed, no closer to finding an answer. Only Ino knows what is going on and she isn't talking. If that's the case and she isn't willing to talk about it, all you can do is wait. Wait for her to feel comfortable talking about it. It could be nothing. When she's ready, she'll talk to you about it. I'm sure of it, advised Shizen. Naruto nodded at her advice, thankful for it. I understand. I'll wait and hope for the best, said Naruto, a small smile coming onto his face in the end. They came upon the side of the village in full motion. Merchants were opening their stands, restaurants starting their day, tourists exploring the village, enjoying the sights. The trio said farewell and went to do their things. Kakashi went to Kurenai and Little Asuma to spend the day with them. Shizen went to the hospital to start her shift for today, while Naruto was walking towards the flower shop. The Yamanaka family decided to expand their little shop to make it more appealing to customers. They were going to add another greenhouse and more room for the flower display. Naruto, the kind-hearted that he has volunteered to help with the expansion. So we now see him entering the shop where he saw Inoichi and Nora Ino all preparing supplies for this mission of theirs. Ino spotted him first and rushed to him and gave him a hug and a sweet kiss on the lips. Inoichi waved at him while Inora smiled at the young man. Glad you came. Now we can start. We were waiting for the muscles to come. God knows what would happen if Inoichi started lifting heavy stuff. It would be a disaster, chuckled Inora. Inoichi just grumbled something about wives who don't appreciate their husbands but didn't dare say it out loud. Nope, he would like to spend the day pain-free. Is no one else coming? I thought this was a job for multiple people, asked Naruto respectfully. Normally it would be, but we decided that this will be blondes only, smiled Inora. That sounds good. Who needs other people anyway when I am here? I'm an army by myself, grinned Naruto. Ino smiled at the man. With you here, we will have this done in a jiffy. Count on it, responded Naruto proudly. Yeah. Less talking, more working. Shall we? Said Inoichi, the leader of this expedition. At least he think he is. We all know who wears the pants in this house. Naruto and Ino turned towards the real leader, who smiled at them and nodded in agreement. Orders given, they set to work. Naruto made a few clones to help with moving the supplies. They started first by demolishing the wall in the back so that they can start expanding the shop. Naruto used some wind manipulation to cut down the wall neatly without damaging the rest of the shop. The others, plus some of Naruto's clones, started clearing up the rubble. With that done, Ino and Inora started making the stands where the new flowers will be put on display. Meanwhile, the men were discussing how much extra space will be added. They took some measures and agreed on the number. They started first on the supports. Naruto used his clones to bring the wooden supports into the new room where the real Naruto and Inoichi helped put them in place. Naruto and Inoichi both first used some Doton manipulation to dig a few holes where the supports will be placed. After the supports were placed, Inoichi started on the walls and on the isolation so that the environment will be suitable for the flowers. Naruto focused on preparing the floor for the tiles to be put on it. With the help of the clones, the work only lasted for a few hours, with a lunch break in between where the family enjoyed their time together. The new room was finished and now was time for the decorations. Inoichi and Inora were setting up the stands and fixing up the flowers. Ino and Naruto were in charge of painting the wall, which got slightly out of hand. Naruto decided to have some fun and accidentally painted on Ino's face, which made Ino furious and retaliated with equal force. That led to an all-out paint war between the two youngsters. In the end, you could see two laughing blondes on the floor, both covered in paint, and the walls were still blank. But the two blondes didn't care. They had fun, and that's all that mattered. Of course, they changed their minds when Inora berated them and ordered them to paint the wall, otherwise they will have some alone time with Inora the butcher. Ino and Naruto both gulped and started painting in blinding speed that matched Minato's Hiraishin Jutsu. An hour later, they both swiped the sweat from their forehead and looked towards each other, smiling proudly. It looks good. smiled Naruto. Ino smiled smugly. Of course it looks good. I designed it. A design is worthless without the proper hand to make it into a masterpiece. That's where I came in, responded Naruto teasingly. Please, we all know you don't have the artistic touch. Just look at your clothes when you were a kid. A symbol of an idiot. Teased back Ino. Naruto faked hurt and pouted at his girlfriend. Ino felt sorry about her little remark about him being an idiot. She gave him a hug from behind and whispered sweetly into his ear, "But you were my idiot." This made Naruto very happy. "And you were my bossy girlfriend," responded Naruto, smiling at his wonderful and beautiful girlfriend. This earned him a sweet kiss on the lips. It was a short kiss, but it told everything that needed to be said. "I hope you weren't doing that the whole time," grumbled an annoyed father. The couple turned towards the intruder and said, "What else would we be doing?" This caught Inoichi off guard. He was expecting a negative answer and not this. He was interrupted by the sound of 3 voices laughing at him. 2 coming from in front of him belonging to Ino and Naruto, and 1 from behind him which came from his wife, who was apparently amused by his predicament. He crossed his arms and huffed, annoyed and offended by his family. Every single time I must be the laughing stock of my family. Where did my manhood go? Thought Inoichi, hitting rock bottom. Oh, relax, honey. We are just having some fun. You know we love you. If you want, I can show you how much I love you right now. Whispered sweet things Inora into his ear, which got the desired reaction. Some drool and dreamy look in his eyes, plus some red tint on his cheek, emerged on Inoichi. The teens were wondering what happened to him. One moment he was angry, the next he was putting in Inora's arms. They just chalked it up to Inora's magic. Did you finish the stands already? Asked Ino, which woke up Inoichi from his fantasies. The parents nodded an affirmative. I see you also finished. I see my morale-boosting skills still work. Smiled sweetly Inora, hiding her evil inside of her. Both Ino and Naruto smiled nervously. Yeah, you could say that. Good. Glad I could help. I must say I'm impressed with how the room turned out. Better than I expected. Smiled happily Inora. Inoichi nodded, also pleased with the room. The teens inspected the room around them, and they must say it looked fabulous. The room gave off a homey feeling, making you feel at home instantly. The paint brightened the room and made it livelier instead of being all gloomy and dark. The flower stands were aligned perfectly, each flower complementing the one next to it. The work of true masters. It looks beautiful. We outdid ourselves. We should have done this years ago. Said Ino, happy to have been a part of this. We are not done yet. We still have to build another greenhouse next to the existing one. Reminded Inoichi. What are we waiting for? We can admire the room later. Said Inora. They all walked out back where the next greenhouse will be built. Inoichi spoke up and turned towards Naruto. Any ideas, Naruto? Naruto, a bit surprised by the answer, took a while to respond. Well, the first thing that pops up in my mind is that we could connect the 2 greenhouses, like a tunnel that leads between the 2. Inora and Ino were thinking the idea sounded great and smiled at the young man. And so did Inoichi. That actually sounds great, but I don't think we have enough steel poles to make it. Responded Inoichi, bringing out the bad news. Naruto was deep in thought and was stroking his chin, trying to think of something. And then it hit him. I've got an idea. If I'm right, this could fix our steel shortage. He bit his thumb and made the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu! Exclaimed Naruto, slightly slamming his hand on the ground. A poof of smoke, later a toad the size of the greenhouse, appeared, scaring the inhabitants a bit. Yo, what's up, bro? Need something? Asked the new arrival, called Gamakichi, Naruto's personal summon. Hey Kichi, sorry for bothering you, but I'm in need of your assistance. I was wondering if you guys had any spare steel we could use. Asked Naruto, humbly scratching his head and showing his foxy grin to his friend. Steel? What for? Asked Kichi. You see, we are building a greenhouse and we had the idea to make a tunnel to connect it with the one over there. But we don't have enough steel to make it. Explained Naruto. Well, you are in luck. We have some available, but you need to ask Lord Fukasaku for permission. He is the one in charge of this sort of things. Summon him and explain the situation to him, clarified Kichi. I see. Well, here goes. Summoning jutsu a slam on the ground. Later a small green toad appeared with some white hair on his face. Naruto-chan, why have you summoned me? You are clearly not in battle, asked the elder. Hey Gramps, sorry about that. I need some help from the toads and Kichi here told me you are the guy I need to talk to. I am in need of some steel poles for the greenhouse we are building, said Naruto to his teacher. Meanwhile the trio were shocked and surprised. Even Inora knew what it meant to see an elder toad in the flesh. It was an honor on the highest level. They all bowed their heads when he looked towards them. And who might you guys be? Asked nicely Fuka. My name is Inoichi Yamanaka and these are my wife and daughter, said Inoichi respectfully. My name is Inora. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Fukasaku, said an equally respectful Inora. Next came Ino. My name is Ino. It's nice to meet you finally. Naruto told me a lot of great things about you, smiled Ino. No need to be so formal. Friends of the brat here are friends of the toads. So raise your heads and speak freely, smiled Fukasaku. They were a bit still unsure, but Naruto told them it's okay, which did the trick. So can you help us, Gramps? Smiled Naruto like this was an everyday thing meeting the elder Fukasaku. But for him it probably is lucky bastard. We normally don't do this, but since it's you I'm going to allow it. You did a lot for the toads and it's time for us to return the favor, said Fuka, which made the whole group smile at him. That's great, Gramps. I appreciate it. Don't worry, next time I visit I'll have gifts for all of you, beamed Naruto. Fukasaku chuckled at the young summoner. He really liked the little kid. He reminds him so much of Jiraiya except for the perverseness. That sounds great, kid. Just tell Kichi here how much you need and he'll bring it to you. If that is all, then it's time for me to go, said Fuka. Say hi for Grandma for me, will you? Tell her I miss her, responded Naruto at the departing elder. Fukasaku nodded and waved to the rest of the group, which waved back a bit shyly, still unsure how to act around the powerful toad. A poof later Fukasaku disappeared and the group told Gamakichi how many steel poles they will need. Kichi nodded and returned to his home. Man, that was really something, said Inora. I know what you mean. Very few people have ever seen the great elder Fukasaku. I never thought I would live to see this day, said Inoichi. Naruto, that was awesome. We got to see the most powerful toad in existence and he was your teacher, shouted Ino in joy and ecstasy. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. He really didn't see what the big deal was. He's just an old toad to him. If you say so. He's just a grumpy old toad who likes to hit me a lot with his walking stick, responded Naruto in his usual manner. That's because you probably did something stupid, you baka, smiled teasingly Ino. Hey, I'm not that bad. I can be smart when I want to be, yelled Naruto in annoyance. I doubt that. Once an idiot, always an idiot, smiled Ino while walking towards him. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and pouted while avoiding Ino's gaze. Oh, come here, you little baby. Let Ino take care of you. I'll help you get rid of your idiotness, smirked Ino while giving him a chaste kiss on the lips, which made Naruto forget all about the idiot remark. Oh, come on. Do you have to do this in front of me? I swear you were trying to give me a heart attack, grumbled an annoyed Inoichi. Stop being so shy already. We did this all the time and it didn't bother you then. So man up, ordered Inora, sending him a stern look. But this is different. This is my princess, my pumpkin, he was cut off from his rambling by a devil in disguise. Inora appeared before him, her face morphed into that of a husband beater. She spoke in a sweet tone. Now what did I say before? You will let this drop, understand? Now something else happened that shocked the whole crowd. Inoichi resisted and fought back. No, this is my job as a father. It is my duty to do this. I won't change my mind, said Inoichi seriously, not backing down. Ino and Naruto gulped. They felt sorry for Inoichi and for what will happen to him. The parents were both glaring at each other, both not willing to bow out. After a few moments of this battle of wills, Enora sighed and seemingly gave up, but she had another trick in her sleeve, one that never fails. She whispered something in his ear away from the prying ears of Ino, and Naruto, you do this for me, and I will show you my gratitude tonight, and the night after that, and the night after that. She trailed off, letting him guess how many nights are there included. Inoichi had a starry look in his eyes. His body was shivering from excitement. Enora smirked. Yep, she's still got it. Okay, why? Was Inoichi's only logical response. Who would miss out on all that fun? Definitely not him. Enora smiled. Thank you, honey. She gave him a small kiss on the lips, just a little preview for what was coming in the night. They were interrupted by two poofs of smokes emerging in the courtyard. Two toads arrived, Gamakichi, who was holding a large bag of supplies, and Gamatatsu, a very girlish-looking toad, appeared, also holding a large bag of what seemed to be supplies. Hey bro, I'm back. And I have the stuff you need. Smiled Kichi at his friend. Hey bro, do you have any snacks? Inquired the ever-hungry Gamatatsu, who is a little smaller than his brother Kichi. Hey guys, good to see you. Tatsu, you got big. No, sorry, I don't have any snacks. I'll give them to you some other time, okay? Apologized Naruto. Naruto? We can make some snacks for your two friends. It's the least we can do after they helped us with the steal. Smiled kindly Enora. Are you sure you don't mind? I can always give it to them another time. You don't have to go through all this trouble, said Naruto. She waved him off. Nonsense, besides I am of no further use for you guys here. I'll just be in the way. Me and Ino will go in the kitchen and prepare some snacks for all of us. You and Inoichi will also be hungry after this is done. Naruto smiled. Alright then. Did you hear that, Tatsu and Kichi? You won't be leaving hungry after all. Gamakichi smiled at the older woman, and Tatsu was already drooling and fantasizing about all the different food he's going to eat. Ino and Enora both excused themselves and went to the kitchen to start preparing food for the workers. Enora will make some different snacks for the toads and something for her husband, while Ino will try to make ramen for Naruto. The emphasis is on try because she never made it before, so it will be trial and error. Alright guys, let's get to work, ordered Inoichi. They started by stabbing some poles around the courtyard for basic measurements on how big the greenhouse is going to be. Next they started constructing the metal cage that will be the greenhouse. The toads helped with that as well. The places that were out of reach for the humans were done by Kichi and Tatsu. They used fire manipulation to weld the poles together, making it sturdy enough to place the see-through roof on. After the cage was constructed, which was done in a half an hour or so, the toads really helped speed things along. Inoichi and Tatsu started on placing the roof on, while Naruto and Kichi started on the tunnel that will connect the two greenhouses. An hour later, the two toads and the two blonde humans all stared at their new creation. They smiled at their job well done. It looked way better than they thought. This will boost the shop's income definitely. Just as they were done, the ladies came out with 5 trays all packed to the brim with food. Lunchtime. Oh, I see you finished. It looks wonderful, honey. Smiled Enora at her husband and the rest of the working force. We sure did. These guys were really helpful. Smiled Inoichi gratefully to the toads, who were already stuffing their face with food. Inoichi sighed while smiling and went to join them. Naruto walked towards his tray of food. How did he know which tray was his? Easy, it smelled of ramen. Ino, you made ramen? For me? Asked a smiling and grateful Naruto. Yep, I wanted to make something special for you. I hope it tastes great. This is my first time making it. Smiled Ino at his boyfriend. I'm sure it will. Thank you, said Naruto while giving her a kiss of gratitude, which she happily accepted. They both dug in after they parted their lips. The toads munched on their food in record time. That was great. Your cooking is amazing, Miss Enora. Smiled a satisfied Kichi. Tatsu nodded in agreement with his brother. Well, thank you. But please just call me Enora. Miss makes me feel old. Smiled back Enora. Thank you, Enora. This has been lovely. I'm afraid it's time for us two to go. It was nice to meet you all. See you. Naruto, don't be a stranger, said a waving Kichi. Naruto waved him goodbye and so did the rest of the gang. A second later the toads were gone and the family was left alone. Thank God for you, Naruto. Otherwise this would have taken days to finish. You certainly have a knack for constructing. Where did you learn that? Asked a grateful and smiling Inoichi. Well, living alone has its perks. I had to fix a lot of stuff in my apartment, so I picked up a few things on the way. After that it's all about experience and your imagination. Smiled Naruto, remembering the good times when he had to fix his apartment. When he was painting the wall he felt at peace and didn't think about the bad things in his life. It was his time of peace. Ino smiled at him and leaned on his shoulder. He went through so many hardships and yet he became such a wonderful man. If only she noticed that before. What an idiot she was. They were all idiots for not recognizing him. This village is lucky to have a man like you protecting it. Even though we don't deserve you, you still came to our rescue numerous times, said Inoichi with a small tinge of regret in his voice. He was still feeling guilty for not helping him in the past. What happened in the past should stay in the past. I admit it was tough while I was growing up. To be hated just because you were born did numbers on my morale. But I made that into my strength, my determination. I could have wallowed in my grief and anger, but that wouldn't change a thing. I trained my ass off to become someone the village would recognize. This village's hatred towards me was my inspiration to become the greatest of the greatest. In some way, I'm thankful for that. The obstacles I overcame made me into the man I am today. Smiled Naruto, not bothered by his past anymore. He has accepted his past a long time ago. You know, you are just like your mother. Full of determination and optimism, said a smiling Inora, shocking Naruto and Ino. You knew my mother? Said a stunned Naruto. You know who his mother is? Chirped Ino immediately. Of course. She was one of my closest friends. We were practically inseparable when we were younger. In fact, that's how I met Inoichi. Inoichi and Minato were good friends, and when Minato and Kushina started dating they introduced me to this girly man right here. Of course, not many people knew that your father and mother were dating. That was kept on the need-to-know basis. Smiled Inora. Man, that's so great. I have a new connection to my parents now. Do you mind if I ask you a few things about them? Asked an excited Naruto, whose eyes were becoming a bit teary. No, please do. It's the least we can do for you. Smiled gently Inora. Inoichi nodded in approval. Hina was listening closely. This is a topic that is important to her boyfriend, and so it makes it important for her as well. Naruto was racking his brain for anything he wants to know about them. There is so much he wants to find out. He doesn't even know where to start. You know, I don't even know where to start. There is so much I still want to find out about them. I want to know their whole lives, their problems, their sadness, their pain, their happiness, love, friends, everything. Would you mind just talking about them? Just talk about them, that's all I need, said a very happy Naruto. Inora nodded and smiled caringly at him. Well, the thing I remember the most is the day your mother found out she was pregnant. I went with her to the doctor's and waited there for an hour or so. I was really starting to get worried, but when she came out of that office she was a different person. She was glowing. She was the happiest person in the world. She was rubbing her stomach and crying tears of joy. Minato was the same, if not worse. He wanted to shout to the whole world that he's going to be a father. I think that was the first time I saw Minato cry. Reminisced Inora. Naruto was overjoyed. He heard something similar from his mother, but it's nice to hear the story from a different person's view. It's nice to hear that he was loved the moment they found out about him. This went on through her whole pregnantship. Minato would pamper Kushina with everything. You and Kushina were his priority. He would abandon his duties as a Hokage to go to the store to pick up Kushina's favorite ice cream or something similar like that. He was the perfect father even before you were born. Smiled Inora. Naruto had tears of joy in his eyes. It all sounded so great. This could all be his life, but destiny wouldn't allow it. Kushina would sing songs to you or tell you stories. I think she kept a diary of every time you kicked or moved, but I think it was destroyed in the Kyuubi's attack, said Inora. It all sounds so great. Thanks a lot. I always enjoy hearing things about my parents. Sadly, Kyubi doesn't like to talk about these kinds of things, otherwise I could hear this stuff from him," said Naruto, thankful to the Yamanaka family. "I'm not your damn chatterbox. Find someone else to talk about this emotional crap," muttered Kurama. Naruto ignored him. He knew Kurama doesn't like to talk about those sorts of things, so he doesn't pester him with questions about his parents. "Can you tell me more, please?" asked Naruto eagerly but respectfully. The Yamanaka family smiled at the blonde. They couldn't blame him for asking. They would be the same if they lived their whole lives without their parents, and if they suddenly found someone who knew them personally. "Sure, no problem. I would love to," smiled Enora. "Let's see," said Enora in her thinking pose. "I got it. How about their first date?" Naruto was ecstatic. Another piece of information about their parents. Enora started. It was Kushina who made the first move, obviously. They were beating around the bush regarding their feelings for months. Nobody wanted to admit first that they liked the other. Kushina was fed up with the game of cat and mouse, so she marched towards his house and kissed him. You can imagine Minato's reaction. He was clueless what to do next. But luckily Kushina helped him. She told him he has to take her out on a date. And he did. Kushina told me that night was one of the best nights she ever had. They didn't do anything special or went anywhere fancy or anything like that. They went to her favorite restaurant, the Ikarakas, ironically, and then they took a walk in the park. They talked under the full moon and told each other some embarrassing secrets and stuff like that. They had the best of the times. They laughed, bickered, fought, and similar things. They eventually fell asleep together under a sakura tree. And that's how their dates went. They rarely went to a fancy restaurant or places like that. Instead, they showed each other their favorite places, foods, habits. They were made for each other. Finished Enora. Naruto was smiling lovingly at the scene playing inside his head. It sounded so beautiful and wonderful. They sounded so happy together, and so was he. "We wanted to tell you this stuff a long time ago, but sadly we were forbidden, as were the rest of the people who knew. It hurt us every day seeing you all alone and hated for something that was out of your control. We wanted to take care of you, give you a home, love you like you should have been. We spat on Minato's and Kushina's memory. We did nothing, and for that we are deeply sorry. Apologize sincerely, Enora and Inoichi." "You don't have to apologize. As I said, I understand. You were associated with the demon child, you would only bring trouble to yourself and your clan. They would redirect their hatred towards you, and that is something I could have never allowed. You would have suffered, Ino would have suffered, and all because of me. Please don't beat yourself up for what happened in the past. I'm sure my parents would have understood your reasons," responded Naruto. "Still, we could have done so much more. We could have helped you in the shadows, buy you food, clothes, and things like that. But we were too afraid, we were cowards," said Inoichi in pain. "You did something else for me. You know, I remember you guys from when I was little. I remember walking past your store every single day and you would smile at me. It wasn't a fake smile like some people gave me. No, it was a genuine, brilliant smile. It made my day every single time I passed your store. It kept my morale and confidence up. Your smiles helped me on my way to become the man I am today. So please let the past stay in the past. Let's focus on the now," pleaded Naruto. "You are such a wonderful guy, Naruto. Your parents would have been truly proud of you." "I know we are," smiled Enora. Naruto smiled and beamed at their compliment. "And he's all mine. I bagged myself such a handsome and caring man." Grinned beautifully Ino at Naruto, who gave her a small kiss for her compliment, even though it was a strange one, but that's just Ino. "I can't wait for my babies. Can you imagine what they would look like? They would be the prettiest little babies the world had ever seen. Those blonde hair and blue eyes, wonderful," smiled and teased Enora. Inoichi was embarrassed yet again by his wife's words, and so were Ino and Naruto, but much less than Inoichi. Ino was actually imagining what their children would look like, and she must say her mom was right. They would be adorable. "Honey, do you have to do that every single time we're together?" pondered an embarrassed Inoichi. Yes. You have your drinking with your friends and I have this. We all have something unique that separates us from the others. Mine is teasing. Smiled Honora, who was silently hoping that her daughter marries this wonderful young man. Then she can brag to Yoshino about her adorable grandchildren. Inoichi sighed. He knew it was pointless to argue with her about this. This is his fate from now on. I should be used to this by now, but sadly I'm not. Grumbled Ino. Naruto agreed with her, but he doesn't mind that much. It's all just good fun, no harm done. Well, it's getting late. I think I should be going. Thanks for a lovely dinner and thank you for telling me about my parents' lives. I'm eternally grateful to you. Thank you. Smiled Naruto. The parents just waved him off, saying it was nothing. It was their pleasure, actually. They enjoy talking or gossiping about Minato and Kushina. It makes them smile every time. It was our pleasure. You can ask us anything anytime you want. It's the least we can do for you. Smiled Honora while Inoichi nodded in agreement while giving the young man a fatherly smile. Come on, I'll walk you to the door, said Ino, who didn't want Naruto to leave so early. They stopped in front of the door where Ino gave him a long loving kiss. Kissing with him felt so wonderful, so rejuvenating. She is thanking whatever deity that is up there for bringing Uzumaki Naruto into her life. She can't imagine her life without her blonde boyfriend. She would probably be dating some slime of a guy who would see her only as a trophy. This past month they've been dating was the best month ever for her. She found out so much about Naruto and about herself. Naruto revealed to her his greatest, deepest secrets, which made her feel warm inside. You tell this kind of secrets only to the person you really trust and care about, and to be that person means the world to Ino. Spending time with him also enlightened some things about herself that she didn't know. She is no longer the shallow girl she used to be. She set her priorities straight thanks to Naruto and certain events in her life. The blonde was an enigma to her. She thought of him only as a friend, but now when they are dating she is really starting to care for him. These feelings are foreign to her. It feels different to what she felt towards Sasuke. Sasuke felt more superficial, this feels deeper, more genuine. It could be the start of something greater for Ino. It could even be love. Do you have to go? Can't you stay for a few more minutes? Asked Ino, embracing Naruto. She knew that won't happen. It was late and it was time to say their goodbyes. Naruto smiled and chuckled at his girlfriend. I would love to stay, but it's getting late. Don't worry, I'll see you in the morning. You promised to show me your special place, remember? I'm looking forward to it. She brightened up at the thought of showing Naruto her favorite place. That's right. You'll get to see my favorite hanging spot. It's going to be so great. Now shoo. The sooner you leave, the sooner I can get to sleep, and the sooner the morning comes and I can see you again. Smiled Ino lovingly at him. She gave him another juicy kiss, which Naruto happily accepted. Who wouldn't? Sasuke probably. Sweet dreams, Haim. Smiled Naruto, waving goodbye. You too, Naruto. See you in the morning. Don't be late. Smiled Ino. Ino closed the doors and sighed dreamily. He makes her feel so wonderful. No man has ever done that to her before, and she'll do anything to keep hold of that feeling. She went to her room and did her nightly routine before bedtime. She went to bed where she dreamt of her wonderful boyfriend. And so did Naruto. They couldn't wait for the next morning. Somewhere else another, but a much bigger crack appeared on this strange mountain. A sign of things to come. Chapter 12. Are we there yet? Whined Naruto. Ino just sighed and shook her head at her boyfriend's impatience. They were currently walking through a thick forest towards Ino's favorite place, wherever that is. For the umpteenth time, no, just be a little patient, retorted Ino. Oh, come on. We've been walking for like an hour. I'm tired, grumbled Naruto, which was starting to really get on Ino's nerves. We've been walking for 10 minutes. Just relax, we'll be there in a minute or so. If it were that easy to find, everyone would go there. Now calm down or I will do it for you. Smiled evilly Ino, which promptly shut Naruto up. Resigned to his fate, Naruto walked side by side with Ino to her special place. Despite whining the whole way, he is actually really excited to see this place. Ino holds it in high regard, so it must be awesome. After 5 minutes or so an hour for Naruto, the forest started to clear, which was a good thing for Naruto because Ino was very close to beating the snot out of him. They made their way through the last of the thick bushes and came upon a beautiful meadow full of beautiful flowers. The clearing was vast and was beaming with life. There were butterflies everywhere just flying around doing nothing but enjoying themselves in this gorgeous meadow. The place looked so serene, so peaceful. A paradise still untouched by the human world. No wonder Ino likes coming here. This is a good place to be alone and to escape from your troubles. A place to think and relax. Ino, this is beautiful. How did you find this place? Asked a stunned Naruto. She giggled at his awe-stricken expression. She was the same when she first saw this place. By chance. I was gathering flowers and somehow got lost in the forest. While I was trying to find my way home, I came across this place. Ever since then, I come here whenever I feel sad or when I want to think about my life. It's a great place to just relax and be one with the nature. Smiled Ino. You have the damnest luck. Seriously, who gets lost and accidentally stumbles upon a paradise? Chuckled Naruto. I'm just that great and beautiful. Laughed Ino. They went to the middle of the field and took a seat. Naruto unfolded his storage scroll with all the stuff he prepared for the picnic. With a hand sign for Kai, the food, drinks, and a blanket all appeared in the middle of the scroll. Ino lay down the blanket and Naruto prepared the delicious food. They both took a seat on the blanket and started eating silently. They were done after half an hour or so. They lay down on the blanket, Ino snuggling on top of his chest. That was delicious, Naruto. How do you always make such great food? I can barely make ramen. Pondered Ino. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Haha, well, I learned a lot on my own when I was younger. Eros and Nin also taught me a lot about cooking during our trip. For a pervert, he is an amazing cook. Smiled Naruto. Lord Jiraiya cooking. Now that's something you don't see every day. Chuckled Ino and Naruto joined her. It was a funny image. Yeah, the persona of a cook definitely doesn't fit him. It was his own fault why people didn't believe that he had a non-pervert side. If he weren't such a super pervert, people would actually take him seriously. At least his enemies knew not to mess with him. Smiled Naruto. Yeah, for a pervert he sure was powerful. Tell me, who was stronger, Lord Jiraiya or Orochimaru? Asked an interested Ino. Eros and Nin, without a doubt. He may not have been a genius like Orochimaru, but he had guts and the will to never give up. They fought once as soon as Orochimaru left the village. Orochimaru won the battle, but I think Eros and Nin let him get away. He couldn't fight his best friend, and that's why he lost. If they were to fight once more, I'm pretty sure Pervisage would have won. Beamed Naruto proudly. They sound kinda like you and Sasuke. He was a genius and you the man that never gave up no matter what. You are the next Sannin in a way. Smiled Ino, but it wasn't a happy smile. The memory of Sasuke and the things he did is still fresh in everyone's minds, including Ino's and Naruto's. In a way, you are right. But enough about that. Let's talk about something more cheerful. Smiled Naruto, hoping to change the topic. Sasuke is still a sore subject for him. Ino nodded, understanding his reasons for wanting to talk about something else. Sure. You know, there is something I'm really interested in. It's about you and Kyuubi, said Ino, gaining Naruto's attention. Kyuubi is a complicated subject. Not many people really know what happened between him and Kurama, and he hopes it stays that way. Kurama also woke up when he heard her question. He is actually very interested in what the girl wants to know about him. What do you want to know? Asked Naruto. Well, I want to know about you guys. How did you get along throughout your life? How is he in person? Is he really that evil as everyone says he is? Asked Ino, treading the ground about Kyuubi carefully. Naruto gave her a surprising look. Not many people want to talk about Kyuubi, let alone about his personality. Interesting. Not many people want to know about him. They usually think they already know everything there is to know about him. They hear a lot of things from rumors and legends, but most of the stuff is false and just bogus. I think you are the first person in years that wants to find out the real Kyuubi," said Naruto with a small smile. "Well, since you were my boyfriend and he is technically inside of you, I want to know more about him. My image of him was basically shattered after the war. I always thought of him as an evil monster that is hell-bent on destruction. But he did help you in the war, which means he can't be all that bad," responded Ino. "You know my respect for you just rose tenfold, and I think Kyuubi feels the same way," smiled widely Naruto. Kurama snorted in his mindscape, negating his host's remark even though there is some truth in it. "So will you tell me?" asked again Ino with a smile of hope on her face. "Sure, why not? I see no harm in telling you. Well, when I was younger I didn't actually know that Kyuubi was inside of me. I always thought the village hates me for my pranks or something my parents or family did. I found out the truth about my identity the day I graduated. I'm pretty sure you don't know this, but Mizuki tried to steal the scroll of seals, but I and Irika-sensei stopped him. In the process, Mizuki revealed to me the S-class secret regarding my status as a Jinchuriki," narrated Naruto, shocking Ino about the Mizuki part. To think that her own sensei was a traitor. No wonder she never saw him again. She interrupted him. "Mizuki-sensei was a traitor? No wonder I never saw him again. I always thought something happened to him, and now I know. I know it's quite a shocker. You can imagine how I felt when I saw him that day. I learned a tough truth about Ninja World that night. Everyone can be a spy or a traitor. That is the ninja world we live in. Anyway, moving on. The first time I actually met Kyuubi when I was training with Eros and Nin. I had to use Kyuubi's chakra to summon Gamabunta. In order to do that, I had to enter my mind and talk to him. The experience wasn't pleasant. To be watched and judged by a humongous fox that can rip you apart with his breath definitely wasn't on my to-do list that day," chuckled Naruto. "Ha, that was a good day for me. You should have seen your face," chuckled the monster fox. "Shut up. I'm trying to tell a story here," grumbled an annoyed Naruto who didn't want to be reminded what happened that day. He was scared like never before, even though he was shouting at Kurama that day. "Sorry about that, just needed to set some things straight." "Where was I?" pondered Naruto. "Oh yeah. Well, things stayed the same throughout the years. I borrowed his chakra whenever I was in danger or when I was angry, which happened a lot," chuckled Naruto. Ino joined him. He did always somehow wind up in some sort of deathly situation. Things started to change when I confronted him before the war. In order to gain full control of his chakra, I had to confront him and beat him in a fight. In that fight, which was the fight of my life, I realized something important. I didn't saw Kyuubi the demon fox that wanted to destroy the whole world. I saw a living being that was trapped inside a human for over a century. Imagine being someone else's play toy under someone else's control. Kyuubi has lost his freedom, his identity. I learned the truth about him in that fight. Yes, he was evil and the embodiment of anger and hatred, but he was also alone. Just like me," explained Naruto, which stirred something inside Ino. Ino was seeing a whole new side to Kyuubi. But she will hold her judgment until Naruto finishes. We talked several times during the war, and during the final fight with Tobi we teamed up. We put aside our differences and for the first time worked together. We owe our victory in the war entirely to him. Without him, Tobi and Madara would have ruled the world," said Naruto, praising Kurama. "What about now? Did anything change after the war? Was your partnership a one-time thing?" asked Ino. "No, Kyuubi is my partner and my friend. He is my comrade from the village hidden in the leaves. I treat him the same as I do the rest of my friends," answered Naruto. "What about him? Does he see you in the same light as you do him? I mean, he is still imprisoned within you. Doesn't he want freedom?" continued Ino. "I think he does, but that is something only he can answer. But he doesn't like to talk about those kinds of things. He tends to get pretty loud when I mention the word friend or emotions," chuckled Naruto. He continued, "Freedom. Now that's an interesting question. What I'm about to tell you stays between you and me, okay?" said Naruto seriously. Ino nodded, aware that she is going to hear another one of his secrets. Naruto nodded. Good. You are the first person I'm telling this. Not even Bakon or Kakashi know this. After the war I had a little chat about Kyuubi and his freedom. I learned about his past and how he was imprisoned in my mother and Mino Uzumaki. He was a weapon for over a century and I wanted to change that. I made him an offer. I offered him freedom, said Naruto, surprising and shocking Ino. This is big. No, this is gigantic news. Naruto continued. I offered him freedom. I told him I would open the seal and cancel the link between us, which would allow him to leave my body as prison. Ino was baffled, which was shown on her face. What happened? Asked Ino like she was afraid of the answer. He refused. Shocked Naruto. He told me no. Why? I mean, isn't that what he always wanted? To be free? Asked a stunned Ino. Yes, that was his goal the moment he was sealed into me. That is why I was surprised by his answer. I thought he would take my offer without hesitation, but I was wrong. Want to know why? Asked Naruto, keeping Ino guessing. She nodded furiously, her information sense activated and working full force. Because he was free. That is what he said to me. He said he was already free. He was free from the hatred humanity bestowed upon him. He was no longer a puppet, no longer a weapon. He finally found a place where he belongs. He acknowledged me as his equal in a way. He was no longer a weapon to destroy, but someone that protects. He is a guardian of the ninja world and the peace that we created. Smiled Naruto. Wow, that sounds wonderful. I'm happy for you guys. Smiled wonderfully Ino. So what do you think of Kyuubi now? Asked a smiling Naruto. I'm pretty sure he isn't such a bad guy, I mean Fox. If you say he's okay, then I believe you. He wouldn't have helped you if he weren't. Smiled Ino. You hear that, Kurama? You just got another fan. Grinned Naruto internally. Did you have to go and blabber everything to the girlie? What's next? Growled Kurama, feigning annoyance. Oh come on, it ain't that bad. At least there is one more person in the world who doesn't think of you as a monster. You should be happy. Chuckled Naruto. I like being a monster. It makes people fear me. I like fear. Bellowed Kurama in his powerful voice. Don't worry, I'm pretty sure people are still scared shitless of you. If not, there is a solution for that. Grinned mischievously Naruto. Rampage? Asked hopefully Kurama. You got it. If you want, we can take a stroll through the elemental nations and you can flaunt your power and make people pass out. How does that sound? Said Naruto, describing the event like it's no big deal. Like it's one of his pranks. Kid, if you do that for me, I will be eternally grateful to you. Grinned scarily Kurama. That sounds promising. You've got yourself a deal. As soon as we are sent on a mission, I'll let you take a walk, beamed Naruto. Good. I think you should focus on your blonde girlie. I think she just realized something about your offer. Warned Kurama. Naruto focused his attention on Ino, who had a worried look on her face. What's up, Ino? Asked Naruto, hoping it wasn't what he thought it was. Your offer. If he took your offer, what would have happened to you? Asked Ino seriously. Busted. Chuckled Kurama, which was scary as hell. Naruto sighed. He was hoping to avoid this, but his luck didn't hold out. She deserves to know the truth anyway. I would have died. Shocked Naruto. Ino was wide-eyed. She had a feeling that was the case. Tears were emerging in her eyes. She didn't know why, but just the thought of him dying stirred something inside of her. If he died, a part of her would have died as well. No, she would have been lost and alone. Why? Why would you do that, you idiot? Why would you want to die? Shouted Ino, tears streaming down her face. She was pounding on his chest with all her power. Even though he is still alive, she was still upset and scared. Scared of the thought of losing him. You were going to die, you idiot. You would have left us, your friends, family, and me. Why would you do that? Cried out Ino. Naruto hugged her and stroked her hair and back gently, trying to calm her down. He spoke lovingly and kindly. It wasn't an easy decision, trust me. I was finally recognized and acknowledged by everyone, including the village. But I have fulfilled my purpose in this world after the war. I was told I was the child of prophecy who will bring peace to the world and end the suffering of this cursed shinobi world. The victory in the war was a huge step towards that ideal world. My part was done. Now it all depends on the rest of the world. It's up to them to uphold this peace. As I said, my purpose in this world was done. There was one last thing I needed to do. If I were to end the suffering and pain of everyone in the world, then I have to start with someone that has suffered for as long as I remember. QB. Ino was still sobbing on his chest, but calmed down considerably. He was alive, but she dreads the thought of not having him in her life. QB was suffering just as everyone else. He deserved to find his happiness and freedom. That is why I made him that offer," said Naruto. "What about your happiness? You would have sacrificed everything, your life, your friends, your family, everything. Don't you value your life?" sobbed Ino. "I do value my life. I lived my life for my precious people. I lived to protect you all. My goal and purpose was to create a world where you wouldn't have to fight every day. And I did that. I achieved that. I was at peace. But QB wasn't, at least that's what I thought at first. I knew what happiness and love was. You guys gave me that, but QB didn't experience that. That's why I wanted him to have freedom. He deserved it," responded Naruto, who was touched by Ino's concern for him. "Did you give up?" asked Ino, dreading the answer. He was looking into the sky, seemingly far away. "Yes. A part of me gave up. Ino, I was tired. My life was a constant fight for survival. If it weren't for you guys and Eros Nin, I would have given up years ago. I was tired of the hatred and the pain. In some way I thought I could finally be happy and be reunited with my family. But there was also the part of me that wanted to live on. I wanted to experience the joy of having a family, to fall in love and marry the woman of my dreams. I wanted to live for my friends and for my parents who gave their lives so that I could live on. I wanted to live so that I could continue Eros Nin's legacy and make him proud. But what kind of man would I be if I ignored another living being in pain? I couldn't live with myself if I knew that QB suffered just because I wanted to be happy. I just couldn't," finished Naruto with conviction. "Figures. Even when your life is at stake, you think of others before yourself," said Ino a bit more calmly, seemingly in peace with the situation. "I can't help it. That's who I am. But don't worry, I'm not going anywhere now," smiled Naruto to his girlfriend. "I'm glad," was the only response from Ino, who had a serene smile on her face and snuggled into the crown of his neck. She surprised herself with her reaction. Just the thought of him dying changed something inside of her. She couldn't stand the thought of living her life without him around. Every single day she spends with Naruto is another day full of happiness and joy. A day of love and warmth. Love which she doesn't want to lose, but only deepen. I guess I owe QB more than I think, huh? Apart from saving your stubborn ass countless times, he also granted you life and threw away his freedom," smiled Ino. Naruto chuckled. "I'm pretty sure he won't like you thanking him. When I thanked him, he yelled at me. He doesn't like it when I get all emotional on him." She laughed lightly with him, figuring that was the case. He is a demon after all. Well, maybe a woman's touch is needed. "God knows you say the dumbest things," said Ino playfully. Naruto blinked and blinked again. Did she just say what he thinks she did? "Ino, do you wish to meet him?" asked a surprised Naruto. No one has ever wanted to meet QB, not even Pervy Sage or Grandma Tsunade. She smiled kindly. "Why not? I do need to thank him for all he's done for you and me. Besides, he could use some company. I'm pretty sure it gets pretty boring inside of your head. There isn't much to do in your empty skull," chided Ino playfully. "I'm going to ignore pretty much most of that sentence." "Are you really sure you want to meet him?" asked again Naruto, seriously ignoring the remark about his denseness and occasional stupidity. "I would love to, with his permission, of course," smiled Ino, but was very serious with her answer. Naruto closed his eyes. "Kurama, I'm guessing you heard all of that. It's your choice. The great Kurama had his eyes closed in deep concentration. If anyone were to see him now, they would probably think he is asleep or playing ignorant, but Naruto knew what was really going on. He was accessing all his memories about the girl and making his decision. After a few moments, Kurama opened his eyes. They had the answer Naruto needed. Well, this was it. Okay, Ino. He approves. There are two ways we can do this. One, I establish a mental connection with you and allow you to enter my mind. This is what I and Killer Bee did during our training. Or since you are a special case because you are a Yamanaka, you can use your mind jutsu to enter my mind. Which do you prefer? Asked Naruto Ino, who was beaming with happiness for being allowed to meet Naruto's oldest partner. She calmed down so that she could answer his question. If you don't mind, I would like to use my technique to enter your mind. It's more comfortable for me and I'm used to it. Naruto nodded with a small smile. He was looking forward to this but was still a bit cautious. He doesn't know what Kurama will think of another human, even if that human is his host's girlfriend. He isn't exactly on friendly terms with them. Alright, whenever you are ready, Ino, said Naruto, who closed his eyes waiting for Ino to make her move. Ino also closed her eyes and took a deep breath. This is it, thought Ino. She made the hand seal for the technique, and with a quick force of chakra directed towards Naruto, her soul/mind was transferred to his. The process of entering another person's mind is quite special. It's like you are traveling in a tunnel surrounded by wisps of light. It's like you are traveling at the speed of light. It's so beautiful and scary at the same time. When she opened her eyes again, she was now standing in a dark place with no light present in the room. She could feel something cold and liquid slashing at her feet. Water, thought a surprised Ino. In all her career, she never saw a person's mind with water in it or so much darkness. She took a cautious step forward and then another one. After a few steps, she got the feeling that someone or something is watching her, and she didn't like that. She spoke quietly and carefully, watching for any sign of movement. Naruto? Are you here? She hated the fact that her voice sounded scared. She doesn't like to show weaknesses. Something moved in front of her. She took a step backwards and remained on guard. Whatever it was, it moved comfortably in this darkness. She asked again, Naruto? Is that you? Come on, don't play with me. I can't see anything in here. Then it happened. A big pair of malicious red eyes appeared a meter in front of her. She let out an eep of surprise and fear and jumped backwards away from the object of her fear. Then a big set of evil-looking teeth appeared, which remarkably formed a cheesy grin. Next followed a laughter, no, two sets of laughter. Ino blinked and blinked again and then again. Was it just her, or was the laughter the kind after you pull a prank or a joke on someone? And was the room brightening up? The room was indeed brightening up. She heard a click and candles appeared on what seemed to be walls around her, clearing the darkness from the room. She ignored the part about walls appearing since she was in someone else's mind, and these sort of things happen a lot. She looked up towards the direction where the laughter was coming from and saw crying Naruto laughing his ass off on top of what seemed to be a giant red head. Wait. A giant red head with big fox ears, thought Ino, who realized who the giant head belonged to. She looked a bit south and came face to face with a grinning fox who was still chuckling slightly, which really unnerved Ino and frankly scared her a bit. Scratch that scared her a lot. The beast stopped chuckling and looked at her with its big red eyes that can see through your soul. She gulped a big breath of air and saliva and waited for whatever the beast will do. She also noticed that Naruto didn't stop laughing, the idiot. Couldn't he see that she needed help? She refocused her attention on the big fox when he started to talk. So you must be the kid's girly, huh? Ino, not knowing what to do, just nodded her head and hoped for the best. It also woke Naruto from his laughter, who looked down at Ino with a smile on his face. He wiped the tears still stuck in his eyes and said, Relax, Ino. You are safe. It was just a little joke. We didn't meant to scare you that much. Chuckled Naruto, which formed a tick mark on Ino's forehead. Here she was scared for her life, and now she finds out it was all a joke. A joke? She screamed at her idiotic boyfriend. A joke? I think my heart skipped a beat, and you were telling me it was all a joke. I'm going to kill you, Naruto. Threatened a very angry and irritated Ino. Naruto chuckled and smirked at her. You can't kill me while I'm up here. teased Naruto. Kurama grinned. He just had an evil idea. I can fix that for you. He tilted his head forward with amazing force which sent Naruto flying towards Ino. Ah! Screamed Naruto, much to the delight of Kurama, who was laughing. Naruto landed in front of Ino, who had a very scary and angry look on her face. She was crackling her knuckles, which made Naruto gulp and close his eyes, waiting for the beating to come. Ino closed the gap between them and gave him the beating he deserved. Naruto was lying and twitching on the ground, his whole body in pain. Kurama was having a field day out of all this. He never laughed so hard in his life. But that soon turned into a look of surprise and amusement and a bit of anger. What are you laughing at, huh? You want some of this as well? Threatened Ino while swinging her fist. In her anger she forgot that she is actually threatening the greatest of the Bijou. Oh well, it's her funeral. Kurama looked down at her with amusement, annoyance, and surprisingly with a tinge of respect. But he isn't the strongest demon for nothing. What's that, girlie? Are you threatening me? Me, the nine-tailed fox? Bellowed powerfully Kurama, but had no effect on the berserk Ino. Ino wouldn't relent. Her rational thinking was clouded by all the anger and annoyingness she was feeling at the moment. She felt like she could take on anyone, even Kyuubi himself. Damn right I am. You think you can pull a fast one on me and get away with it? I don't think so. I'll show you not to mess with Ino Yamanaka. Raged Ino, glaring at the humongous being in front of her. Kurama remained silent and returned her glare. No words were spoken and none were needed. This was a battle of stubbornness between a blonde and a fox demon. Not a good matchup for Kurama, that is. Naruto meanwhile picked himself up, albeit barely. His body still hurt like hell. He cleared his head from the pain and dizziness and looked up to see a weird and funny scene. There she was, his girlfriend, threatening the most powerful being in existence and winning. The blonde and the demon were still battling it out with their looks and glares, neither relenting, although Kyuubi was starting to falter a bit. Ino wouldn't stand down. This is where she earns her respect and recognition. She can't lose. Kyuubi suddenly picked a play out of his host's unpredictable book. He had a wicked grin on his face which made Ino very nervous. Kurama gathered some of his chakra, which meant a lot by human standards, and propelled it towards Ino, which secured his victory. Ino was caught off guard, not that it would have mattered if she were on guard, and was thrown backwards at high speeds. Luckily someone was standing there watching the whole procession unfold itself. Naruto was also caught off guard and paid the price for it by someone slamming into him and knocking him on the ground with the person on top of him. But it was all good because the person on top of him was a woman, a very gorgeous-looking woman, and she was straddling him. Damn, he's good. Groaned out Ino in pain while still on top of Naruto, which made him very uncomfortable, and also comfortable depends on how you look at it. What did you expect? To pat you on the shoulder and say thanks for threatening me? Said Naruto, enjoying the position he was in, the little pervert. No, responded immediately Ino, even though a part of her was hoping that to happen. It was a spur of the moment. It's your fault for scaring the shit out of me. If it weren't for you I wouldn't go up against a Bijou. Blamed Ino. No, it was more like because you were a very temperamental person. Just one of the things I love about you. Smiled lovingly Naruto. Ino didn't stand a chance. Her anger was washed away by his sweetness. It was always like this. One moment she's angry at him, the next she's putting in his arms. But it's okay, at the end it's her victory. One of these days your sweet talking won't work. What will you do then? Grinned sweetly Ino. He smiled back this. He gave her a kiss reserved only for her, which she gladly accepted and returned it with equal force. The kiss would have lasted longer if it weren't for someone rudely interrupting them. There will be none of that in here, growled Kurama, annoyed with the two humans in heat. The teens in heat both stood up with embarrassed looks on their faces. They forgot for a moment where they actually were. But even a kiss in a mindscape felt great. Sorry about that. Got a bit carried away. Grinned Naruto, sheepishly scratching his head while Ino did the same. Kurama was annoyed but let it go. He didn't want to talk about that for another second. Not if he can help it. You wanted to talk to me, little girl? Speak, yelled Kurama frighteningly, which made Ino falter a bit, but Naruto took her hand in his and squeezed her in support. She gave him a small smile in return, and her confidence returned to her. She let go of Naruto's hand and took a step forward. She looked up towards Kurama, her eyes stern and her look serious and unrelenting. Kurama was waiting for her to do her thing. She surprised him by her next move. She bowed deeply and said, full of gratitude, "Thank you." Kurama's eyes widened in surprise, but only for a moment. His pride came knocking on his door. "Don't thank me. I don't need your thanks. I didn't do it for you or anyone else. I did it for myself," growled Kurama. But Ino's warm smile on her face wouldn't fade away. She repeated, "Still thank you. I owe you my happiness." "Thank you," repeated again and again Ino. Kurama let out a gust of wind which sent Ino skidding backwards, but was caught by Naruto, who had a confident and proud look on his face. He helped her hold on and push against the wind, which was slowly losing power. The powerful wind receded after a few excruciating moments. Ino was still on her feet and the warm smile still on her face, which made Kurama scowl in annoyance and anger. He doesn't need praise or compliments. He didn't do it from the goodness of his heart. He did it because it benefited him. It definitely wasn't because for the first time since the Sage of the Six Paths he was treated with respect by another human in his prison nonetheless. It also wasn't because he actually respects and cares for his host. No, definitely not. Ino smiled on "Thank you. Ino Yamanaka, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for saving the blonde idiot." Why is she still insisting on thanking him? "I told you to stop. I am the great nine-tailed fox, the strongest being in the universe. I have never and never will need a thank you from a human," bellowed Kyubi, was losing his patience. Ino continued on, not wanting to let it go. This is something she had to do. Naruto looked at her with a proud smile. Not many people would do that, and against Kyubi no less. Ino keeps on amazing him. She said once again, this time also with warmth and love, "Thank you." Kurama had enough. He will show her why he is feared throughout the world. He is a demon that all humans fear. He is a monster that has killed thousands with no regret. He will show her who the great Kurama is. He lashed out at her with his big claw, trying to intimidate her. The claw was inching closer to Ino, but she stood her ground, and so did Naruto, although barely. He had faith in both Ino and Kurama. Ino's face stayed the same. The smile never left her face, even in the face of death. Kurama's claw was inches away from striking her, but it stopped an inch before her face. He scowled yet again. She stood her ground even when she faced death. Why? Why doesn't she fear him? Why didn't you move? Why don't you fear me? Raged Kurama, baffled by this human no woman. Ino smiled on. Her hand slowly rose until it reached Kurama's claw. Her hand landed gently on his claw and squeezed it gently. "Because you were not a monster. You were our savior. You are Naruto's savior and my savior. You are a comrade from the village hidden in the leaf. You are our friend," declared Ino, shocking both Naruto and Kurama. Naruto recovered first, and his smile widened at his girlfriend's declaration. If that didn't reach out to Kurama, then he didn't know what would. Kurama was still stunned by her declaration. It reminded him of Naruto's words during the war. The words that made him trust a human once more. Words that changed him for the better, back to what he used to be before all the hatred and pain. And now there was another human saying the same thing. Kurama closed his eyes and relived all the moments from the moment he was created till now. He remembered the old man, his love for him and for his brethren. He remembered his goodbye when he left them. He remembered his life from that point on. He was turned into a demon because of the humans and their wicked ways. He was turned into a weapon to use for their selfish reasons. Things changed once again when he was imprisoned in Tomito and Kushina Uzumaki. They treated him with respect he deserved and didn't look down upon him. And then there was Naruto Uzumaki, the man that restored his faith into humanity. Last but not least, there is now Ino Yamanaka and her heartfelt words. Can he trust her like he trusts Naruto? He senses no deceit in her words. Is that enough? Ino had the answer for him. It's okay if you don't like me or trust me or recognize me. I don't need that. I just wanted to thank you for everything you've done for us and what you continue to do for us. I hope in time you'll be able to see me as someone you trust. Smiled Ino truthfully. Naruto went and walked towards her side. He squeezed her hand yet again and smiled beautifully towards her. She smiled back at him, thanking him for this opportunity. It's time to go, Ino. Your time is up. You need to return to your body, said Naruto. She nodded at him and looked back towards Kurama, who was still struggling with his answer. She said to Naruto, I'll see you on the other side. Naruto nodded, who gave Kurama a goodbye before he closed his eyes and left his mind. Ino stayed for a moment longer, just enough to hear Kurama's parting words, take care of him. She smiled at his words and said, I will. That is my promise of a lifetime to you. With that, her presence in Naruto's mind vanished, leaving behind a very confused but grateful demon. When Ino woke up yet again, she was being held by Naruto in his arms. He was smiling down at her. I'm proud of you, Ino. Thank you for doing that. She beamed right back. It just came to me. That is what my heart was telling me to do. That's a wonderful heart you have there, Ino Yamanaka, responded Naruto while giving her a very long and loving kiss. In the meantime, Kurama noticed something from his past. This field was familiar to him. He interrupted their kissing. Kid, look left, ordered Kurama. Naruto parted his lips from Ino's and looked confused towards the left. Ino was also confused as to what was happening. Naruto, what's up? He remained silent. Now look right, ordered Kurama yet again. He did as his partner asked of him and looked right. Kurama had a serious look on his face. The clearing was a bit different, but it was definitely the one. What coincidence this is. Kid asked the girlie if there was once a path in the middle of this clearing, said Kurama, leaving Naruto in the dark about the whole situation. He did as he asked, even though he had no idea what was just happening. But he figured everything would be explained eventually. He turned back towards Ino. Kyubi asked you if there was once a path that ran through the middle of this clearing? Ino blinked, surprised by the answer and the owner of the question. She had no idea what was going on. Yeah, there was. But that was a long time ago. I found this place when I was 7, and the path was already heavily overgrown by plants. Why do you ask? Answered Ino. Kyubi mulled this piece of information over in his head. He was right. This is it. This is the clearing. Kurama, what's going on? Asked a baffled Naruto. If you want to know, pack your things and head north. You will soon find out, said Kurama, who was very serious about this. Ino, do you mind if we stop this picnic short? Kyubi wants to show us something, asked Naruto, feeling bad about ruining their relaxing time. Yeah, no problem. It must be important if it is coming from him, answered back Ino, who was intrigued. Naruto sealed everything back into the sealing scroll and took hold of Ino's hand and then started walking north. Kurama would give him direction towards his unknown destination. After a few moments he said, stop. We are here, finished Kurama. Both Ino and Naruto asked the same thing. What is this place? Kurama responded cryptically, this is the beginning. Chapter 13. This is the beginning, said Kurama vaguely. Naruto and Ino both stared into the field in front of them. Confused looks adorned their faces. What was this? Why were they here? Naruto, why are we here? There is nothing here, asked Ino, who was confused but still very interested in what was going on. It better be good because it got in the way of their picnic. It was a legitimate question. The clearing was nothing special. It was just a simple clearing with a few bushes and flowers, nothing that really stood out. Why did Kyubi lead them here? Naruto was meanwhile scanning the clearing thoroughly. Something didn't feel right to Naruto. Something was off with this picture, he could feel it. Something was hidden here, and whatever it is, it was hidden by a master of the shinobi arts. No, something is definitely here. I can feel it. Something doesn't feel right. A barrier maybe? Answered Naruto, forcing Ino to scan the area once again, this time in detail. But barriers don't hide things, do they? I thought they only protect them. Pondered further Ino. Naruto continued with the information gathering: a Genjutsu over a barrier? Genjutsu for concealing whatever is hidden here, and a barrier for protection. It sounds possible, but why? Why the need for so much protection? Just the barrier itself must be one of the best in the world for it to be hidden from my sight. And a Genjutsu on top of that? Something very important is kept here. Asked Kyubi. He must know since he led us here. Remarked Ino. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes to seek answers from Kurama. Kurama care to explain? Inquired Naruto. Kurama was very secretive regarding this place. Something must have happened here. Something important. No, everything will be clear as soon as you drop the barrier. Responded Kurama, not divulging the information regarding this place. Naruto scowled, displeased with his answer. He was getting a bit impatient, and that is never a good thing. Stubborn fox. Any ideas on how to break the barrier? I'm pretty sure I can't disable it with normal means. It's way out of my league of skills. Power? Asked Naruto impatiently. Kurama snorted. Of course you wouldn't be able to disable it with the level of sealing you are now. This was done by the greatest sealing master known to mankind. You are still but a child to him. Naruto pouted at his remark. He knew it was out of his league, but he could have been less insulting about it. So power? Asked again Naruto, not wanting to hear any more insults directed at his skills. Yes, power. Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Now go! Ordered Kurama, forcing Naruto of the mindscape. Naruto opened his eyes and sighed. The fox can be quite demanding sometimes. Well? Asked an also impatient Ino. He won't talk. He said we'll find out once we disable the barrier and the Genjutsu. Grumbled and annoyed Naruto. Ino was also disappointed and was starting to get irritated. Seriously, why all the secrecy? Just tell her already, damn it. I suck at Genjutsus, so would you do the honors, Ino? Asked Naruto. She nodded and turned towards the seemingly uninteresting field. She closed her eyes and concentrated. She made the hand sign for Kai and waited for the Genjutsu to drop. After a few moments of waiting and still nothing happened, she turned towards Naruto, who had a focused look on his face. Why doesn't it work? Asked a baffled Ino. She may not be an expert when it comes to Genjutsu, but she knows a thing or two about dispelling Genjutsus, even higher ones. Naruto hummed in deep thought and stroked his chin. Try again. This time use more chakra. She nodded, coming to the same conclusion as he did. She repeated the procedure while using more chakra to dispel the illusion, but again nothing happened. She was getting annoyed with this Genjutsu. And an annoyed Ino should be avoided at all costs. Oh, come on. Why doesn't it work, for Christ's sakes? Huffed angrily Ino. Naruto saw that Ino was getting very irritated with this, and he couldn't blame her. He wasn't far off from blowing a gasket or two. He offered his theory of the problem: it could be a regenerative Genjutsu. Which means we have to disable both the barrier and the Genjutsu at the same time. If I'm right, that is, of course. Ino calmed down a bit, understanding the logic behind his explanation. She was a bit surprised at how level-headed Naruto remained and how much he knew about all this stuff. He continues to amaze her. How do you want to do this? Asked Ino, still a bit irritated but focused on the job. I overpower the barrier with my strength while you dispel the Genjutsu the moment I break the barrier. Chances are that they are connected to each other, which would mean that the barrier is also a regenerative one. We have to disable them at the same time, otherwise it won't work. Got it? Responded professionally Naruto. Ino nodded seriously, waiting for his mark to start. Naruto inhaled a deep breath. In a blink of a second he was now in front of what looked like the beginning of the barrier. He reared his fist back, coating it in his powerful chakra. His fist made contact with what seemed to be an invisible wall and produced a powerful shockwave, rustling the nearby trees. A second later a crack started to form on the invisible wall, and it started to expand the next second. Ino saw this as her mark to do her part, dispelling the illusion. She focused and used even more chakra than before and said Kai. The barrier broke apart the next second and the illusion faded with it, revealing a cave-like structure in front of them. It was surrounded by a small body of water. This mountainous structure had slopes that were perfect for defense against any attacks. It looks like its purpose was to keep something hidden or to protect someone or something. Wow! This place is huge! Shouted Ino in amazement. Naruto was deep in thought. He had a strange feeling in his gut. It's like he's been here before. It felt so familiar to him. Umbu will be here shortly. The barrier had an alarm system built into it. Let's take a look inside before they drag us away, remarked Naruto, waking Ino from her admiration of the place. How long? Asked Ino. 5 minutes tops, answered shortly Naruto. No time to waste then. Let's go, grinned Ino in excitement. Naruto smiled at the running blonde he calls his girlfriend. She can be such a child when it comes to things that she enjoys. He sped forward and caught up with her in a second, surprising the blonde bit, but she shook it off. She got used to his surprises by now. It's one more, huh? They stopped before the entrance to the cave. It was dark and it felt ominous. Definitely not a place for relaxation. Why is it always a dark place? Why can't it be a place of butterflies or birds? No, it has to be some big dark cave with big stupid bats that fly into your hair. Snorted in annoyance Ino. Naruto grinned at her complaints. We are ninjas. Where's the fun in exploring a place with butterflies? Screw being ninjas. I want a vacation. Huffed Ino. Naruto laughed at her childish response. We'll rest when we die. Now let's go. Umbu will be here any moment now. Ino sighed. I guess it couldn't be helped. Fine. But you are paying for my haircut after this. Chuckled Ino. Naruto smiled in response and walked into the cave with Ino following a second later. As they entered, a squad of Umbu materialized in front of the cave. The leader of the squad spoke up. Send word to Okage-sama. Uzumaki. Naruto just entered the cave of isolation. A single Umbu vanished from his spot and went to fulfill his mission. As soon as Naruto entered, torches flickered to life around them. Hell yeah! Torches mean no bats. Thank you God! Screamed Ino in happiness. Naruto stayed silent, instead focusing on his surroundings and trying to remember if he was here before. So far no luck, but it seems there is a memory buried somewhere deep inside his mind. It's just hard to bring out. Ino saw that Naruto was very quiet and was looking around frantically like he was searching for something. Are you alright, Naruto? Asked a concerned Ino. Naruto responded, I'm fine. This place feels familiar to me, but I don't know why. Ino nodded at his answer. She focused on her surroundings as well, trying to figure out what this cave was and what it was meant for. Oi Kurama! What is this place? Yelled Naruto internally at his partner. Just keep on walking. You'll find out soon enough. Yelled back an annoyed Kurama. Naruto scoffed at him and his stubbornness. Why can't the damn fox just tell him? They walked for a minute or so until they saw an entrance to what seemed to be a big hall or something like that. It was the size of a normal room, nothing special. It wasn't furnished or decorated. It was just a simple room with 4 walls surrounding it. The only things in the room were the torches on the wall and huge slab of concrete in the middle. Naruto and Ino approached the piece of concrete. It was the size of a bed or a bit bigger. It had metal handles on each side. It looked like it had a special purpose. Why is this here? It doesn't make sense. Why would this be here in a highly protected mountain? Pondered Ino out loud. Naruto was asking himself the same thing. Alas, no answer just yet. Naruto reached out and touched the metal handles on the concrete. He didn't know why he did that, but he felt compelled to touch them. He expected the handle to be cold, but it wasn't. It was warm, very warm. Which shouldn't be possible. This room looked like it hasn't been used for a long time, but then why are the handles warm? This warmth felt good on his skin. Like it belonged to him. Like it was meant for him. I know it sounds stupid, but that's how it feels to Naruto. Anything, Naruto? Do you remember anything? Asked Ino in concern. Naruto shook his head sadly. Whatever this place here is, it must be connected to him. Have you found out yet? Do you know why I brought you here? Asked Kurama. No, I feel like I should remember this place, but I can't. What was this place used for? Asked Naruto. Figures you don't remember. It was a long time ago. This place is called the Cave of Isolation, or at least that's what you humans call it. I call it my hell. This is the place Konoha used to transfer me from one Jinchuriki to another. This place hides my chakra, which makes it perfect for some other things as well. Ring any bells? Chuckled Kurama. Naruto's eyes went wide with disbelief. If he's right, then this is Kurama chuckled at his expression. It looks like you figured it out, huh? About time. Yes, this is the place of your beginning. This is the place of your birth and the place where your parents met their end. Naruto had his eyes closed, his tears falling freely now. He found his last remaining link to his parents. He found his birthplace. The place where he was a part of the Namikaze family, even if it was just for a moment. This is where his parents held him for the first time and for the last time. This is where that bastard ruined his life. He could have a family. He could have a mother that would hold him, kiss him, hug him. He could have had a loving father who would teach him all about being a shinobi. A father that would protect him with everything he got. But that bastard ruined everything. He took away his family and his life. Naruto was shaking with anger and sadness. All the bad memories came rushing back to him. If it weren't for that man, he would have been happy with a family instead of scavenging for food on the streets. All the glares, whispers, hatred. All because of that man. Ino saw him crying and shaking, and her heart broke for him. He must have remembered something, and it wasn't pleasant. She gave him a comforting hug, trying to ease his pain and sorrow. It's the only thing she could think of that she could do to help right now. Naruto was taken away from his bad thought and memories with the help of Ino. Now different memories appeared in his mind. Ero Sanin Grandma Kakashi Sasuke Sakura Lee Niji Tenten Shino Sai Shikamaru Tamari Gara Kankuro Kiba Konohamaru Moegi Udon Hanabi Hanada Iam Tuchi Asuma Kurinai Asuma Jr. Anko Shizen Killer Be a Old Man Suchikage Mizukage Hakuzabuza and Ino. All of them invaded his mind, smiling at him, protecting him from that pain. Someone put a hand on his shoulder. He turned around and saw them. His parents were smiling at him. He felt his eyes get teary, but he couldn't help it. He saw them again, even if it is only in his mind. He realized something just now. They have been taken away from him, but the memories he has of them can never be taken away. The memories of his wonderful parents will stay with him forever. Mom and Dad will be there for him in spirit, watching over him and protecting him. You okay, Naruto? Don't worry, I'm here for you. Smiled sadly Ino, sobbing a bit for his pain. Naruto smiled sadly down at his beautiful and caring girlfriend. I will be fine. I just remembered something. Something that happened a long time ago. Ino looked up, her eyes teary and puffy. Can you tell me? Naruto smiled sadly at her. She looked so cute right now. Sure. I have a better idea. How about I show you? Offered Kurama, who was acting a bit more humble and kind, if that is possible. How? And why? Asked a baffled Naruto. Kurama scoffed at his denseness. You forget I was here when it happened. I will grant you access to that particular memory, but only this one time. Think of it as a gift if you like. But don't you dare thank me afterwards, because you'll regret it. Really? That's great, Kurama! Shouted an excited Naruto, his pain forgotten for the moment. Yeah. Just tell that girlie of yours to establish a mental link so we can start, said Kurama. Naruto nodded at him. Ino, how about I show you instead? Said Naruto calmly. Ino was confused. I'm not to be rude or anything, but how can you do that? Establish a mental link between us and Kyuubi will do the rest. Smiled a bit more happily now Naruto. She nodded a bit reluctantly, but she complied. Sharing a memory isn't a foreign thing to her, but she never did it with a giant demon before. She did as he asked of her and created the bridge between their minds. She waited for Kyuubi to start, and so was Naruto. Took you long enough. Here we go, said Kurama loudly. He closed his eyes and willed that particular memory to show itself in Naruto's mind. In a second or so the memory began. Push Kushina. We are almost there. shouted Biwako Hiruzen's wife and the woman in charge of the birth of Naruto. Kushina yelled out in pain, sweat rolling down her face by the gallons. Her hands were gripping the handles with all her strength. I could swear I heard the metal creak from the force. "Just a bit more, honey. Just a bit more and we'll be a family," cried out Minato, the soon-to-be father, to his wife and soon-to-be mother. He was currently encouraging his wife and focusing on the seal of the fox so that he doesn't escape during the birthing process. Kushina, who wanted to respond to her husband's beautiful and heartfelt remark, but the pain was overwhelming. It took all of her willpower to just push, let alone talk. She let out another yell of pain and anguish, scaring Minato a lot. He gripped her hand in support and encouraged her on. "Is this normal? I've never seen Kushina in so much pain," said a concerned Minato. "Of course it's normal. This is birth. This is why women give birth and not men. Men are weak," scoffed Biwako while concentrating on delivering the baby. Kushina yelled out once again. The pain was unbearable. People tell you that birth is painful, but not this kind of painful. This was hell. Almost their baby. "Just a bit longer," encouraged Minato. Kushina nodded, albeit barely, and summoned all her remaining strength for one last push. "This is it, Kushina. One more push and we're there," yelled Biwako, fatigue etched on her face. Kushina let out one final big wail of pain and determination. The result, a new life. The child was strong, judging from his screaming. Biwako and her assistant Taji rushed to get hot water and some blankets for the new boy. Minato was the happiest man in the world. His eyes were teary and his lips were formed into the biggest smile the world has ever seen. "I'm a father. I'm finally a father," yelled out Minato, pure joy in his voice. The baby was handed to his mother, Kushina. Kushina was sobbing and crying at seeing her baby, her Naruto. For so long she wanted a family of her own, and now her wish has come true. Her life was perfect now. A loving husband and a beautiful baby boy she calls her son. She held the boy close to her face, rubbing against his cheek, crying tears of joy at seeing her bundle of joy. "Naruto, I'm your mother. You made me the happiest woman on earth. I love you," declared lovingly Kushina, like a mother would. Minato got closer to his wife and son. His family. He enveloped both of them in a hug. The first hug that shows them as a family. The parents were experiencing joy like never before, and her feelings are shown on their faces, smiles, tears. "You did it, honey. We are a family now. Thank you, Kushina," smiled lovingly Minato, squeezing his family even tighter. Kushina smiled at her doting husband. "We did it. You, Minato, turned my life from a wreck to this. I'm so happy to have met you, Minato. I love you. I love you too, Kushina. And I love you too, Naruto, my son." Tears rolling down Minato's cheeks. "Naruto, my son. I love you with all my heart, and I will show it to you every single day for the rest of my life. I love you," sobbed happily Kushina. Naruto cooed in response to his parents' heartwarming confessions. He was surrounded by the love of his mother and father for the first time, and as fate would have it, for the last time. Ino was openly crying at the emotional and heart-wrecking memory. This was so beautiful and wonderful. She can't put into words. It made her heart warm seeing Naruto's parents fill Naruto with love the moment he was born. This could be Naruto's life, but fate took it away from him. She couldn't help it but cry at his sorrow and pain. Naruto was smiling and crying tears of joy. No sound was coming from him crying. He was smiling at the memory he just witnessed and received. He will remember this for the last of his life. Seeing his mom and dad and how they loved him with all their hearts really brightened up his life right now. He was replaying his meeting with both of them and smiled even wider. He got another glimpse into the life of his parents and how wonderful they were. They would have been the best parents ever. No, they are the best parents anyone could wish for. He is proud to be called the son of Uzumaki Namikaze Kushina and Namikaze Minato. He is proud of his parents and loves them dearly. May you rest in peace. You deserve it. Ino broke the link and ran into Naruto's arms. She wanted to be surrounded by his warmth right now. She wanted to be there for him now. She can't even imagine how Naruto must feel right now. To see his parents one more time and saw how wonderful they were and realize what kind of life he could have led. It must be heartbreaking. Naruto hugged her tighter to his body, feeling her sobbing into his chest, releasing her pain and his pain onto his chest. He caressed her back and stroked her beautiful long hair, gently trying to calm her down and tell her it's okay. It's okay, Ino. I'm alright. Smiled gently Naruto. Ino shook her head negative in his chest. How can it be alright? They were so wonderful, Naruto. And they were taken away from you. Sobbed Ino. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. My heart breaks because they aren't here with me, but this what I just saw right now filled my heart with love and joy. I would do anything to have them here by my side, but that is an impossible wish right now. I'll take the next best thing, my memory of them. I saw how much they loved me and cared for me. I saw what kind of parents they were and would have been. Just knowing that I was in their hearts means everything to me. So please don't cry. I'll be fine. Ino started to calm down. Her sobbing and crying subsided. A smile appeared on her face while looking up at her wonderful boyfriend of 2 months. In the last 2 months she learned more about him than all her life before. And he keeps on amazing her and she is falling for him deeper and deeper. You are such a wonderful guy, Naruto. Only you can turn misery into happiness. Smiled Ino. Naruto grinned back at the now happy Ino. Just part of my charm. Ino giggled at his teasing response. Naruto's heart fluttered hearing her sweet voice. This woman was planted firmly in his heart and she isn't leaving, not for a long time. He interrupted her giggling and surprised her by kissing her passionately. She was caught off guard only for a second. She let go of her defenses and went with the flow of Naruto's passion. Naruto couldn't get enough of her. Her lips, her scent, her voice, her skin, her eyes, everything is so wonderful to him. She was perfect. After a while their lip lock ended, both breathing deeply. Ino smiled and rested her head back onto his chest and nuzzled deeper into him, wanting to feel him. Naruto had a content and loving smile on his face. Did I tell you how amazing you are, Ino? Ino giggled and blushed. Not today. Well, I think something should be done for that, right? Smiled Naruto. Definitely. Giggled further Ino, enjoying the attention from Naruto. Naruto smiled at her. Thank you, Ino, for being here with me for me. I wouldn't share this with anyone else but you. Ino's heart was tingling and the butterflies in her stomach remerged, all because of him. She blushed. You were spoiling me, Naruto. You deserve it. Smiled Naruto further, her blush only increasing his happiness. Ino let out a content sigh while snuggling against him. It felt great to be Naruto's girlfriend. Ready to leave? Asked Naruto. She nodded. Seeing that she was comfortable in his arms, he picked her up bridal style and started walking towards the exit. Ino leaned against him and enjoyed this peaceful moment. The exit of the cave was inside of Naruto and Ino. When they walked in, they were immediately surrounded by 2 squads of Umbu commanded by Tsunade Senju herself. Naruto put Ino on the ground and faced his leader, his commanding officer, and his grandma. It was Tsunade who spoke up first. I see you found it. Naruto nodded seriously. Yes. Tsunade sighed. Look, Naruto, the reason I didn't tell you she was caught off by Naruto. It's okay, grandma. I don't blame you. You are the Hokage and you have your secrets, and so do I. No need to delve further into this. I found what I was looking for. Tsunade smiled softly at him, at her grandson, the last of her kin. She nodded at his answer. Then I guess you know what this place is and its purpose? Asked Tsunade. Naruto nodded. Yep. A little birdie told me everything. Smiled Naruto. Ino smiled at the little birdie comment. She pictured Kyuubi as a bird and it was a funny image. Kyuubi disagreed. Damn brat. Tsunade smiled at the hidden meaning, or not so hidden meaning. The Umbu also had an idea who the birdie was but didn't voice their thoughts or concerns. They had faith in Hokage and their savior. How the hell did you find this place? This is supposed to be a top secret location protected by barriers and illusions. How did you manage to find it? Asked an interested Tsunade. Naruto scratched his head. Well, the little birdie was extra helpful today. Grinned Naruto. Tsunade shook her head. Who knew Kyuubi would be such a gentle spirit one day? Not that she would say that out loud. Kyuubi is still eons ahead of her in strength. I'm sure you know this stays between us, said Tsunade seriously, looking both at Naruto and Ino. Both of them nodded sternly and seriously. This is still a secret location known only to the Hokage and a few select Anbu. Good. Now let's go. I need to talk to you in my office, smiled Tsunade. Can you wait a minute? There is something I have to do, declared Naruto, eliciting a raised eyebrow from Ino Tsunade and from the Anbus. Not that you could see that. Sure. Make it quick though, said Tsunade, waiting to see what he will do. Probably something very Naruto-ish. Naruto nodded and turned towards Ino. Ino, can you take a few steps back please? Ino complied with his request and went to stand beside Tsunade and the rest of the Anbu. Naruto smiled at her and turned back towards the entrance of his birthplace. He closed his eyes and spoke to his partner. Hey Kurama, would you lend me a hand with this? You are lucky, I'm feeling mighty generous today. Don't forget about my walk afterwards, grinned Kurama. Naruto smiled at the big beast. Thanks, don't worry, I didn't forget. Now let's do this. Kyuubi channeled his chakra into Naruto's system and entered his perfect Bija mode. He opened his eyes. With the image of what he wants to do forming in his head, he set to work. His chakra lashed in synchronized moves against the solid rock over the entrance of the cave. The chakra batted out the rocks unneeded for the image he wants to make. His chakra arms formed lines and molded them into letters. After a few moments, the crowd was left speechless. It was so beautiful and so thoughtful of him. Only Naruto would think of something like this. Ino was smiling widely at her increasingly wonderful boyfriend. Tsunade was getting teary at the sight before her but remained her composure as the commanding officer. Naruto smiled proudly at his work. It turned out perfectly, just like he imagined. What he did was a memorial to his parents and to their wonderful heart and spirit. First he created an image of them and him as well. Kushina was standing proudly and was smiling happily. Behind her was Minato with his arms around her and holding her stomach and his head over her shoulders with the biggest smile on his face, a smile of a father. In Kushina's arms was a small bundle and in it was the newly born Naruto. It was the first picture ever made of the Namikaze Uzumaki family. Below the picture read the home of the Uzumaki Namikaze family. It was the perfect scene. It represented another future. A future that could have happened but didn't. A future where Naruto's parents lived and loved with all their hearts. A future that will forever stay in Naruto's heart and mind. Ino went to stand beside him and leaned against his shoulder, smiling at the picture on the mountain. This is so wonderful, Naruto. You just made your parents even prouder, smiled wonderfully Ino. Naruto smiled at her and at the picture he made for his parents. This is what is in my heart right now. This is what I want in the future for myself. I will make my parents proud. Ino smiled lovingly at him and his wish. Oh, how she wants that to happen for him. Who knows, she might be there with him. Tsunade turned away from the scene and with a look sent her Anbu away. She also made herself scarce and teleported back to her office, but not before sending one last smile at the couple and at the memorial of her friends and family. Naruto and Ino stayed there for a few minutes, Ino in his arms. They were just enjoying the moment, not wanting to let this kind of moment pass them by. This was their relationship, moments like these. These intimate moments are what define their relationship. It speaks volumes when a couple can share the most secret, intimate secrets to each other. It means they trust each other inexplicably. Ino was thinking of how she bagged such an amazing and caring guy. Not in a million years did she imagine that Naruto was such a romantic and thoughtful man. It was such a far cry from the loud and stubborn guy he usually is. But it was that stubborn and loud and happy person that she first noticed. This other side is just a bonus to an already perfect guy. She couldn't see herself with anyone else than Naruto right now. He makes her happy, he makes her smile, he holds her like no one before. He is there for her always and forever. He is a part of her as she is a part of him. He completes her. He makes her a better person she could ever be on her own. She is really starting to fall for him. Naruto had similar thoughts, but on a deeper level. He was thinking of his parents and their love for each other and for their son him. He saw in that memory how they looked at each other. It was a look between lovers and two people deeply in love. The love which he also wants to experience and take joy in. He looked down at his beautiful girlfriend both in body and in spirit. He wouldn't give her up for anything in the world, be it status, money, power, or women. In the last 2 months they've been together, she made him a happier person. Every day with her is a blessing to him. Every day is full of smiles and laughs, occasional playful bickering which he absolutely loves. Her fiery personality, which first got his attention when he saw her for the first time, really comes out in their arguments. He likes how she is an independent, confident woman. A woman who knows what she wants and will do anything to get it. It just so happens Naruto is on her list. Not that he minds or anything. If he is honest with himself, the woman who is currently in his arms is already deeply planted in his heart. She has been for quite a while now. And she isn't leaving. Not if he has a say in it. He hopes she feels the same. They both looked at each other at the same time, both blushes on their faces from what they were thinking. Both were smiling at the other, both expressing their joy of being in each other's arms. We need to go, gorgeous. Grandma still wants to see us in her office. Smiled lovingly Naruto. Ino nodded and the blush remained on her face courtesy of his honest compliment. Naruto smiled and nodded at her. He picked her up the usual way, not that Ino had any objections to it or anything. Naruto used Shunshin and teleported them into the middle of Tsunade's office, who was waiting for them to arrive behind her desk. "We're here!" screamed Naruto, grinning foxily. Ino smiled at the Hokage in Naruto's arms, not embarrassed by the situation and position at all. Tsunade smiled at the beautiful couple before her. They looked so good together, and it reminded her of Jiraiya and herself. The pervert would kill to be in the same position with Tsunade in her arms. Tsunade smiled good. "Take a seat." Naruto plopped down onto the chair before the desk, Ino still in his arms, much to her amusement. "What's up, Grandma?" grinned Naruto. Tsunade gained a small, much smaller than usual tick mark on her forehead. She hated and loved that nickname. If only he weren't her family, she could beat the shit out of him. She sighed. "I have a mission for you, Naruto." Naruto raised an eyebrow. "That's normal, I guess. It's been a while since I've been on one. What do you have in mind?" Tsunade looked him seriously in the eye. They have resurfaced. Naruto knew what to do. He was waiting for this. Chapter 14. A blur was seen racing across the fire country. Naruto was currently on a mission of great importance to him. He was waiting for the day they would resurface. And finally they did. He remembers back to what Tsunade told him. Flashback, as you requested, our spies spotted them in aim. They crossed the border a day ago. If you were lucky, you might catch up to them if you leave now, said Tsunade to Naruto. Naruto nodded and thanked her for her help in this matter. She waved him off, saying it was no problem. Naruto turned towards his girlfriend and kissed her goodbye. When they parted lips, Ino asked, "Mind telling me what's this all about?" "No time, sorry, honey. Bakon can tell you after I leave." "I'm afraid I can't waste any more time," said Naruto, already looking towards the exit. Ino frowned. Sometimes she really hates the shinobi life. All the secrecy can be quite annoying. The frown was then replaced by a gentle smile. "Don't do something stupid. I would hate to come after you." Naruto chuckled and kissed her again, this time on the nose, eliciting a giggle from Ino. "I'll be back before you know it." With that he disappeared from the room. Ino sighed and turned towards the older blonde who was waiting for the duo to finish. Tsunade started, "I'll make this short. I have a bottle of sake waiting for me at home. Naruto asked me to keep an eye on a certain group of ninjas. I'm sure you heard of this particular group. It's called Taki." Ino's eyes widened. Now that's a name she hasn't heard in a long time. Tsunade continued, "It isn't the group itself that caught Naruto's eyes. It's a particular member that is the focus of Naruto's attention." Seeing that Tsunade took a dramatic pause, Ino decided to rush her a bit. "Which one are we talking about?" "The female of the group. The red hair Karen." "I'm sure you know who I'm talking about," said Tsunade, observing how Ino would react. Ino didn't seem fazed by the news. Tsunade was expecting a fit of jealousy or anger at the mention of another girl who was very pretty. It seems Naruto's has her undeniable trust. She smiled and continued, I'm sure you were wondering why her in particular. Well, I don't know the whole story, but Naruto found out a tiny detail about Karen. Karen's actual name is Uzumaki Karen from the Uzumaki clan. I'm sure you know where this is going. Now this shocked Ino. It all makes sense now. Why the sudden interest in this girl? She was Naruto's family, his blood. How does he know that? Asked Ino, still stunned by the news. Tsunade sighed, if only she knew he wouldn't tell me. You can ask him when he comes back. Ino nodded and then asked, what is he planning to do? Offer her a home here in Konoha. He'll try to persuade to come back with him. Answered Tsunade, checking the clock to see if her sake is still cold. What about her comrades? Asked Ino, interested in the events that are going to happen soon. Beats me. I gave him free rein on this one. I trust his judgment. Answered Tsunade, standing up after finishing that sentence. I would love to chit-chat, but I don't want to keep my sake waiting. I'll notify you if I hear anything. Said Tsunade while escorting Ino to the exit. Ino nodded gratefully and said her goodbye. Tsunade went to keep her sake some company while Ino went to do her bridesmaid's duty. While speeding across the fire country, Naruto smiled at the thought of reuniting with the last of his family. Besides Tsunade, Uzumaki Karen is the last link to his clan. He's been waiting for this day for 2 years. It's about time to gather the family. Pumping more chakra into his legs, he set out to catch up with the elusive group. Meanwhile, Hiya! Yelled a beautiful red-haired girl while stomping on a puddle of water. The puddle of water suddenly became a head of some sort of a creature with human features. The creature spoke, would you stop hitting me? I didn't do it on purpose, you crazy bitch. The girl didn't relent on her beating. Whatever he did, the girl was adamant on punishing him. To understand what was currently happening, I have to take you back a couple of minutes. Uzumaki Karen was humming happily to herself. She and her band of misfits just returned to their home from a journey of sorts. It wasn't really a journey for her, she was just following Suigetsu and Jugo around while they rid this world of Orochimaru's bases. Those bases couldn't be allowed to exist any longer, that's why they decided to find them and destroy them all. They thought it was their duty to do so since they were victims of those places. All the prisoners found there were either released or killed depending in what state they were in. If they were just mindless monsters and were too far gone in madness, then they were killed. If they were just normal people, civilians, they were released and escorted to the nearest village. Any criminal murderers, rapists were killed on the spot. Thank God for Orochimaru's files on every single prisoner of his. The files had everything: background, potential, anatomy, down to the cellular level and much more. From then on, it was a walk in the park with a lot of slaughtering. Now Karen is in need of a much-deserved rest. That's why she is currently walking towards the natural hot springs near Taki's base. Taki, she thought to herself. The name brought back a lot of memories, both good and bad. Memories involving Sasuke. Memory she tried to ignore and avoid, albeit a bit unsuccessfully. She sighed, her mood dampened a bit, but she perked up when she saw her target of relaxation. A minute later she was already dipping herself in the warm waters of the hot spring. She leaned her head back and sighed in content. This was sorely needed for the past 2 years. Her mind wandered in her state of absolute calm. Surprisingly, it wandered to her eccentric teammates. One was an absolute psycho, the other was a psycho hiding beneath a calm exterior. But despite that, she formed a bond with them. While she may not admit that, but she actually enjoys being with them most of the time anyway. Things get a bit crazy when Jugo starts to rampage, but that's just part of his charm. Suigetsu can be annoying as hell, and sometimes she just wants to strangle that blob of water. If only she could realize her wish, but knew that idiot has to be made of water. A small smile formed on her face when she relived the past 2 years or so. 2 years of happiness, laughter, anger, fury, rage, wrath. Yep, a lot of anger was involved in her life for the past 2 years. The bond of anger and annoyance that holds this little group together, a strange group of friends indeed. She was caught off from her inner rambling by someone sighing in pleasure. She looked towards the voice and saw something made her white with fury. It was that idiot again. Now that's what I call washing away my worries, sighed Suigetsu, currently not aware of the danger in front of him. He was aware the next moment the Suigetsu yelled the Uzumaki devil. Suigetsu knew what the voice was. He heard it a lot for the past 2 years. Since he knew what was coming, he let nature take over. By nature he meant the beating that was surely to come. That annoying screeching voice always appeared when he was about to receive a beating from his teammate. Karen lashed out with a roundhouse kick to his face while somehow managing to cover herself with a towel. Suigetsu's head was blown off. Karen didn't stop there. Next was his body. With a war cry, she pounded on the remaining limbs mercifully. And then came Suigetsu's response, "Would you stop hitting me? I didn't do it on purpose, you crazy bitch." After Karen depleted her rage meter, she stopped with her kicking and clawing and other stuff. She was breathing heavily and still glaring at the puddle of water which was reforming back into Suigetsu. "You really should take anger management classes," came the response of the battered puddle of water. Karen growled at him, "What do you want, Suigetsu?" She was in no mood for any funny games. Suigetsu sighed, "I just came to tell you that dinner is ready. You might want to hurry up before that nut job eats everything. I'll be there when I finish my bath. Now leave before I kill you." Suigetsu waved of her threat and started walking away. When he was at a safe distance, he yelled back, "By the way, nice rack you got there," and took off running into the forest while dodging any kunais and shurikens Karen threw at him, which I have no idea where she got them from. Karen huffed and puffed and calmed down after a few moments. She turned back to her pool of hot water and dived in. Dinner can wait a while longer. This is more urgent right now. 10 minutes later, Karen was walking back towards their camp, or home as she calls it. She was still fuming in her head because of Suigetsu's blatant intrusion of her private space. But she'll get back at him when he least expects it. She moved away the final bushes before reaching the clearing where their base is. She came upon a peculiar sight. There was no dinner waiting for her, the bastards. Instead, she found that her 2 teammates were currently engaged in a standoff with a visitor who she recognizes from a couple of years back. She heard Suigetsu yell at the man in his usual loud and obnoxious manner, "Hey, idiot! What do you want here? You don't belong here." The man, who she now remembers as Uzumaki Naruto, turned his attention to the loud idiot and smirked at him. This just made Suigetsu even madder. He growled and started reaching for his sword on his back, but stopped after Karen landed beside him. She spoke, "Don't. I don't think he came here to fight. I know this guy. Let me talk to him." Suigetsu growled and scoffed. His pride was still hurt by this stranger, but relented afterwards. If Karen knew this guy, then he will let it slide for now. Karen turned towards Naruto, who was smiling gently at her, which confused Karen. Why is he smiling like that? Thought Karen, the natural tinge of red on her cheek appearing, obviously not used to such affectionate smiles. She shook of her thoughts and spoke to him, "Naruto, right? What are you doing here? You were a long way from Konoha." Naruto didn't have time to respond because Suigetsu started laughing. "Ha ha, so this is the mighty Uzumaki Naruto? What did Sasuke tell us about you?" said Suigetsu, remembering the words Sasuke spoke long ago. "Naruto is a nuisance and an idiot who will try to change you constantly," came the blatant response from Uchiha Sasuke while forcing himself through another clone of Naruto's. "I think he said you were an idiot and a nuisance. I think I'm starting to see what he meant," laughed Suigetsu. When he looked towards the direction where Naruto was standing before, he found an empty space. Instead, he could now feel someone breathing behind him, and he could swore he felt that the man had a smirk on his face. He heard, "Is that so?" Barely a whisper. Suigetsu immediately turned around and tried to strike the man, but found nothing but air. He turned back around and saw Naruto standing in his original position. He turned to his 2 teammates and saw surprise in their eyes. Karen was sweating at the show of speed, while Jugo looked like Jugo insane and homicidal. Suigetsu growled at the man and his taunting. He was about to lunge at the man, but Karen stopped him. "Wait, Suigetsu. Let's just all calm down. We don't have to fight him." Suigetsu would have none of it. This man insulted him twice. No one does that and lives to tell about it. Not even the hero of the nations. Karen, seeing that Suigetsu wasn't listening to her, put herself between the two and stood her ground. She had a determined look on her face and directed it towards Suigetsu. "Stop, Suigetsu. Let's just hear him out first. If we aren't satisfied with his answer, then you can do whatever you want. Suigetsu was grinding his teeth, but nodded nonetheless. He sheathed his sword and dropped his stance. Karen nodded at him and turned around to speak to Naruto, who was waiting patiently for her to finish. "You asked me what I was doing here, right?" said Naruto, taking the initiative. Karen nodded. Naruto smiled and continued, "I came here in search of my family." Karen raised an eyebrow. What does searching for his family got to have with them? "So you were just passing by?" asked Karen, thinking that this was just all a lucky coincidence. Naruto chuckled and shook his head. "No, this is the place I was looking for, cousin." Shocked Naruto. Both Suigetsu and Jugo were shocked to hear the man speak the word cousin. But their shock paled to that of Karen's. Her eyes went wide, a small tear formed itself in her eye for unknown reasons. Her fingers were twitching and she was shaking. How was the dominant thought in her mind? Guessing Naruto answered her unspoken question. You might ask yourselves how? Believe me, I was shocked too when I first heard that, but it does make sense. Your temper, your potent chakra, your fiery red hair, it all matches. You, Karen, are an Uzumaki and my last kin. You are my flesh and blood Uzumaki, Karen. This just made Karen shake more, and disbelief made itself known on her face. This isn't possible. She is an orphan abandoned by her parents and left for dead. She doesn't belong anywhere. She is just an outcast and undesirable. Suigetsu decided to intervene on Karen's behalf, seeing that she is still struggling with the information. How do you know that? You barely know her, so how come you know she is an Uzumaki? Simple, Sasuke told me. This earned him another surprise and shock. Karen's head shot up when she heard the word Sasuke. Naruto continued, seeing that he got all of their attention when I fought Sasuke. He told me something about you guys. It seems when he fought Kabuto, he learned that Kabuto injected himself with the DNA of Suigetsu, Jugo, and Karen here. He told him that Karen was from the Uzumaki clan. Finished Naruto. Suigetsu picked up where he left. He could have been lying. Kabuto was a snake and a liar. No, that was no lie, said Naruto, turning back towards Karen, who was watching him intently. Karen, said Naruto. Yes? Asked shyly Karen. You know it's the truth. I know you can feel it, said Naruto kindly. Karen was about to speak when an inhuman roar shook through the clearing, alerting everyone. They turned towards the roar and saw Jugo already transforming into his berserk state. Both Suigetsu and Karen tried to calm him down, but they knew the chances of doing that were very slim. Jugo, calm down. He is not our enemy. Calm down, Jugo, said Karen pleadingly. But Jugo was already too far gone. His skin turned dark, indicating his cursed form was now activated. Karen could feel the foul chakra invading Jugo's body. Naruto could too. Suigetsu was about to attack Jugo and pin him down so he could calm down, but Jugo was faster and lunged at Naruto, who took his stance. Jugo lashed out with his oversized arm, aiming to behead Naruto. Naruto waited to the last moment before he evaded the strike. A knee to the gut followed that evasion. The force from the blow made Jugo stagger a bit, but only for a moment. With a loud roar, he pushed himself off the ground and towards Naruto, who sighed to himself. It seems his body was designed to withstand a lot of damage. This might take a while, thought Naruto, a grin coming to his face in the end. He always enjoyed a challenge. Jugo once again lashed out with his arm, but it was a feint. At the last second, the monster retracted his arm. From his back, several tubes formed and chakras started gathering in them. Naruto's eyes widened. This spelt trouble if the attack hit him. The attack ready, Jugo roared and unleashed hell upon his enemy. A loud explosion rocketed the clearing, making both Karen and Suigetsu shield their face from the debris. Since the attack was unleashed at point-blank range, even Jugo was affected by the explosion. The shockwave sent him tumbling backwards, but his body had no visible injuries besides the occasional smoldering of his skin, which seemed to be healing rapidly. When the smoke cleared, there was no Naruto. Jugo in his berserk state thought he won when he saw no body. He started laughing madly, but stopped dead in his track when he heard someone talk behind him. Impressive, but not good enough. You'll have to do better than that, Jugo, taunted Naruto, looking no worse for wear. It seems his speed came in handy once again. Karen felt relieved when she saw that Naruto was okay. She had no idea why she wasn't close to the guy, but she felt like she didn't want to see him die, not just yet. Jugo let out another roar and tried to elbow Naruto in the gut but failed miserably. By the time Jugo's elbow reached the spot where Naruto was previously located, Naruto was already behind Jugo, fist poised for strike. And what a strike it was! Jugo didn't know what hit him. The fist came in contact with his face and a shockwave made itself known because of the power behind the strike. If this was an ordinary opponent, the man would be out cold. But since this was Jugo, he was sent flying towards the forest where he destroyed a few trees before he stopped. Naruto waited patiently for the man to stand back up, and he didn't have to wait too long. A spike of chakra and the destroyed trees were blown away and revealed a relatively unharmed Jugo. A small trail of blood was running down his forehead, but other than that he was fine. Tough guy, muttered Naruto to himself, impressed with Jugo's resilience. But I think I dragged this out for too long, said Naruto, a plan forming in his head. Doton, Yominuma, yelled Naruto, slamming his hands on the ground. A second later, a large swamp appeared under Jugo's feet. Caught unaware, the swamp imprisoned Jugo and held him in place, which worked perfectly for Naruto. Truthfully, he didn't expect this to work, that's why he made sure to have another attack ready just in case. In a burst of speed, he appeared on top of the swamp and behind Jugo. He took out his pen and some ink and started scribbling on Jugo's back. It made things a lot more difficult because of Jugo's thrashing around, but that didn't deter Naruto one bit. Both Karen and Suigetsu were looking at the man who faced down Jugo single-handedly and won without too much trouble. Even the Raikage needed more time to disable Jugo. Karen was watching intently at what her cousin was doing to Jugo. All she could see that he was holding a brush and used it to scribble something down on Jugo. A minute and a major headache later, Naruto was finished. He looked down at the formula he wrote and nodded in satisfaction. There were no flaws and he could proceed. He went through a string of 20 hand seals and yelled in the end seal. He concentrated a bit of chakra into the palm of his hands and slammed it down into the center of the sealing formula. The chakra in his hands connected itself with the characters Naruto wrote earlier. The characters surrounded the center of the formula, and then the magic began. The foul chakra in Jugo's system was pushed back by Naruto's own overwhelming chakra. The foul chakra was slowly pushed back into its original place. Jugo was screaming either from pain or because of something else they didn't know. His skin was turning back into its normal pale color. His eyes lost its maniacal glint, and it seems whatever Naruto did was working. A minute later, Naruto was looking down upon an unconscious Jugo and sighed in relief. He dispersed the swamp and picked up Jugo and put him over his shoulder. He started walking towards Karen and Suigetsu, who were still stunned by how simple this man disabled Jugo. Sure, they saw Sasuke do it as well, but he had the Sharingan. This man used a brush? Unreal. Naruto set Jugo down gently and turned towards Karen. I'm guessing this happens a lot, chuckled Naruto, brightening the mood a bit. Karen woke up from her admiration. Yeah, you could say that. Naruto motioned to both of them to sit down with him, which they did. Karen spoke first. How did you do that? Naruto smiled. You should know. This is what made the Uzumaki clan famous. I used Fuinjutsu. Karen let out an O sound and Suigetsu scoffed. He thought that Fuinjutsu wasn't a big deal and didn't see why the world made such a fuss about that branch of ninja techniques. Naruto picked up on that scoff and turned towards him. I see we have a disbeliever in our company, chuckled Naruto. Suigetsu growled. I don't need the fancy sealing techniques. All I need is a sword and I'm good to go. Whatever works for you. But I think you should have an ace up your sleeve in case your sword can't help you, smiled Naruto. Suigetsu growled at his remark but made no hostile moves. Naruto turned towards Karen, who was eyeing him, analyzing him. You don't have red hair. You said that red hair was common among the Uzumaki clan. Then how come you don't have it? Asked Karen. I got my hair from my father, who wasn't an Uzumaki, answered Naruto. Wait, you believe him? Asked Suigetsu in surprise. Karen was looking towards Naruto, who was smiling gently at her. She nodded with a small smile, yes. Suigetsu frowned and turned away, mumbling something. The Uzumaki duo paid him no mind. So since we established I'm an Uzumaki, what do you want with me? Asked Karen straight to the point as always. Come with me, was the equally straight to the point response from Naruto. Karen's eyes widened and so did Suigetsu's, although nobody noticed that. What? Asked Karen, unsure if she heard him right. Come with me to Konoha. You are the last of my family. I want to get to know you. Smiled kindly Naruto. No, was Karen's immediate response, but it seems Naruto wasn't surprised by her answer. It's like he was expecting it. Suigetsu definitely wasn't judging from his shocked look. Naruto chuckled in amusement. I figured that was the case. May I ask why? Karen sent a discreet glance towards both Suigetsu and Jugo, which Naruto caught and smiled. I see. You are home. Smiled Naruto. Karen nodded at him while Suigetsu raised an eyebrow. What the hell are you two talking about? Asked Suigetsu, annoyed that he was left in the dark. None of your concern, Waterboy. Grinned Karen. What was that, you crazy bitch? Growled Karen. Their bickering was cut short when Naruto started laughing at them. They leveled a glare at him. What are you laughing at, Blondie? Glared Suigetsu. Naruto's laughter died down. I like you guys. You are definitely one weird group. I'm glad you found such good friends, Karen. Hey, who said we were friends? Came Suigetsu's response. And so did Karen's. Yeah, what the shark face said. We are not friends, we are just traveling in the same direction. Yeah, what the bitch said. Completed Suigetsu, both unaware that they just insulted each other. Naruto smiled at them. Whatever you say. He focused back on Karen. Since you aren't coming with me, do you mind if I get to with what little time I do have here with you? She shrugged. I don't see why not. To be honest, you intrigued me the moment I sensed your chakra that day. Well, if you want to know something, please feel free to ask me, said Naruto politely. Karen nodded. Your chakra? What's the deal with your chakra? You will have to be more precise than that, said Naruto. When I first sensed your chakra, it was warm and inviting, but when I dug further, I came across something foul and evil. What was that? Asked Karen. You probably know already, it's Kyuubi, said Naruto. Karen formed an O-shaped mouth, indicating that she already had her suspicions about it, but didn't really know for sure. But to be able to sense him is impressive. Not many people can say that they have such sensory skills to sense him inside of me, complimented Naruto, which earned a blush of embarrassment from Karen. That's my special ability. I have good sensory skills and I can heal people when they bite my skin, said Karen, showing Naruto her special skin. Can I touch it? Said Naruto, treading carefully around the subject. It could be uncomfortable for her. She nodded and Naruto gently rubbed his finger over the skin near her wrist. It's smooth, said Naruto. Karen smiled at his answer. Most people are disgusted when they see her skin. It's nice to see he isn't one of them. Does it hurt? Asked Naruto shyly. A little bit. It's not the pain that's the worst. The feeling is weird, like someone is sucking you dry of your life force. I can't really describe it, said Karen. Are you in danger when you use it? Asked Naruto in concern for his cousin. She shook her head. No, I'm not. Unless I'm really low on chakra, I'm fine. Suigetsu interrupted their little bonding. I've got a question for you. Shoot, said Naruto. What happened to Sasuke? Said Suigetsu. Naruto's mood fell and they both noticed it. Why do you wish to know? Asked Naruto. Suigetsu shrugged his shoulder. Just interested, that's all. Naruto turned towards Karen, expecting to hear her reason. Same here. Naruto sighed and then spoke. He is in a better place now, away from the hatred that consumed him. So you killed him? Shot Suigetsu, failing to read the situation. He got a punch in the face from Karen for that remark. Even she could see that it wasn't a pretty subject for Naruto. Hell, it wasn't a good subject for her either. Suigetsu had materialized and didn't really pay any extra attention to Karen. Instead, he waited for Naruto to answer, which he did. Yes, said Naruto sadly. Karen could swear she saw a tear fall down his cheek, but it disappeared in a flash, so she wasn't really sure. Good riddance, said Suigetsu flatly. Karen glared at him. Read the mood, you idiot. Suigetsu just shrugged his shoulders, emotions being a foreign word to him. It's okay, Karen. I understand his reasoning for saying that, said Naruto. Yeah, he tried to kill me numerous times, abandoned me and Jugo in the meeting, and then tried to kill you. I'm sorry for not missing him, but he doesn't deserve it, elaborated Suigetsu. I know that, but still, said Karen, looking down at her feet, doubts lingering in her mind. Naruto spoke up. He wasn't always like that, you know. Karen perked up when he said that. Sure, he was always an egotistical asshole, but he was also a dear friend to me. Imagine reliving the death of your entire family over and over. He lived his life in hatred and waged war against that hatred. But he lost, and I thought I could save him, but I couldn't. The silence ensued for a few moments. Even Suigetsu remained quiet. Karen spoke. He always tried to deny it, but I could see it in his eyes. You were his friend, always, even in the darkness. Naruto smiled. My brother. Karen smiled, while Suigetsu had a boring look on his face. A comfortable silence reigned supreme afterwards, all of them just staring into space. Naruto looked down at the still unconscious Jugo. You know, I can help you with him. How? You can't exactly cure madness, said Suigetsu in disbelief. Naruto chuckled. It's not exactly a cure, just a failsafe of sorts. I can make you a couple of seals that will forcefully suppress his cursed chakra. A similar one was made when I went berserk with Kyuubi's chakra. You can do that? Asked Karen, astonished. Naruto nodded. Of course. He formed a clone who knew what to be done. The clone moved away from them where he could work in silence and peace. He should be done in a few minutes. So where have you guys been for the last 2 years? Karen told him of their mission to rid the world of Orochimaru's bases and what they did with the prisoners. Naruto was listening closely to her tale, smiling at the parts where she mentioned her 2 teammates. Even though they are always hostile to one another, there is camaraderie between them. We just came from the former Oto, where we destroyed Orochimaru's final base. Finished Karen. What happened to his research? Asked Naruto. Gone along with his bases. If those files got into the wrong hands, that could give rise to another Orochimaru, said Karen. At that moment the clone came back with 2 slips of paper with the word "for sealing" on it. The clone gave it to the original and then poofed out of existence. Naruto inspected the seals one final time before giving it to Karen. Karen raised an eyebrow. How does this paper work exactly? Simple, distract him, then slap this paper somewhere on his body, preferably on his head or torso, explained Naruto. Sneaky little bastard, aren't you? You made only 2 so that we will have to come to Konoha one day, grinned Suigetsu, catching him red-handed. Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. What gave you that idea? Suigetsu scoffed and turned away from the grinning blonde. Naruto stood up and turned towards the setting sun. It's getting late. I should be going. Karen spoke hastily. Do you have to? This earned her a surprised look in both Naruto and Suigetsu. They both ignored it for the moment. She blushed in embarrassment when she saw his look of surprise and realized how desperate that sounded. I mean, it's late and you shouldn't travel at night. It's dangerous. Naruto smiled down at her. He nodded and sat down again. They spend the night catching up and telling each other about their lives. Karen told him of her time under Orochimaru and Sasuke, while Naruto told her about her friends and family and about his girlfriend Ino. Karen actually gave him a huge hug after hearing of their relationship and surprising everyone with her reaction. She too realized what she was doing and moved away from him and blushed from embarrassment. Naruto smiled wide at her. It seems there is still a chance for a bond to form between them. Perhaps there is one already. Morning came and Naruto was looking towards the trio. Suigetsu was bored while Jugo had a hint of acknowledgement in his eyes, probably because of how the blonde defeated him. Karen was smiling at her cousin. I guess this is it. Stay safe, guys, and don't be strangers, smiled Naruto. Suigetsu sent him a nod while Jugo surprisingly shook his hand. Karen refused to shake hands with him and instead hugged him once more, this time not feeling embarrassed. Naruto relished the hug from Karen. He hoped to meet her again one day. Before he left, he did one last thing. Here, take this. He handed Karen a scroll with a toad drawn on it. Karen took the scroll and inspected it. What is this? This is a summoning scroll for my familiar Gamakichi. If you are ever in trouble, summon him and he will help you, or contact me. He already knows about this arrangement and has no problem with it. Smiled Naruto. Karen beamed this kinda like a link to her cousin. She held the scroll tightly to her chest and gave Naruto another love-filled hug. She whispered, "Thank you. I will visit as soon as I can. I promise." Naruto nodded and smiled and moved away from her. He turned around but turned his around. Could you please take a few steps back and would you please keep quiet about what you will see in a moment? Said Naruto, scratching his head and giving them his goofy grin. The trio raised their eyebrows but complied nonetheless. Naruto turned around and closed his eyes. "Is it finally time?" asked Kurama, excitement present in his voice. Naruto nodded internally and went to work, and so did Kurama. Naruto opened his eyes and they were slitted. The pure chakra of Kurama surrounded him and a moment later expanded and grew to unfathomable heights. The trio were privileged to witness Naruto's transformation into the most powerful bijou. Their gazes were plastered onto the scene in front of them. A moment later the pure yellow chakra formed into the image of the fox with Naruto standing on top of its head, his cloak of chakra billowing in the wind. He turned back and grinned, "See you later." With that, the enormous fox made of chakra jumped high into the air and away from their sight. Suigetsu, still in shock, turned towards Karen. "Are all Uzumaki crazy?" Karen grinned like her cousin normally would and responded with joy in her voice, "Yes." Chapter 16. "How many did you count?" asked a grinning Naruto while walking through the forest. The reason why he's walking because he was already close to Konoha and he was in no hurry, and because quite frankly he was exhausted. Using the Kyuubi's chakra always leaves his body quite exhausted, especially if he uses it for a longer period of time. 601. A new record, I think. Gotta love their faces when they see me. Ha ha, laughed Kurama, pleased with himself. Naruto grinned even wider, also having the time of his life. A couple of minutes later they were walking through the enormous gate of Konoha and checking in with the village guards. With a friendly wave to Izumo Kotetsu, Naruto continued his trek towards the Hokage Tower. The people of the village noticed their hero walking down the street and waved at him and gave him a cheerful smile, a smile which he returned with equal measure. Soon he was in front of the tower, and with one leap he was already in Tsunade's office, entering through her window much to her irritation. She didn't get to voice her opinion because the other occupant in the room tackled Naruto to the ground as soon as he entered. One guess who that was? While the two lovebirds were making out on her floor, Tsunade was currently deep in thought with a loving smile on her face. She skimmed through her memories of Naruto. The young and brash Naruto who convinced her to return to Konoha with nothing but his determination and unyielding will. Then the Naruto who was chiseled to be a man by her teammate and best friend. Then the vulnerable Naruto who just learned that his godfather meant her family just died. That was one of the worst days for her. Seeing him so defeated and broken, but there wasn't much she could do that day. Every ninja had to go through such a period. God knows she has done it many times in her life. Too many times. And then the shinobi who won the War of the Nations and defeated the tailed beasts and Tobi himself. And finally the Naruto that is currently being smothered to death by his dazzling girlfriend Ino Yamanaka. In all her life she has never seen Naruto so happy, and it made her heart dance in joy that she was able to live long enough to see it. She was brought out of her musing when she heard two sets of giggles and they were aimed at her. She looked up and saw two laughing blonde idiots. "What?" yelled Tsunade in irritation. "You were smiling, Bachan," grinned Naruto, Ino joining him. A tick appeared on Bachan's forehead. "Shut up and sit down," growled Tsunade. The blonde's laughter continued and Tsunade scowled because of it. A couple of moments later Naruto and Ino composed themselves and Naruto made his report. "That's it," grinned Naruto in satisfaction. Tsunade wasn't so happy. She was banging her head against the table while the duo's sweat dropped. Tsunade was crying anime tears. "Did you have to go and use the Kyuubi's chakra? Do you know how many complaints I'll get because of this? I swear to God I just got older by a few years." Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned foxily. "Oh, come on. It was all good fun. Nobody got hurt and the trees we destroyed were immediately fixed by Kyuubi's chakra, which is full of life force to begin with. No biggie, Grandma." Ino giggled when Tsunade continued to bang against the table. Seeing that she won't stop anytime soon, the couple sneaked out of the room. They were walking down the street, so what was going around here while I was gone? Asked Naruto. Not much. Me and the girls were hard at work planning the wedding. It's going to be the best wedding ever. Only my wedding will be better, of course. Grinned Ino. Naruto laughed. I have no doubt about that. I pity the guy that will marry you, though. Teased Naruto playfully. Ino hit him playfully on the arm for that remark and stuck out her tongue. Naruto laughed and used one hand to hug her over the shoulder. The frown that was previously on Ino's face was now a light smile while she leaned against his shoulder. They looked around the village while walking down the street. They observed the villagers and what they were doing and how they were doing. They saw that all were either smiling or laughing while doing their chores. They were at peace. And that's where Ino's question comes in. Naruto, do you think this peace will last? Naruto looked ahead, his face serious, and so was his answer. I can only hope so. This peace is different from the previous ones. There is an understanding among the nations and its people, and that was lacking before. I can assure you, though, I will do everything in my power to preserve this peace for you, for my friends, and for the future generations. Ino smiled and snuggled closer to him. I know you will. Naruto smiled. So tell me about this wedding. What have you been up to? Far away just a bit more were the thoughts of a man trapped inside his prison. The day of the wedding 2 months later. Nervous? Asked Ino, who wore a dazzling purple dress. Temari fixed some kinks in her dress. Actually, not really. I feel right happy. I know I want this. I want to spend the rest of my life with that loving lazy bastard, said Temari, smiling while standing in front of the mirror and observing her reflection. She looked stunning. The wedding dress looked absolutely stunning on her. Ino looked towards the clock. It is time, Temari. Temari took a deep breath and turned around. The maid of honor and the bride started walking towards the door. Ino opened the door. Temari walked into the hallway and came face to face with her friends, who were all smiles and giggles. Are you ready, Miss Nara? Smiled Tenten. Temari liked the sound of that. She adopted a dazzling grin on her face and started walking down the hall, her bridesmaids in tow. They reached the entrance where the wedding will take place and where the grooms were already waiting for the dates. Shika and Temari decided to have the wedding outdoors because they felt it would be better than be stuck inside a stuffy church. Inside, the guests were murmuring among each other while Shikamaru looked very nervous up on the altar. Don't know what that place is called. The wedding music started and the people took their seats. The door opened and in came the Akimichi duo Iam and Shuji. Hand in hand they walked down the aisle towards Shikamaru. Next came the Hyuga duo Tenten and Niji. Then Hinata and Kiba. And then Lee with a friend of his. Then Sai with an unknown lady. Last but not least, the Uzumaki duo Yamanaka Ino and Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone took their places next to the altar and waited for the lady of the hour to arrive. Shuji and Naruto saw that Shikamaru looked a bit nervous and each placed a hand on his shoulder, which helped him a bit. Shikamaru saw his parents smiling at him, which only helped him further. The music started and everyone's eyes were on the door. A second later in came Temari in gorgeous white wedding dress that left nothing to imagination. She was flanked by Gaara on one hand and Kankuro on the other. The last Sabaku family enjoying a precious moment together. Shikamaru looked at his wife-to-be and his nervousness disappeared. He saw why he proposed to her in the first place. She is the one for him. The one and only. The old ball and chain. They reached the end of the aisle. Both brothers placed a kiss on Temari's cheek, which made Temari even more happy. They both said, "Congratulations, sis," with a loving smile on their faces. Even Gaara looked genuinely happy and it showed on his face. They took their places with Gaara and Kankuro acting as the grooms, and Temari took her place by Shikamaru's side. Temari looked at her hubby. "I'm surprised you aren't late." Shikamaru smiled and took her hand. "Not this time. Not for this." The duo turned towards Tsunade, who would lead this wedding. Tsunade cleared her throat and started the procession. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today. 20 minutes later I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." Shikamaru turned towards Temari and they slowly inched closer. Naruto looked on at the scene and couldn't help but wonder when will it be his time. He looked at Ino and smiled. Hopefully not too long. Ino caught his look and smiled at him. Naruto's smile faltered and sprung into action. Gaara, one of the few people who actually sensed the danger, Gaara reacted immediately. He formed a massive wall of sand over the entire compound where the wedding was taking place. A moment later, the people inside could feel something hitting against the sand barrier. The ninjas mobilized the wedding, forgotten for the moment. Gaara turned the wall of sand into hundreds of small spears made of sand and sent them against the opponent's attack, whatever that was. Naruto followed suit and jumped outside of the barrier and immediately formed a massive cyclone of air and sent it hurtling towards his opponent. But as he saw what he actually hit, made his breath hitch in his throat. He couldn't believe his eyes. It shouldn't be possible. What he saw were trees, lots of them. The wall of sand gone, the ninjas sprung into action. Firstly, they secured the civilians and the higher-ranking officials of Konoha. Secondly, they sent a message to the village asking for reinforcements, even though that may be not needed. They have 2 Kages here in Naruto. What kind of an idiot would attack them while they were here? They will soon change their minds. The rookie Shikaku Chuza Inoichi Kakashi Anko Gai Tsunade along with her Umbu proceeded to join Naruto and Gaara. Kurenai and Asuma Jr. were evacuated along with the rest of the civilians. They saw the trees and prayed to God that the attacker wasn't who they thought it was. Naruto was in front of the small army. He eyed his surroundings and waited for the man to show himself. A moment later, Naruto sensed him in the forest up front. Wind blades were sent hurtling towards the direction of the intruder. The trees were cut down by the blades and Naruto saw a figure jump out of the way of the attack and into the clearing in front of him. The shinobis gasped at who they saw. There he was, the founder of the Uchiha clan, still very much alive. "Madara!" growled Kurama, anger boiling off him. Naruto's eyes narrowed and his eyes turned cold. "What do you want, Madara?" A loud chuckle could be heard from the man. "What, no, hello, Madara? Or how come you are alive, Madara?" "I'm insulted." Naruto didn't react to his taunting and remained silent. Madara smirked. Fine, I'll get serious. I came here for you, Uzumaki Naruto." The shinobi's eyes widened at what they heard. They turned towards Naruto, who didn't look surprised at all, at least he wasn't showing it. "What do you want with Naruto, you sick bastard?" yelled Kiba protectively. Madara ignored the man who he thought was nothing more than an insect in his eyes. When Kiba saw that the man was ignoring, he started growling. He so wanted to kick that man's ass, but he knew he would die before he even reached him. Tsunade stepped forward. "Madara, what do you want with Naruto?" Madara actually looked at the princess. "When I escaped from that pitiful prison of sand, I saw that the world was at peace. All because of one man, Uzumaki Naruto. It's only fitting I kill the symbol of peace first, don't you think? When the Kyuubi Jinchuriki falls, so shall this world. You'll have to get through us first," yelled Kiba, others nodding in agreement and falling in line with him. Madara smirked and turned towards Naruto. "Kyuubi no Jinchuriki, you know what will happen if they fight. They may be delusional, thinking they can stand on equal footing with me, but I know you are not. You can all fight me together and you all die, or we fight alone and the strongest man wins." Tsunade growled. "You are forgetting about me, Madara. I would rather die than let Naruto fight you alone." "I didn't forget about you, Senju. I promise you will die first. Last I remember, it took 5 Kages to restrain me, and that happened because of the pitiful Summer, who was defeated and the Edo Tensei broke. There are only 2 Kages here and a bunch of kids. What hope do you have of defeating me?" Naruto knew he was right. His friends were strong, one of the strongest in the world. But even that strength was nothing compared to Madara's. He doubted even he himself comes close to his power. Madara and Hashirama were in a league of their own. He doubted even his father could defeat this man. He knew what needed to be done. Naruto stepped forward, shocking his friends. "Lead the way, Madara," said Naruto calmly. "What are you doing, Naruto?" yelled Kiba. Naruto turned around and faced his friends. "I'm sorry, guys, but I can't let you fight him. This is my role in life. I was born for this very moment." Ino stepped forward and walked towards him. "Ino." She silenced him by placing her lips on his. She pulled away a few seconds later and rested her head on his chest. "Come back to me, please," said Ino weakly. Naruto hugged her closer. "I promise." Their friends watched on in silence and in resignation. As much as it pains them to say this, but there was nothing they could do right now but believe in Naruto to come out victorious. If there is anyone who can win, it is him. Kyuubi! Yelled Madara, throwing a rod of sorts towards Naruto. Naruto spun around with Ino still in his embrace. He caught the metal rod and knew what needed to be done. He cupped Ino's chin and gave her one final kiss before he stabbed himself with the rod. A moment later, Ino could no longer feel Naruto's lips on hers. Both Madara and Naruto disappeared from the clearing in a puff of smoke. Ino shed a few tears for her love of few months. Every fiber of her being was aching right now. If he died, she dies. Tsunade immediately sprung into action, send word to every nation in the world. I don't care how small the nation is. Tell them peace is threatened. The Umbu complied. Tsunade turned towards Shikaku, mobilized the ninjas. I want them ready in an hour. It is time to end this once and for all. Shikaku nodded and disappeared. So this is it, huh? The fight of our generation, said Shikamaru. No, this is the fight that will decide the fate of this world, said Kakashi. Ino looked towards the horizon. He will win. I know he will. The group looked on and prayed she was right. Valley of the End. The two fighters materialized in the valley. Madara dispelled the clone that brought them here through the Rinnegan technique. Naruto stood on Hashirama's statue and Madara stood on his own. The valley had seen better days. The statues were chipped in numerous places. Craters filled the valley and the river seemed to have widened. All the result of Naruto and Sasuke's fight. I heard you fought one of my descendants here. Just like me and Hashirama long ago, said Madara. Did you come here to talk or fight? I do not wish to discuss history with you. You threaten my friends, my family. You threaten the peace that we fought so hard to achieve. I'll do anything in my power and beyond to stop your terror from spreading through the world. Madara Uchiha, you will die today once and for all, said Naruto, with the hope of the entire world resting on his shoulders and in his fists. Madara smirked. You were 100 years too young to threaten me, Kyuubi. Allow me to rectify that, said Naruto, springing into action. Madara followed. The fight of the world has begun. What? How did this happen? We took every precaution regarding that man. How the hell did he escape? Yelled an enraged Raikage. Darui remained calm despite the situation. We don't know. The outpost at his prison was destroyed before they could send a message to us. What shall we do, sir? A growl. Mobilize the army. Send word to neighboring countries. We will need every single ninja to stop this man. Go, Darui! Darui disappeared and Raikage slumped back into his chair. He spoke to seemingly no one. Can he win, B? The motherfucker will pull through. I know it, said B in his cheerful voice. Raikage looked out the window of his office and hoped that his brother was right. This is bad, real bad. AO, notify the commanders. I want our army mobilized in the next hour. Notify our neighboring allies. We need every able-bodied ninja to respond to our calls. Go, AO! Ordered Meitarumi the Mizukichi. Old man, what should we do? Asked Kuratsuchi. The old man in question was none other than Onoki the Tsuchikichi. What do you think, you idiot? Mobilize the army. Madara needs to be stopped. Go! Sir, we received a message from Konoha. Uchiha Madara escaped from his prison and is now fighting Uzumaki Naruto. They request aid. Send a messenger to one of the elders while Baki and the Sand siblings are away. The elders' eyes widen. Tell the commanders to mobilize the army. Tell Konoha we will respond with utmost haste. Go! The Valley of the End. The fight started moments ago. The two legendary fighters were currently rushing towards each other at an amazing speed. Their fists met and a shockwave shook the valley. A flurry of kicks and punches were exchanged between the two. So far they seemed to be even, but this was just the warm-up for them at least. Others would be hard-pressed to dish out such punches at their full power. They jumped back away from each other. Impressive. Such power in someone so young, said Madara. It seems old age didn't hinder your strength at all, old-timer. Smirked Naruto. Madara smirked, his Rinnegan eyes shining. I'm actually looking forward to this. It's like fighting Hashirama all over again, except this time the outcome will be different. We will see, said Naruto. He channeled chakra into his feet and shot forward. Madara did the same. Halfway there, Naruto created a clone. The clone started a string of hand seals. Futon, Kami Orosher, yelled the clone. A vortex of wind was sent hurtling towards Madara. Madara didn't seem fazed by the attack. He jumped sideways and let the attack pass him. His eyes widened when he sensed the real Naruto appear behind him with a swirling ball of chakra in his hand's Rasengan. The ball of chakra made contact with Madara, but it didn't do any damage. The ball of chakra was absorbed into Madara. Madara lashed out with a kick to Naruto's ribs, but Naruto blocked it with his elbows. The two disconnected and jumped away, with Naruto landing on the river and Madara on the bank. No words were spoken after the clash, but Madara had a newfound respect for the young Jinchuriki in front of him. Madara went through a string of hand seals himself. Katan, Gokumeshitsu. Naruto cursed. He was too close to form a defensive technique. He did the only thing he could right now. He dropped the flow of chakra into his feet and submerged into the water, allowing the technique to harmlessly pass over him and hit the cliff behind him. Madara waited for him to resurface, and he didn't have to wait long. Several clones of Naruto shot out of the water like rockets, each preparing a technique of their own. Two of the clones shouted Futon, De Tappa. The other two formed the hand seals for the Katan, Kukaki no Jutsu. This happened in a span of a second. The massive vortex of fire and wind rocketed towards Madara, who, although impressed by the good use of the clones, had no trouble escaping the jutsu. He jumped over it and immediately unleashed his own devastating technique, Katan, Gokumekyaku. The massive wall of fire burned through the clones and incinerated everything in its path, including the water of the lake where Naruto was. A large explosion occurred, but when the dust settled, Naruto wasn't anywhere to be seen. Madara landed on the bank of the now refilled river and tried to sense the young blonde. A moment later, he turned around with amazing speed and blocked Naruto's kunai with his own. They fought for dominance, but they seemed to be equal. Naruto channeled wind chakra into his kunai and Madara channeled fire chakra into his. Wind fought dominance over fire, but even in this department there was no victor. Naruto overloaded the kunai with chakra while Madara did the same. A small explosion blasted away the two fighters. The two fighters gracefully landed on their fight and pushed off the ground with amazing force, creating miniature craters in their wake. They met in the middle of the battlefield and continued their taijutsu dance. This was a dance of masters. Neither was leaving any room for the other. No weaknesses, no flaws, just two masters dishing it out. Madara lashed out with a punch to Naruto's face, with Naruto mirroring the movement. They caught each other's attack and grinned at each other. Despite the situation, they felt amazing. Fighting is in their blood. Naruto noticed that Madara shifted his eyes into his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan form. He cursed. He felt Madara's chakra invading his body through the Ijin Jutsu. Madara remained stoic. He said internally, Tsukuyami. Naruto blinked and saw that the world changed. The sky was red and he could see the Sharingan blazing in the sky. He saw Madara in front of him staring at him with those cursed eyes. He looked behind Madara and smirked. Madara noticed the smirk and his eyes widened a moment later. It was too late, however. A large claw slammed against his illusionary body with all the hate he felt for the man. You dare enter my realm, Madara? Growled Kurama. Naruto grinned at his partner. A moment later he was out of the Genjutsu courtesy of Kurama's overwhelming chakra. This encounter lasted only a few milliseconds. Outside he saw Madara's hand approaching his face. Using his amazing reflex and speed, Naruto leaned his head sideways while also lashing out with a kick of his own towards Madara's ribcage. Madara had no trouble evading that by jumping over his kick. He was already in motion trying to roundhouse kick Naruto into oblivion. Naruto saw the kick aimed for his face and raised his arm to block it. Pumping chakra into his hand, he prepped himself for the powerful kick. A moment later the kick connected and Naruto was sent skidding backwards a few meters. He's got to give it to the man that really hurt. Naruto regained his footing and eyed his opponent, who had his Sharingan active. Kyuubi says hi. Smirked Naruto. Madara didn't show any discomfort. Never thought I would see the day Kyuubi willingly fighting alongside a human. You are amusing, young one. Oh, I'm a young one now. I thought I was still the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki. I guess our relationship just got deeper, huh? Grinned Naruto. Madara smirked. A worthy opponent indeed. Hashirama would have been proud of his descendants. Why, thank you. Smiled Naruto tauntingly, but turned serious afterwards. He had a feeling Madara will take it up a notch. And he was right. Madara disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared in front of Naruto, but Naruto was ready for him. Metal met metal as they clashed with their kunais. Sparks flew across the battlefield as the two fighters raced across the battlefield. They were blurs to any spectators. Some ninjas could train their whole lives and they still wouldn't come close to their level. Naruto was speeding across the lake holding his kunai in a reverse grip. A second later he threw the kunai and started on some Hanseal's kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. The long kunai turned into 50 and they sped towards Madara. Madara used his kunai to block them all and then immediately rolled to the left when a blade made of wind passed by. And then another and another. Madara dodged them all with precision and retaliated by sending some small fireballs himself. Naruto had no difficulty dodging them, but Madara expected that. They only served as a distraction while Madara performed a bigger technique Katan, Ryu and Hoka no Jutsu. Huge dragon head-shaped fireballs flew towards Naruto, who was already in motion preparing his own technique Suiton, Suijin Hiki. Adding more chakra into the technique just to be sure, Naruto protected himself with a massive wall made of water. Madara's attack hit Naruto's wall and the fire was extinguished before it could do any real damage. Meanwhile, Naruto was already finishing with the last Hanseal's Suiton Suryuden no Jutsu. The previously wall of water turned into a dragon which sped towards its prey. Madara didn't move, he just extended his hand, and as soon as the attack hit him he started absorbing the chakra from the technique. His Sharingan changed into the Rinnegan for the time being. Almost done absorbing, his eyes widened when Naruto surfaced from inside the water dragon. Not expecting such an unorthodox maneuver, Naruto finally managed to land a solid strike on his opponent. His chakra-imbued fist made contact with Madara's face and sent him flying into the forest. Madara managed to regain his feet before he could crash into the trees. He landed on the edge of the lake and gazed towards his opponent. What an unpredictable opponent, thought Madara. Impressive, I've never faced such an unorthodox opponent, said Madara calmly. Naruto rubbed his nose. Why, thank you. You ain't so bad yourself. But you are going to have to do much better than that to bring me down. This body is immortal. I feel no pain. My chakra is limitless, but you are only immortal and your chakra will eventually run out. Naruto chuckled. You don't have to worry about me dying. I'm planning on living for quite some time. As for my chakra, you will find out that my chakra supply is quite big, probably much bigger than yours. You can thank Kyuubi for that. You speak very fondly of Kyuubi. I would have thought that a Jinchuriki such as yourself would hate the thing that made his life miserable, said Madara, genuinely interested in the young man in front of him. That is the difference between you and me. While you see Kyuubi as a tool and a mindless beast, I see Kyuubi as a friend and a partner. My life may have been miserable at the beginning, but I do not blame Kyuubi for it, answered Naruto. Friend? What foolish notion of a foolish man. You spout the same nonsense Hashirama once did. It sickens me to see such a resemblance of that man in you. He was my rival and the man I absolutely loathed. He was also the only man to have gained my respect, retorted Madara, his voice venomous. Sounds like a great man. I would have loved to meet him, said Naruto with a smile on his face, seemingly ignoring Madara's declaration of hatred towards Senju Hashirama. Laugh, child, but you will soon find out the error of your and Hashirama's ways. Power is the machine that drives this world, this universe. And I am the embodiment of power, said Madara, full of confidence in his belief and in his power, rightly so. Whatever rocks your world, old man, said Naruto, smiling all the way. Allow me to show you, said Madara, changing back into his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto jumped back to gain more distance for whatever the man was planning. Naruto waited on the shore of the lake for Madara to make his move. Madara closed his left eye and focused his chakra into his right one. Amaterasu. Naruto cursed and sprung into motion. He started running across the bank of the lake, the black flames of Amaterasu trailing behind him, desperately trying to catch him. He turned left and started running across the lake once more. He looked backwards and saw that the flames were starting to gain on him. He used one of his faithful maneuvers and submerged underwater. The flames changed direction and followed him as Naruto expected, but they were no longer following him since Madara has no clear visual on him, which Naruto used to his advantage. Creating a clone to distract Naruto, Naruto waited for Madara to take the bait. The clone of Naruto resurfaced and Madara was immediately on him. The flames of Amaterasu surrounded him and a moment later started burning him alive. The clone screamed for a second, then disappeared in a puff of smoke. Madara's eyes went to the original, who was standing on the other side of the lake. Naruto was crouched over a gigantic sealing scroll which he procured from a storage seal on his arm. Naruto smirked and then said Fukahoin. Wisps of chakra emerged from the gigantic 20 feet long scroll and surrounded the black flames of Amaterasu. A moment later the flames were dragged back into the scroll and sealed away. Naruto rolled up the scroll and sealed it back inside his storage seal. As you said, I fought your descendant. I know every Sharingan trick you have, its advantages and its weaknesses, said Naruto, doing a little victory dance inside his head. Madara reopened his left eye. That little Uchiha fledgling was not a true Uchiha. By the time this battle is over, you will learn the true power of the Uchiha clan. Bring it, said Naruto, dropping into his taijutsu stance. Ninjas of Konoha, one of our own, is in danger. Right now Uzumaki Naruto is fighting for our freedom, for our happiness, for our peace. I won't lie to you. Many of you probably won't come back, so this is your last chance to change your minds. Who will come with me to fight alongside Uzumaki Naruto? Yelled Tsunade to the assembled army of Konoha. The ninjas all let out a loud yell as a signal that they are hers to command till their last breath. Tsunade turned towards Kakashi. Did your dogs find anything? Yes, Tsunade-sama. They picked up Naruto's scent near the Valley of the End, answered Kakashi. That cheeky bastard. Of course he would have his battle there. That's where he fought my grandpa. Kakashi sent word to the nations. Tell them to meet up with us in the valley, said Tsunade. She turned back towards the army. Move out to the Valley of the End. Chapter 17. Something amazing was happening in Fire Country. Something you don't see every day. In fact, this could only be seen in a time of war. Hundreds upon hundreds of shinobis were racing across the country towards their destination. It's been a long time since the entire village departed upon a single mission. This just shows how much is at stake here. Are we close, Kakashi? Asked Tsunade seriously. Kakashi, who was running beside her, answered, we will be there in 2 hours or so. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That's not good enough. By the time we get there, everything will be over. She pumped chakra into her vocal folds and addressed her ninjas while running. Everyone, I know you are tired. We've been running for a while now, but I need you to push yourself past your limits. At this rate, the battle for the world will be over by the time we arrive, and I fear the outcome. Gather your strength and let's push on. A loud chorus of "Hi" rang through the army, and they picked up their pace. They could only hope their savior holds until they arrive. Do you know what your defeat means? Said Uchiha Madara, facing his opponent on the other side of the lake. Naruto frowned. I know perfectly well what would happen if I fail. That is why I absolutely cannot and will not fail. The fate of the world is resting on my shoulders, and I don't intend to lay down and give up. Admirable. Spoken like a true hero. I look forward to crushing your soul, said Madara calmly. Naruto dropped into his taijutsu stance and waited for the Uchiha legend to make his move. He didn't have to wait long. Madara dashed forward across the lake water parting because of his insane speed. Naruto noticed that his speed increased by a lot. He was having a few difficulties keeping up with his movement. He didn't have time to ponder anymore because Madara was already on him with a fist ready to smash his skull. Naruto ducked under the blow and tried to uppercut Madara into oblivion, but he caught his punch with ease. Using his arm as a springboard, Madara jumped over Naruto and lashed out with a kick to Naruto's spine. Naruto dropped to the floor at the last second, allowing the kick to miss him. A moment later he rolled to the left. A good thing he did, because the spot where he was before was obliterated by Madara's kick. Naruto sprang back on his feet and immediately blocked another punch from Madara. This wasn't looking well for him right now. It seems Madara got serious. The speed and the sheer ferociousness behind Madara's attacks were unbelievable. He never faced such an opponent before. It was like fighting a machine that never gave up, that had no flaws, that made no mistakes. He was perfect, as expected from a legend such as him. They continued their taijutsu dance for a few minutes with Naruto on the defensive. Madara got in a few hits, but nothing major or fatal. Naruto was holding out so far, but he knew it was time for him to get serious as well. He saw Madara's fist fast approaching his face. This time he didn't dodge or block. He let the punch hit him. He was sent flying into the forest, where he toppled down a couple of trees. But his plan worked. At least he hoped so. Madara frowned internally. That punch shouldn't have connected. Something was wrong. Meanwhile, Naruto took advantage of his immobility and started gathering chakra for his trump card. Madara sensed that something was wrong. He felt a disturbance in the air and the nature itself. He never felt anything similar, which was saying something. The weird thing was the origin was coming from his opponent in the forest. He growled and immediately formed the hand signs needed for a powerful katan jutsu. A long blast of fire was blown towards Naruto's location. The blast incinerated the forest and seemingly did its job, but Madara could sense that something was wrong. There was a patch of forest which the fire didn't destroy, the place where Naruto was currently standing with a protective bubble made of wind chakra surrounding him. But this was no longer the same Naruto, and Madara could feel the change in him. Naruto stood there definitely, his eyes now colored, indicating his ascension to Sage mode. The real fight is about to start. So this is your trump card? Impressive, said Madara in his ever-calm voice. He could feel the power oozing off of him. Naruto remained silent and Madara smirked at him. Well, then show me what you got. Madara made a motioning movement with his hand, daring Naruto to attack him. And Naruto did. In a burst of speed, Naruto was in front of Madara, who didn't seem fazed by the increase of speed. Naruto's destructive punch was blocked by Madara's hand. Madara tried to retaliate, but Naruto was faster. Naruto tried to kick Madara in the knees, but Madara jumped over it and lashed out with a roundhouse kick himself, which Naruto ducked under and followed up with uppercut to his chin, but Madara evaded, although barely. Madara's eyes widened a moment later when he felt an invisible force strike him in the face and he was sent flying upwards. Madara grunted but managed to regain his balance. He glared at his opponent mid-air while the Edo Tensei repaired his face. Madara pushed off from his position in the air with amazing force and sped towards Naruto, who dropped into his frog stance. Madara attacked with a punch, but Naruto blocked it with his forearm. A resounding blast erupted and the earth cracked from the force. The fighters didn't let that bother them. They exchanged some hits, with Madara being careful to avoid whatever it was that struck him before. Naruto attempted another punch to Madara's face, but he saw it coming and grabbed Naruto's hand before it could do any serious damage. A mistake on Naruto's part, a mistake that will cost him dearly. The Uchiha smirked at his young opponent and moved his hand to Naruto's abdominal area. His eyes shifted into the legendary Rinnegan and Naruto's eyes widened, but it was too late. Madara whispered, "Shinra Tensei." A blast with tremendous power behind it blew away Naruto into the surrounding forest. The technique that destroyed an entire village destroyed a large chunk of the land and the forest. While definitely not at its full power, it is still impressive nonetheless. Madara's eyes widened a bit and he quickly spun around and absorbed a gigantic Rasengan courtesy from Naruto, who somehow escaped Madara's devastating jutsu. The Rasengan proved to be useless against the Rinnegan user, but the momentary lapse of concentration came back to bite the Uchiha in the ass. A pair of hands grabbed Madara's ankles, who was still absorbing the last of the chakra from the Rasengan. A moment later he was pulled under and was stuck in the ground. Naruto was already on him, taking advantage of the situation. "Udama Rasengan!" yelled Naruto, descending rapidly towards Madara. A moment later the attack connected, but there was no explosion or anything similar. Instead the attack halted its movement. An ethereal figure was the reason for that. Madara's eyes turned into the Sharingan and Susanoo protected its master. Naruto jumped back when the spirit tried to cleave him in half with his sword. Madara jumped out of the hole in the ground and eyed Naruto, the spirit of Susanoo, making the stare that more threateningly. "Now what, young Uzumaki? What will you do now?" taunted Madara. Naruto smirked. "Every technique has a weakness, even Susanoo. I found Sasuke's and now I will find yours." Madara in response upgraded his Susanoo to that of two-headed one, covering more angles that way. Naruto frowned internally. Madara's Susanoo is very different from Sasuke's and from the looks of it much more powerful. It was time for some testing. Increasing the chakra outage to his legs, he shot forward with amazing speed and a second later appeared in front of Susanoo with a fist poised for strike. The fist collided with the Susanoo's torso. Both Susanoo and Madara were sent skidding backwards a few feet, such was the power behind Naruto's strike. Madara grunted and Susanoo responded by swinging its swords towards Naruto, who dodged it. A good thing too. The earth cracked under the force of the swing. Naruto rolled to the left, dodging another strike and then another. Having enough, Naruto summoned a clone to his side and propelled him towards his opponent, momentarily distracting him. The clone was killed mid-air with a swing from Susanoo, but it gave Naruto enough time for his next attack. "Senpo, Yomi Numa!" A massive swamp appeared under Madara's feet, trapping him inside. But not for long. Susanoo stuck both of its swords in the ground and used it as leverage to propel itself upward in the air. A big mistake on his part. Madara swiftly turned around when he heard a whizzing sound. A large shuriken made of wind chakra was but a few inches away when he turned around. A moment later the Raisin Shuriken collided with Madara and its protector Susanoo. A massive explosion occurred and Naruto had to shield his eyes from any debris sent his way. It took a while for the explosion to die down so that Naruto could see the result of his combo. Amidst the massive crater stood a figure, his body smoldering and regenerating at the same time. A partially destroyed Susanoo was still surrounding Madara. Almost all of its left side was missing from Naruto's attack. Naruto stood his ground and eyed his opponent. Madara recovered in no time at all thanks to the Edo Tensei. Impressive. To think that there exists a technique that can damage my Susanoo to such a degree with a single hit. This jutsu of yours was a lot stronger than the last time we faced each other in the war. Your chakra felt more potent, denser. You've been training a lot, haven't you? Smirked Madara, brushing off the technique like it was nothing. Naruto returned the smirk. This was just the tip of the iceberg, old man. Well then, allow me to show you a technique of my own. His hands went through hand signs at speeds not even Naruto could follow. A bad feeling arose in Naruto's stomach and it soon became clear as to why. A gigantic shadow descended upon the battlefield and Naruto looked up in astonishment and fear at seeing this technique again. No matter how many times he sees this particular jutsu, he still can't wrap his head around the fact that Madara somehow manipulates comets from outer space. The massive ball of rock traveled at amazing speed towards the earth. Naruto cursed in his mind. This will take a lot of chakra out of him to do probably most of his senjutsu chakra, but he has no choice. Creating two clones, he started gathering chakra into the palm of his hands, his clones mirroring his move. Madara saw that he was once again creating that damnable technique again, so he upped the stakes. Going through another set of hand seals, another comet descended upon Naruto and the earth. Naruto had no time to ponder Madara's move, he was too busy with his own technique. A moment later a Raisin Shuriken was formed in his hands, but Naruto had a feeling that it won't be enough. With a silent command, the clones and he himself started upping the chakra outage to the technique. The original took care of the core of the jutsu while the clones took care of the wind chakra and the balance of the technique. The shuriken started growing in size. With each passing moment the technique grew larger and larger until it was easily 3 times the size of the original. Naruto gritted his teeth from exertion and then raised his technique over his head. Sweat poured down his face. Just a normal Raisin Shuriken needed a huge amount of control and concentration. Multiply that by 3 times and you get a technique 1 in a billion can pull off. With no time to spare, Naruto threw the oversized Raisin Shuriken towards the 2 comets, hoping it will be enough. Moments earlier Konoha ninjas were jumping over treetops at top speed with its leader in front of the group. Tsunade was gritting her teeth in nervousness. They were close, she could feel it. She could feel their chakra, she could feel that evil chakra crawling on her skin. She faced him once and she knew what the man was capable of, and that worried her. Naruto was out there fighting Madara alone when 5 Kages together couldn't beat him. She was woken up from her pondering by a massive shadow over their heads. She stopped in her tracks, her army doing the same thing. All eyes were glued to the sky. Knees started to shake, sweat formed on ninjas' heads because of what they saw. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight of the technique. She was absent when the comet struck the first time in the war, but she saw the devastation it brought upon the earth. Her heart raced for her adoptive grandson. She hoped he would somehow defy the odds once more and came out victorious. Ino's lips trembled at the sight of the meteor from outer space. Her eyes became teary in fear of losing the man she loved. Her heart broke when she saw the second meteor descend from space. Her mind was telling her it was hopeless, but her heart was telling her he will survive. He promised he would come back to her. And he never breaks his promises. A flash of light interrupted her thoughts. She spotted a massive ball of light speeding towards the 2 meteors, and her heart leaped in joy. Naruto isn't giving up, and she won't as well. She is his girlfriend after all. The 2 techniques collided and the ninjas were momentarily blinded by the massive explosion. When they reopened their eyes, they saw nothing. Just crumbling rocks descending towards the ground. The ninjas cheered for their savior Naruto. Tsunade regained her senses and ordered the ninjas to press on. They were nearing the valley. She could see up ahead the trails of destruction the 2 combatants left behind them. Naruto sweated and panted. His senjutsu chakra was gone. That last jutsu really took a toll on him, but he still had a lot to give. He could feel his stamina and chakra recovering. Soon he will be ready for another round. Madara stared blankly at his opponent with a mixture of anger and respect. The ethereal figure of Susanoo slowly disappeared and his eyes morphed into the Rinnegan. "Why am I not surprised that you stopped my technique?" stated Madara calmly with a tinge of amusement in his voice. Naruto managed to let out a chuckle through his panting. His body still not recovered from the strain of the previous technique beats the hell out of me. Previous amusement gone. Madara turned serious. "Let's see for how long your luck holds out." He extended both of his arms in front of him and Naruto's eyes widened. Shinra Tensei. Pumping a huge amount of chakra into the crazy jutsu, the shockwave proceeded to destroy the valley and flatten the forests and the ground. Naruto pumped as much chakra as he could into his feet, hoping to hold on. Substitution was out of the question at the moment. The range of the technique was beyond the capabilities of the Kawarimi. The shockwave reached him and despite his brave efforts he was blown away with minimal to no resistance. He was sent flying alongside the huge chunks of earth and the trees. His screams were muffled by the sound of destruction all around him. Madara observed his handiwork. There was no longer a valley in front of his eyes, only barren wasteland. The water that was previously contained and flowed in an orderly fashion now ran everywhere in every hole it could find. This was the true power of the technique that once destroyed Konoha. He switched his gaze when he heard a couple of rocks being moved. A second later the pile of rocks were blown away by a blast of chakra. Madara saw his opponent, who once more survived his onslaught, and he applauded him internally. Naruto stood there staring defiantly at Madara. There was a large and deep gash on his forehead and blood flowed down his face. His clothes were torn, some wounds on his body, but otherwise he was fine. A second later his wounds started to heal at an amazing rate. Even the gash on his forehead was nothing but a mere scratch a second later. Perks to being a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and an Uzumaki. He steadied his breathing and calmed his nerves and body. He reached out the nature around him and pulled in the chakra that was so warm and powerful. A couple of seconds later he was back in his sage mode. Madara made no move to stop his transformation, either because he wanted him to transform or because he knew he was too far away to stop him. Either way it didn't matter now. Both fighters gazed at each other, both determined to win this battle, but for different reasons. One fought for terror and destruction, other for peace and love. Whose will is the strongest? You truly are his descendant. Surviving my meteor technique and a fully powered Shinra Tensei, only Hashirama possessed that kind of strength, stated Madara. Enough chit-chat. Attack me with everything you've got. Let us see who is the strongest. challenged Naruto, going into his frog stance. As you wish, said Madara calmly, already going through numerous hand seals. He clapped his hands together and trees erupted from the earth, all heading towards Naruto, aiming to impale him. Taking advantage of the higher senses granted by Sage Mode, Naruto skillfully avoided the wood technique, but Madara didn't relent in his attack. Pumping more chakra, countless more trees surfaced at its master's command and joined the assault on Naruto. Despite being in Sage Mode, even Naruto knew the sheer number of trees and wood was too much for him, so he decided to thin the numbers out and go on the offensive. Destroying any trees that got too close for comfort with his wind jutsus, he gradually got closer to Madara, who remained unfazed by Naruto's counterattack. He willed the trees to go faster, hoping to overwhelm Naruto, but he stood strong against his opponent. Madara thought that was enough foreplay with Hashirama's power Mokuton Hijutsu, Jukai Koten. As the name suggests, an entire forest erupted from the underground, each piece of wood sharp and strong enough to kill Naruto 1,000 times over. Madara commanded the forest to attack Naruto, who remained calm despite the situation. The trees came rushing towards Naruto, who waited at the last second to start dodging them. Weaving between the trees while simultaneously destroying them with his wind blades, he held his ground against the impressive technique. Madara, seeing that this isn't going anywhere, went through the same hand seals again and attacked Naruto with renewed firepower. Naruto cursed Madara and the Edo Tensei and the fact that it gave him unlimited chakra. He weaved and dodged the trees, but it proved to be futile a moment later. A massive number of trees attacked him head-on and Naruto went through a string of hand seals for a fire jutsu to destroy them. But by doing that he left his back wide open. A chance Madara didn't miss. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt a tree impale him through his torso. He looked towards Madara and saw him smirking at him. The tree rose to Madara's level so that they were eye level. Naruto was trying to break free, but his strength was fading. Do you see now the hopelessness of your situation? You can never beat me, stated Madara cockily. His eyes widened when Naruto smirked at him and disappeared in a poof of smoke. A hand pierced Madara's chest and a voice spoke, "No, but do you?" It was Naruto's turn to be surprised, because the Madara he impaled turned into a wood clone and now their situations were reversed. Naruto coughed up blood. He looked down and saw Madara's fist through his chest. He heard him speak, "My eyes see everything. You can't hide from me." Wrong again. The clone in Madara's hand disappeared in another poof of smoke while the real Naruto was behind Madara with a Rasengan in his hand. The Rasengan touched Madara's back and started drilling into it. Madara regained his composure and started absorbing the chakra, but the damage was already done. Naruto's eyes widened when Madara used another jutsu provided by the Rinnegan. Mechanic contractions appeared out of Madara's shoulders in the shape of a rocket launcher. Naruto was blown back by the following blast, his skin smoldering. He looked up and growled at Madara while Madara stood there unaffected. "It seems I got careless. I can promise you it won't happen again," stated Madara darkly. Naruto felt Madara's chakra spike, but he had no time to react. Trees erupted under him and trapped him. Naruto struggled to get out of his bonds, but the trees stood strong. Madara laughed at him at his helpless position. "It seems this battle is over, Uzumaki. I will fill your heart with despair in your last moments. Stare your demise in the face." Susanoo once again appeared around Madara and they performed hand seals in conjunction, allowing one of Madara's greatest jutsus to once again show its face. Naruto's eyes widened in fear and shock. A gigantic meteorite was once again descending upon him and he can't even move a muscle. He heard Madara speak out loud, using the same technique over and over again, "But I think this jutsu is fitting to kill you and what you represent. I will obliterate every last piece of you and the earth you are standing on. Nothing will remain for people to remember you by, not even a memory." Naruto growled and struggled to break free of the damnable wood restraints while the meteorite was plunging towards him, aiming to end him and the world. No, it can't end like this, thought Naruto, looking at the object of his demise. "I can't lose here, not now, I promise," thought Naruto. Yellow chakras started sprouting out of him and the bonds that held him in place started to crack. Madara's eyes narrowed and he formed another hand sign and more trees erupted from the earth and held onto Naruto, who struggled with all his might to break free. The meteorite was coming nearer and nearer while Naruto was trying to break free. More chakra oozed off of him, trying to overwhelm his opponent's technique, but Madara's dark laughter reached his ears. It's too late, Uzumaki. Look, it's here! Naruto looked up and his eyes widened. He was too late. The meteorite was only seconds away from hitting the earth. He closed his eyes and tears flowed down his eyes. The only thought that ran through his head was disappointment. He let everyone down. He promised he would win, but he failed once more disappear. He heard Madara speak. Bang! Both fighters' eyes turned upwards where the sound was heard. Naruto's eyes lit up with joy when he saw what happened while Madara was annoyed. A massive amount of sand was currently trying to stop the massive ball of rock. Gaara! Yelled Naruto in joy. His friend was here, that means he saw two figures approaching the meteorite from the left and the right. His ear leaped with joy when he saw who it was. Eat this, said both Tsunade and who was clad in his lightning armor. They punched the meteorite from both sides with all their might. The meteorite started cracking, but it still wasn't enough. Another figure, this time Tsuchikage, came dropping from above and hit the meteorite with a rock-covered fist. Again the meteorite cracked significantly, but its destructive power was still intact. That is until a large dragon made of lava came rocketing towards the meteorite from below, the sand moving away so that it could hit the meteorite without any interruptions. The dragon plowed through the meteorite and destroyed every single pebble in it. Danger averted for now. Naruto looked around him and saw that they were surrounded by ninjas from every country. He rejoiced when he saw his fellow comrades and friends from Konoha. Pitiful, more insects for slaughter, said Madara, not concerned about the new arrivals. Naruto turned his attention back towards Madara. He used Kurama's chakra to break free from his wooden bonds once and for all. The fight is not yet over, Madara. Indeed it isn't, said Madara, going through numerous hand signs at blinding speed. Finishing at the ram seal, he slammed his hand on the ground and sealing characters spread to every direction. After a few seconds of traveling, the characters glowed blue and a sphere of sorts appeared. The sphere expanded until it reached the ninjas, and still it continued to grow, forcing the ninjas to back away. For all they knew, this sphere could kill them in an instant. This was Madara, after all. Naruto knew what Madara just did. The barrier will keep everyone out of their fight. He felt relieved now. He won't have to worry about protecting everyone while fighting Madara. That's much better. Now we won't have to worry about any interruptions, said Madara. Kakashi, what is this? Asked Tsunade while reaching out to touch it. She quickly retracted her hand when it was almost electrocuted by 1,000,000 volts. She turned towards Kakashi for an explanation. I'm not an expert at this, but this is probably one of the best barriers around. I'm pretty sure only an Uzumaki could break it, and the only one we know is inside of it. Tsunade gritted her teeth, relayed the information to every other Kage. Gaara, there is a message from Okage-sama, said Temari to her brother, who was watching Naruto's fight with Madara, and she could see worry etched on his face. She continued, it seems Madara sprouted a barrier that seems impossible to break. What should we do? Gaara's face remained the ever stoic one. He looked on towards the battlefield and slowly raised his hand. He concentrated his chakra to the ground inside the barrier. If they can't disable the barrier, then they will just have to get around it. If only it were that simple. Gaara's eyes widened. He couldn't make a link with the sand in the ground. His chakra is unresponsive once it enters the barrier. He clenched his fist and lowered it. It seems Madara covered all of his bases. Damn it! Yelled A. He turned towards his brother. Blow this barrier to Kingdom Come. Okay, motherfucker, responded B, already contacting his tenant and making a mental link. A second later they started building up their chakra for their transformation. The army cleared the way for their strongest weapon and possibly the only man who could destroy this barrier. Moments later a huge ox appeared in its full glory. The Hachibi opened his mouth and started concentrating obscene amounts of chakra. Bijidama. I stole this technique from your ancestors, the Uzumakis. Their skill in Fuinjutsu was extraordinary, unmatched in the ninja world, explained Madara. Further explanation was postponed because the ground started shaking and a huge explosion erupted from outside the barrier. Naruto looked around frantically, wondering what's going on. He spotted B in his Bija mode. As you can see, not even a Bija can penetrate its defenses. The barrier feeds on my chakra and its power depends on each individual user's chakra. My chakra was always one of the strongest, so this makes one of the strongest barriers around. You don't have to explain to me the technique. I came across it in my studies on Fuinjutsu. I know what it does. And I also know how to disable it," said Naruto seriously. "I expected as much, but you need time to disable it." "Time which you don't have," responded Madara. "I wasn't planning on disabling it. I would much rather finish this fight by myself to avoid unnecessary casualties. You've proven to be quite a challenge. You had an answer for each of my techniques. You should be proud of yourself. Not many people have lasted long enough to witness my ultimate technique," said Madara. Naruto remained on guard. He could feel the buildup of chakra inside Madara and he didn't like it one bit. Susanoo once again appeared around Madara's figure, but this time it continued to grow. Madara's Susanoo's final form is an enormous construct with its mouth obscured and a body similar to its full body form. The outer armor, which only remotely resembles the usual Tengu with armor and the trademark pillbox hat like adornment on the forehead, is split down the middle from the beak downwards where the normal Susanoo underneath is revealed. Along this armor, which seems much more fluid than the other known Susanoos, are holes at the end. In its stabilized form, the Susanoo dons an outer armor and a samurai outfit. It also has 4 arms, 2 plated ones which hold a pair of katana and sheathes the other pair of which wields them. Naruto stood there wide-eyed the whole time. He heard about this form of Susanoo from Grandma, but hearing about it and seeing it in person are two different things. He can honestly say he's fucked. Madara spoke to him. "Witness my full power, Uzumaki Naruto." "Impossible." "What is that thing?" said Kiba, voicing everyone's thoughts. Tsunade shed some light. "That is Madara's Susanoo final form. It can destroy a mountain with a single swing of its sword, and apparently it can go toe-to-toe with a Bijou." She clenched her fist. She knew damn well how powerful that thing was. After all, she faced it once. Ino looked unworried for her boyfriend, but remembered that Naruto still has a few tricks up his sleeve. She smiled reassuringly. "This fight is far from over." Tsunade turned around to face her army. "Everyone fall back. We will try and destroy the barrier with long-range attacks." On cue, all of the armies retreated to a safe distance where they will bombard the barrier with long-range attacks. They were hoping that the barrier will wear itself out and they will be able to give Naruto some much-needed reinforcements. The army of Konoha started retreating, all except one person. Tsunade turned to Ino. "We need to retreat, Ino." "I'm staying. I need to be here for him," said Ino with conviction. Despite the situation, Tsunade smiled at the show of affection and loyalty. "Don't worry, he'll pull through. He always does. Come on, we need every able hand if we want to destroy this barrier." Ino seemingly ignored Tsunade's speech. She cast one last look towards Naruto and then nodded to Tsunade and joined the rest of the army. Tsunade turned towards Naruto. "Hold on, Gaki. Just a bit longer." Chapter 18. "What now, Uzumaki?" spoke Madara atop his protector Susanoo. He gazed down towards the speck on the ground, the insect that stands between him and world domination. Naruto recovered from the momentary shock of seeing a huge-ass monster staring down at him. It's not the first time that happened, and probably not the last time considering his luck with things. Heck, he likes a challenge. A challenge that can squash you with one strike, but a challenge nonetheless. Naruto smirked. "You aren't the only one with tricks up his sleeve, Madara." As soon as he said that, a yellow aura sprung around him. The chakra flickered like flames around him and his eyes glowed orange. He gained strange markings similar to that of the Rakuto Sannin. His eyes narrowed towards Madara and his samurai protector. Time for some tests. He disappeared in a cloud of dust, showing off his godly speed. Madara's eyes narrowed. This kid was faster than the Rakish. He didn't even see him move, let alone track his movements. But speed is not enough to defeat him, otherwise Rakish would have been able to defeat him. Susanoo felt something hit it in the back of its armor, but nothing else happened. Then another hit in the leg, shoulders, knees. The Susanoo barely felt anything, and Madara didn't deem it important enough to react. Even if he did, he would have probably missed. For now, he will wait it out and strike at the right opportunity. He heard a familiar buzzing sound and he turned around and saw the shuriken technique speeding towards him. I think it's time to show how futile his techniques are. Yeah, beat him up, Naruto, yelled Kiba, cheering for his comrade. They thought everything was over when that thing surfaced, but Naruto proved them wrong once more. They saw him flickering around the Susanoo, striking it everywhere. It gave the armies renewed hope. The Kages were a little bit more realistic than the rest of them. They knew that Madara was far from finished. Ino was holding her breath but silently rooting for her love. Her heart was pounding like a madman and it didn't show any signs of slowing down. So this is what all the fuss is about, huh? Spoke a new voice beside Ino, who was startled out of her praying and worrying. She saw a bluish man with sharp teeth grinning at Ino, which frankly disturbed her. Who are you? Suigetsu feigned hurt. Oh, you don't know silly handsome me. Allow me to introduce myself, gorgeous I'm. He was stopped by a fist to his head which blew away his head in droplets of water. Karen stood beside him with an annoyed look. Sorry about that, his hormones acted out again. Apologized Karen to Ino, who was baffled by all of this. It's okay, but who are you again? Asked Ino, but she felt like she was supposed to know this person. Karen smiled brightly. I'm Uzumaki Karen, and these are my teammates Suigetsu and Jugo. She pointed to the now regenerating Suigetsu and the calm-looking Jugo. The ninjas around them tensed when they heard those names, but seeing Ino remain calm and actually knowing them made them switch their attention back towards the fight. A light bulb switched on inside Ino's head. You were Naruto's cousin, right? Smiled Ino. Karen grinned, imitating his cousin's infectious smile, the one and only. And you must be the one that kept his cute Uzumaki ass in check. Ignoring the remark about his ass, Ino beamed. Yep, that's me. How did you know? Inquired Ino. Your eyes tell the whole story. That and he told me. Grinned Karen. You are the idiot's girlfriend? Asked the now fully regenerated Suigetsu. Ino nodded dumbly, not understanding what the big deal was. Oh man, could you please not tell him I hit on you? I would rather keep on living, thank you very much, said Suigetsu, getting flashbacks to how the man decimated Jugo and then turned into the QB. Nope, that man's girlfriend is off limits. Ino's sweat dropped. If you say so. If that was his idea of hitting on someone, then he will be lonely for a long time. She turned her attention back towards the fight. How's he holding up? Asked Karen, who noticed the concerned look on Ino's face as soon as she turned her attention back towards the fight. Ino sighed. So far so good. He's holding his own so far. But I'm worried for how long. Madara is immortal, has limitless chakra, feels no pain, and is a god without the Edo Tensei. With my limited reaction with Naruto, I found out several things. First, he's a chakra monster even without the QB. Second, pain means nothing to him. And third, he's the kind of guy who only gets stronger when he is protecting something or someone. So relax and let the Uzumakis show you how it's done. Grinned Karen, flaunting her last name as much as she could. Ino couldn't help but let out a small laugh at that summary of Naruto. I guess you are right. Of course I am. A silence occurred afterwards until a question popped out of Karen's mouth. So is he a monster in the sack? Ino stumbled forward at the bluntness of the question and couldn't help but see the resemblance between Anko and Karen. Ino blushed and turned away from her. You are crazy if you think I'll answer that question. Karen grinned. You don't have to. You already did. You better mark him as yours soon or someone else will. Ino grumbled while blushing heavily. Why was she having talks about her sex life in the middle of a world-changing battle that her boyfriend was fighting? It seems all Uzumaki are crazy, but good crazy. The hormonal duo were interrupted when Kiba yelled, "Look, it's the Raisin Shuriken. Madara is going to get it now!" Screamed Kiba. Ino and Karen looked on and saw the powerful jutsu hit Susanoo dead on. The dust from the explosion cleared a moment later and their eyes widened. No way! Was Ino's response to what she was seeing. Naruto landed on the ground and waited till the dust settled. When it did, he growled silently. It seems that level won't work on him anymore. Madara and Susanoo stood there unscathed from the devastating attack. While the attack would obliterate any lesser men, the attack was futile against him. Do you see now the futility of your efforts? To make his point clear, Susanoo attacked Naruto with his sword. Naruto quickly got out of the way of the deadly sword which obliterated the ground upon which he was standing. Naruto regained his footing and looked at the damage. He saw that the attack created a new valley that had no bottom, just endless darkness. He looked back towards Madara and prepared himself for what came next. You know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Time to test that theory. He closed his eyes momentarily. Ready? Asked Naruto his trusty partner. Kurama growled. This should have happened a long time ago. Let's do this. Naruto opened his eyes and his already impressive chakra levels soared to new heights. The shroud itself parted in the middle and opened into a full-length coat, revealing a black undergarment with a magatama on his neck. His pupils became slitted and the whisker marks deepened. The color of the chakra changed from yellow to orange, indicating that both Kurama's and Naruto's chakras have mixed together. Meanwhile, Madara stood transfixed. This is what he was waiting for. The true extent of his power. Naruto didn't stop there. That was just a stepping stone. In a burst of chakra, the shroud started expanding until it soared over the trees and beyond. The shroud took shape of a fox with 9 tails, and it matched Susanu's height. Naruto stood on top the head, his arms crossed, but still ready to react at a moment's notice. He could hear the roar of the armies around him cheering him on. It seems they have regained their morale after witnessing his transformation. So this is the Kyuubi transformation. Mino never achieved this state. Spoke Madara. Naruto nodded, probably because Kyuubi doesn't like humans that much and giving up his power isn't exactly his favorite pastime. What makes you so special then? How come he works with you? Inquired Madara, genuinely interested. 'Cause I'm awesome. Grinned Naruto childishly. He turned serious right afterwards when Kurama berated him to stay focused during the fight. No, seriously, it took a lot of sweat and blood to get where I am. After that, everything just fell into place. Smiled Naruto, fondly remembering his past. Good, because anything else would be inadequate against me. Come, let us see who is stronger, said Madara, and restarted the fight by swinging the massive sword of Susanoo. Naruto responded by stopping the enormous sword with one of its chakra claws. A massive shockwave erupted, but the fighters paid it no mind. The two attacks struggled to overcome each other, but they were equally matched. Madara saw that this was going nowhere and ordered Susanoo to attack with another sword, but Naruto had other plans. Before Susanoo could even draw the sword, several chakra arms materialized out of Kyuubi's body and latched onto Susanoo, keeping it in place. The Susanoo struggled to move, but Naruto wouldn't budge. Naruto grunted in effort. This thing was strong, monstrously so. There was no time to waste. The body of Kurama opened its mouth and fired over a dozen smaller bullets made of chakra. The attack hit Susanoo head-on. This time the results were much better than the Raisin Shurikens. The samurai-like armor of Susanoo's was singed and scraped off in several places, but Madara was unharmed. Seeing that his attacks can breach his defense, Madara went on the offensive, but this time with more finesse. He attacked with a sword, and Naruto smirked. If this is all it could do, then this won't be a problem. His eyes widened a moment later when massive magatama formed in Susanoo's other hand. Naruto abandoned his plan of catching the sword and rather jumped back to avoid it. Chakra arms materialized in front of him and acted as a shield. The magatama was sent flying towards Naruto and hit his chakra arms, which resulted in an explosion. The army's breath hitched in their throats when they saw the massive explosion, concerned for the one that fights for them. The dust settled and the Kyuubi still stood strong, and so did Naruto, but not unharmed. The chakra arms were obliterated upon contact by the powerful attack, and some of the explosion reached Naruto, but not enough to do any lasting damage, just some minor burns. Naruto growled at the man. He made a rookie mistake of underestimating an opponent, and Madara to boot. Idiot! It won't happen again. This time Naruto went on the offensive. The massive form of Kurama sprinted towards Madara, avoiding any slashes from him in the meantime. Mid-sprint, Kurama roared and sent a chakra shockwave towards Madara. The shockwave picked up dirt and debris which were the size of small hills, which momentarily blinded Madara, and Naruto pounced on the opening. Coming in close, the jaws of Kyuubi latched onto Susanoo's shoulders and in a show of strength lifted it off the ground and threw it across the sky. Opening its mouth, it fired off a massive chakra bullet much bigger than the previous ones and hit Susanoo right in the chest area. Madara growled and ordered Susanoo to stab a sword in the ground, regaining its footing. What kind of an attack was that? Instead of using the Kyuubi's destructive chakra, he would rather bite down on me. What an opponent, smirked Madara internally. This is what he was waiting for. A fight that will push him towards his limits, just like Hashirama in the past. Naruto's attack had an effect on Susanoo, judging from the singing of its armor in the chest area where the attack hit, but not enough to breach it. The fight continued right afterwards. Both fighters in their perfect forms dashed towards each other. Madara slashed with 2 of his swords, but Naruto blocked it with 2 of his chakra claws. The two were at a standstill once more, but not for long. In a risky maneuver, Madara let go of one of his swords and proceeded to punch the massive form of the Kyuubi and sent it flying backwards. Naruto managed to regain his balance and mid-flight shot a powerful chakra bullet towards his opponent. Madara blocked it with his sword, but the blast was still strong enough to send him skidding backwards a good 20 feet. The fighters regained their footing and attacked each other with their respective ranged attacks. Naruto fired off several chakra bullets while Madara formed a string of magatamas in his hands and sent them flying towards. Some of them cancelled each other out, but some continued their way towards their target. Both Madara and Naruto were enveloped in explosion, but that didn't deter them one bit. From the smoke of their attacks, both fighters once more fired their attacks, but this time with much more power behind them. Massive explosions rocketed their immediate area when the attacks bounced off each other. The two legendary fighters continued to rocket the area and each other with powerful explosion. They shrugged of the injuries they dealt to each other like it was nothing and continued with their attacks. What is Naruto doing? Is he insane? He can't keep getting hit with attacks like that. He can't win like that. Madara is immortal, said Kiba in concern. Others too shared his sentiment. They were watching the beating Naruto was taking and were wondering how long he can keep this up. Granted, Madara in no better position, but he has Edo Tensei to heal him from any damage while Naruto's healing is limited. He is doing what he does best, winning in his own way. He always was one to go head first into battles, explained Kakashi. The confidence he held for Naruto was enough to alleviate the rookie's concerns for now. He will win, I know he will, said Ino from the sidelines. The others turned to her and saw that she was watching the battle without an ounce of doubt of the outcome. Seeing her like that made other people believe that he can really do it. They turned back to the fight and silently cheered for their friend of many years. Gaara watched silently while his ninjas whispered among each other. Doubt was spreading through the ranks, he could feel it, hear it. They stopped believing in Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto will win. That got their attention and stopped the whispers. Gaara continued, he will win because he can't afford to lose. His power increases tremendously when he is fighting to protect. It is not anger that fuels his power but serenity and friendship. He will continue fighting as long as he sees his friends around him. He won't stop until his last breath. So believe in him like he believes in us. He saw that doubts still lingered in the air, but there was hope now in the ninja's eyes. A flicker of a smile appeared on his face while watching Naruto fight. Do it, Naruto. Come on, Uzumaki, show that my faith in you wasn't misplaced, thought the Raikage. How that boy has more spunk in him than my entire village. I like it, laughed Tsuchikage boisterously. The beautiful Mizukage observed the fight with a keen eye. She got to know the Kyuubi no Jinchuriki during and after the war and understood why he was thought to be the child of prophecy. He was unique in every way. He doesn't fight to kill but to protect not just his friends but his beliefs. Before the Fourth Shinobi War, the nations were at a decline. The world was going down a path of destruction, everyone knew that. Only a catalyst was needed to start a war between all the nations. But then Uzumaki Naruto was born. It was like the world was protecting itself. He is the protector of this world and the catalyst of change and the embodiment of everything pure and good. That is why right now she has absolute faith in the man before her. When Naruto was hit by another Magatama and gritted his teeth. This was really starting to hurt even in this form. He shook of the pain and sped forward towards his opponent. Madara fired off another chain of Magatamas in an attempt to keep him away from close combat. Madara knew that Naruto had an advantage in close combat since he was faster and more agile than him in this form. Naruto formed a wall of chakra in front of his form which stood strong against Madara's attack. Madara fired more of his Magatamas and the attack hit the wall of chakra and finally broke it. But Naruto was close enough now. A chakra arm emerged from his form and coiled around Madara like a snake constricting his movements. Madara struggled against his bonds. Naruto saw that one arm won't be enough to hold this being and sent two more to hold down his arms. Madara growled in rage. He couldn't budge and his eyes widened when he saw the Kyuubi opening its jaws and concentrating a huge amount of chakra. He knew what this technique was and he couldn't allow himself to be hit at such a close range. While Naruto was concentrating on forming the Bijadama, he missed when two more arms popped out of Susanu's shoulders and immediately swung its swords towards Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened and lost his concentration. The incomplete Bijadama became unstable and blew up and actually saved Naruto from Madara's attack by sending him flying away while doing the same thing to Madara. Damn, that hurt. I definitely didn't see that one coming, mused Naruto to himself. He willed the chakra form of the Kyuubi around him to stand up. He looked towards Madara, who was in the same position. He was in the middle of standing back up. It seems they both suffered from that attack. While incomplete, the Bijadama did quite some damage on the outer shell of Susanoo. Quite a lot of his armor was gone now, and the bones of Susanoo could be clearly seen in those places. But Naruto was in the same place. He himself was bleeding down his shoulder and down his forehead while the Kyuubi form was missing chunks of chakra on its body. All the damage accumulated throughout the fight was evident on both fighters. Naruto smirked. You truly are one tough bastard. Likewise Uzumaki. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Asked Madara. Naruto responded by creating two huge chakra arms and pointed them upwards. In each hand a massive Raisin Shuriken was starting to take shape. Madara, who wasn't about to stay still and let that attack hit him, responded by forming two huge Magatama necklaces above his head. To finish the technique, he enveloped the Magatamas in raging fire. His technique finished Naruto through the shurikens towards Madara while Madara did the same. The two techniques met in the middle of the battlefield. The two techniques struggled for domination and it didn't look like there will be any winner. Madara and Naruto smirked at the same time and both clenched their fists, which caused the two techniques to explode and envelop the clearing in a bright light, blinding everyone. Madara and Naruto were waiting for the smoke to clear itself. When it did, it showed a humongous crater in the middle of the battlefield. One thing is certain, the landscape won't ever be the same after this battle. It's time, thought Naruto. He took a few steps forward in his giant Kyuubi form. He stopped at the edge of the crater they'd just made. He sent Madara one last smirk and then started his plan. The Kyuubi form opened its massive jaws and started concentrating massive amounts of chakra, even more than for the previous Bijadama. The ball of chakras slowly started to take form. Two chakra arms sprouted from the shoulders and circled the Bijadama. Naruto raised his hands and placed them on the ball of chakra in front of him. He started adding more chakra while keeping it stabilized. While he did that, he willed the chakra arms to start adding wind chakra to the already devastating technique. Wind started circling the ball and slowly but surely blades of wind formed on each corner of the ball. The new technique continued to grow while Naruto struggled to maintain the balance. Beads of sweat trailed down his face from all the exertion. The sheer chakra necessary for the technique is something that would kill anyone else but him. Not even Killer Bee, who had years to perfect his transformation, could pull this off. It took years to perfect this technique, but they did it. This is the combined power of Naruto and Kurama, the pinnacle of their strength. Meanwhile, Madara eyed his opponent and analyzed his technique. The confident smirk that was on his face before was now slowly diminishing with each passing second. When wind started circling the ball, Madara started sweating a bit. The chakra that was coming off of the ball was staggering. Getting hit by that thing wouldn't be the best of ideas. In retaliation, Susanoo stretched its four arms in front of its face. An unusual chakra started gathering inside the circle of the four arms. While most chakra is a shade of blue, this one was pure black. And the feeling of it was atrocious, sickening. The black ball of doom continued to grow until it was almost the size of Naruto's own technique. But not even that was enough to stop Naruto's new technique, and Madara knew that. In order to even the field, he covered his technique in black flames. The two techniques continued to grow to an extent where the environment started to feel the effects. The earth was shaking, cracks appeared in the earth, the ground, the trees were burned from the intense heat and the powerful wind that was raging in the now decimated valley. There was a moment of tranquility in the valley, a calm before the storm. A second later, hell descended upon the world. Bijou, Raisin Dama. Mugen! The two techniques blasted off from their owners and met in the center of the valley. The powerful shockwave all but destroyed what was left off the earth. Purity met darkness, fire met wind, and peace met terror. Two total opposites found each other in the middle of the battlefield. The two balls struggled over dominance. Naruto and Madara were constantly pushing more and more chakra to the already unstable techniques, desperately trying to overpower the other. The two balls grew to unfathomable size. They were already the size of a toad boss, now they extended even beyond that, and there were no signs of stopping. Even Madara and Naruto were feeling the effects of the jutsus. Naruto was constantly slashed by the wind of his own technique, and even some of the fire reached his position and started burning him and the Kyuubi form. He was gritting his teeth both in pain and exertion. Madara wasn't far off. The protective armor of Susanoo was all but peeled off courtesy of his own flames and Naruto's wind. Even his Edo tense body was showing effects of the jutsus. The dust of the Edo Tensei was slowly peeling off his immortal body. It seems even the Edo Tensei has a limit of its own. Madara growled, "I will not perish here. You cannot kill me. I am immortal." His technique reacted to Madara's rage and slowly started overpowering Naruto's, who was breathing raggedly and was bleeding all over the place. Naruto cursed and slowly started losing ground to his opponent. While Edo Tensei constantly recovers his wounds and chakra his do not. While Naruto has almost unlimited chakra at his disposal, it is useless if his body cannot handle the strain. He has already exerted chakra on the level of Hachibi and he was still pushing it out. Grunting in pain, he managed to find some strength in him and pushed Madara back to a stalemate, but at a cost. His muscles started tearing, his wounds worsened, and he was barely holding on, and Madara sensed that and started laughing maniacally. "Kahaha, you see, you are nothing, an insect. I am perfection." His Mugen technique once more expanded and pushed Naruto back, who somehow returned in equal force, a testament to his determination and willpower. Naruto's body was shaking uncontrollably and the orange aura around him slowly started to lose its brilliance. Madara sensed a moment of weakness in his opponent's concentration and reacted immediately. Mugen outgrew Naruto's technique and almost succeeding in overpowering Naruto's, but Naruto managed to slow it down. Despite his best efforts, with each passing moment Naruto was slowly but surely losing. His tank was empty, he had no more ideas on what to do next, and the maniacal laughter coming from Madara wasn't helping either. The two techniques were coming closer and closer to his position. The armies of the nations stood shocked at the sight of two gods fighting it out for supremacy. They defied the impossible with each move they made, and they wondered if their potential even has a limit. Because frankly, the expression "the sky's the limit" doesn't apply to them apparently. They were so far over the sky they reached another realm by now. With each chakra cell added to the jutsus, the ninjas were having harder and harder time to keep their balance. Even though they were nowhere near their battle, they still felt the effects. When the battle slowly reached its climax, the five Kages reacted and ordered their armies to fall back even further. As much as they hated to move even further away from the battle, they had to protect their subordinates. But some wouldn't budge from their position. All the people who were touched by the phenomena that is Uzumaki Naruto stayed behind. Even the five Kages remained in their position when they saw the loyalty directed towards Naruto. His friends were praying to everyone they could think of. Their ancestors, ghosts, ancient priests, god Ika series, and to anything even remotely spiritual. This was their way of helping and battling alongside Naruto. They held hope that he would prevail, but that hope fluttered away when they saw Naruto slowly losing ground. The final straw happened when the technique was mere meters away from his face. They closed their eyes and couldn't help but feel weak. If only they were stronger, they could have helped him. "No, no, no, not now, please hold on," were the thoughts of Ino, who looked on helplessly while the orb of destruction neared Naruto. "Naruto!" yelled Ino, hoping that her voice will somehow reach him in his time of need. "So this is it, huh? The end of my story? How pitiful," thought Naruto in his mind. Resignation? Until now that word didn't exist in his vocabulary, and he prided himself on that. No matter what, he never gave up. But right now, while staring at the devastating technique in front of him, that word somehow settled inside his mind and he felt weak. Thank you for letting me be your mother, if only for a few moments. Thank you for letting Minato be your father. Thank you for being our son. I love you so much. Were the words of his mother, who poured out her heart in the few moments they had together. The memory of his mother's love fueled him and gave him the strength to hold on a bit longer. In the outside world, Naruto's technique slowly gained more power. You were my son, and I believe in you. I believe you will find the answer and succeeded where I failed. You were my son after all. The smiling face of his father gave him the determination to keep up his struggle. He did promise after all that he will find the answer, which means his journey isn't over yet. The world is full of anger and we ninjas fight against that hatred. I searched my whole life for an answer against all that hatred, and if I fail it will be up to you to continue my legacy. Were the words of his mentor, idol, and godfather. You can count on me, Ero Sanin, was the response at the time of a younger Naruto. Jiraiya laughed. Just imagine all the girls that will flock to you. And I, as your master, will reap the rewards and die a happy man surrounded by angels. Ero Sanin! Yelled the younger Naruto in outrage, his face red as a tomato. One of the few fond memories he shared with Jiraiya re-energized his body, and the orange aura slowly gained strength once more. Naruto! He somehow heard Ino's voice amidst all the chaos and destruction. He didn't know if it was real or not, but that was the last straw for him. He opened his eyes, which shone with determination. A colossal amount of chakra was sent towards his technique, which pushed back Madara's with amazing force. Madara reacted at the last possible moment and did the same as Naruto, which caused the two techniques to finally explode. They have finally reached their limit. The entire valley, the valley that was used as the staging area for their fight, was engulfed in a massive dome of fire and destruction. The dome expanded until it started nearing the edge of the barrier. The barrier started expanding in order to contain the explosion. The barrier slowly edged closer to the rookie's position and the people that stayed behind in order to support Naruto. Having no choice, they abandoned their position lest they get caught in the explosion. It's a good thing they did, because the dome that contained all that energy exploded outwards. A mushroom of smoke and fire similar to a nuclear explosion ascended into the sky. Ino cleared the rubble off her body. Despite being very far away from the epicenter of the blast, the shockwave reached their position no time and crushed the earth under their feet. She coughed out all the dust that filled her lungs and took some ragged breaths. She cleared her eyes and slowly stood up. She looked towards Naruto's last known location and saw nothing. There was no more Kyuubi and no more Susanoo. Fear crawled into her body and she rushed towards Naruto. She reached the location where the barrier once prevented their entrance. She saw that the barrier was slowly regenerating. There were small holes and numerous cracks on the barrier. Seeing that the barrier was weakened severely, she punched the barrier with all her strength, only to fail miserably. She tried again and again, but nothing happened. She attacked it once more, but only this time a tiny crack appeared in it. She blinked and saw why. The Godemo Kage Tsunade Senju's fist was next to hers on the barrier. Smiling in relief, she sent her mentor a nod of gratitude, which Tsunade happily returned. Ino heard the sound of footsteps and saw her friends approaching along with the rest of the army. She heard Tsunade speak, "Everyone attack the barrier with everything you've got. It has been weakened by that explosion, and this is our best chance of destroying it." A roar of the army signified their response. With Madara and Naruto, "Kid, you still with me? Kid? Naruto? Don't play with me, you stupid idiot. Wake up. Come on, talk to me," roared Kurama inside Naruto's mind. "I can hear you, Kurama, stop shouting." Despite feeling relief at hearing Naruto's voice, he couldn't help but notice how weak it sounded. Just that one sentence sounded like it took all his strength. "You stupid idiot. What were you thinking, pushing out more chakra in the state you were in? I know you were desperate, but look at you now, you are useless as you are now." Lying on his back in the crater, Naruto chuckled, which was a very bad idea since he coughed up blood. That wasn't the only thing wrong with his body. His clothes rags really were all but gone. The rags on his body covered only the essential things. The attack literally destroyed his body. A very deep wound was visible across his stomach area and was bleeding profusely from it. There were numerous cuts on his body, some small, some quite big. There was more blood visible on his body than skin. Every single spot was covered in blood, either because of the bleeding or because of the wounds. It's a miracle he was still breathing. I can keep going. Just give me a minute or a month, chuckled Naruto, which caused his body to spasm, which hurt like hell. His whole body, every single cell, felt like it was on fire. He is still alive, you know that, right? I know. I didn't expect that attack to kill him, responded Naruto, who started moving his body despite its protests. He rested himself on his elbows and moved up from there. Let's go see how he is holding up. He stood on shaking knees and slowly limped forwards. He clutched the wound on his chest, hoping to tone down the bleeding a bit until his healing kicks in, which might take a while after the stunt he just pulled. Each step took whatever energy he had left, but he had to keep going. The fight was not yet over. Reaching the middle of the crater, he spotted Madara, or should he say what was left of him. Floating in the air was the head of Madara alongside his neck and two lumps that should have been arms. His lower body didn't survive the encounter. Now that he was seeing Madara in the state he was, Naruto felt that he was lucky, really lucky, to be still alive, let alone walking, limping, really. Madara was seething with anger. This boy did this much damage to him in his perfect form, combined with the Edo Tensei. Naruto smirked when he saw Madara's expression. He felt proud of himself that he was able to rile up a man such as Madara. Yep, despite the pain traveling through his body, he felt victorious. Hurts, huh? Oh, I forgot you don't feel pain, chuckled Naruto. Madara growled. What was taking Edo Tensei so long to repair his body? He should have been fully healed by now. I guess my gamble pulled off, smiled Naruto while breathing heavily. Seeing the confused look on Madara's face prompted Naruto to continue. It seems even the Edo Tensei has a limit when it comes to healing, just like my own. That last attack somehow breached the limit of the Edo Tensei's healing power. You exerted too much power for Edo Tensei's liking. Sucks, huh? Madara growled. Could that actually be true? Is there really a limit to Edo Tensei? Judging from the state of his body, he figured that the boy was right. But no matter, he is still immortal. He will recover eventually. His confidence wavered when he saw the confident smirk on Naruto's face. You are probably thinking that it doesn't matter, right? You were thinking I'm still immortal. I'll recover eventually, right? Well, it is true that you would recover eventually, but unfortunately I won't allow that. Naruto put a hand over the ceiling tattoo that was on his right arm. A second later, two three-pronged kunais appeared in his palm. Madara raised an eyebrow at the weird kunais and wondered what the boy was planning. He couldn't move his body, so he really wasn't in the position to do much else. My father was the Yondaime Hokage and one of the greatest sealing masters in the world, on par, if not greater than the Uzumaki clan. He used kunais like this for his space-time jutsu. I tried to learn his jutsu but couldn't do it, at least not yet. While learning the technique, I came up with one of my own that uses his as a base. He threw one kunai to Madara's left side and one to his right one. You think a simple space-time jutsu is enough to kill me? Raged Madara. Naruto chuckled. I do actually. He raised his left hand and put it into the ram seal, which made Madara's eyes wide as a saucer, not because of the ram seal, but because he felt something, a beacon of sorts. And it was inside his body, in his back, just below his neck area. What did you do to me, and when? My eyes saw everything. There was no way you could have pulled off something without me knowing. Naruto chuckled. You and your eyes. I'm starting to think that's all you can do, talk about your eyes and its perfection. Remember right before you trapped me in your wood prison and tried to kill me with your huge-ass meteor? I pierced your body with my Rasengan. Did that jog your memory? Madara's eyes widened in recognition. You know, I'm glad my gamble pulled off, because the alternative option would suck for me. Madara started cursing Naruto and whoever was even remotely connected with him, but Naruto paid him no mind. Forming the ram seal once more, Naruto slowly started pushing chakra in order to activate the technique. Madara felt the beacon in his back activate once more and increased his struggling. He wanted to scratch the fucking thing out of his back, but that is wishful thinking now. No arms means no scratching. Tough luck, Madara. The two kunais started vibrating and a line of white light slowly started making its way to a point above Madara's head. The two lines connected at the peak and waited for the third line to join them. The beacon in Madara's body shone brightly and responded to his owner's calling. The three lines connected and the ground started shaking. Inside the pyramid-like beam of light, a portal slowly opened, a swirling vortex that slowly stabilized until it reached the corners of the pyramid-like structure. As the portal gained mass, its suction power increased alongside it. Trees, earth, whatever animals were still around, all were sucked inside this black hole. Even Madara was slowly sucked in despite his struggling. The dust surrounding his Edo Tensei body was slowly being sucked in and Madara's body started to lose its form. Madara watched on helplessly while his body, whatever was left of it, was dragged inside that phenomena. He heard Naruto's condescending tone of voice, sealing jutsu, banishment. The name of the technique that will be your downfall. Beyond that portal there is absolutely nothing. A void. A fitting place for a man of darkness such as yourself. Naruto ignored the curses directed at him and continued. Your Edo Tensei body proved to be your biggest weakness. You feel no pain, and because of that you didn't feel the beacon inside your body, and that is Edo Tensei's biggest weakness. You get complacent thinking that you cannot be killed. Arrogance clouds your judgment, and arrogance is the enemy of ninjas everywhere, even a man of such caliber as yourself. Naruto saw Madara struggling to hold his ground. It is futile to resist. You can't escape. Madara roared in defiance. Who does this boy, this nobody, think he is? He is Uchiha Madara. The world bows at the mere mention of his name. Ninjas everywhere tremble at the mere whisper of his existence. This boy is no one, a nobody. I will not perish here. I am Uchiha Madara and you are a nobody. Defying the impossible once more, Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he saw the Edo Tensei dust slowly come back from the void, which should have been impossible. Madara roared in rage. The blood that runs through his body refused to admit defeat. Pure fury fueled his body. Madara slowly trudged forward. Each step, a floating step, meant he was closer to freedom. He could feel his power finally returning. His body was regenerating with each step. He started cackling at Naruto, who was shocked beyond recognition. Naruto gritted his teeth and racked his brain for anything he could possibly do. He was utterly exhausted. There was nothing left in his body, not even a drop. Don't you even think about it. Your body won't handle it. This isn't like when you fought the Akatsuki, when you suffered baby scratches I could easily fix. Your body is on the brink of death. This isn't a matter how strong your will is, your body will break down and not even I will be able to save you. Roared Kurama. Naruto remained silent. His face morphed into a smile of gratitude directed towards his longest partner and friend. Kurama growled, you idiot. I swear to God, if you die I will find you in the afterlife and beat the shit out of you. Now go and fucking rid that smug face off of Madara's face. It's been a blast, Kurama. Naruto opened his eyes and the seal on his stomach glowed yellow. Chakra emerged out of the seal and surrounded his body once more. The yellow flames flickered along his frame and Madara's confident look disappeared immediately. Naruto smirked despite the blood that was coming out of his ears, nose, eyes, mouth, chest, and every possible place you can imagine. Damn, Kurama wasn't kidding. You lose, Madara. A fox head made of chakra surrounded Naruto's own head and roared defiantly. Chakra particles gathered inside its jaws and a few moments later it was done. The intimidating eyes of the Kyuubi locked eyes with the fearful ones of Madara. Man versus beast. There really never was a contest. Laws of nature always prevail in the end. Perish Bijudama, his voice barely even a whisper. The attack rocketed towards Madara, who screamed once more until he was sucked inside the void alongside the Bijudama. The portal closed behind it, encasing him in a prison from where there was no escape. Look, the barrier is cracking. Everyone, one more push! Roared Tsunade. Fire, wind, water, earth, lightning hit the barrier full force and it finally broke. The armies cheered, but there was no time for celebration. The rookies were first to react and were the first to arrive on the scene, where their breaths hitched and their hearts stopped. There in the middle stood Naruto, a bloody and a very pale version of Naruto. The once blue orbs that captivated everyone who gazed into them were now empty, soulless. They were pure white. His face was morphed into his foxy grin that defined him throughout his life. They rushed towards him hoping that they weren't too late, the armies following close behind with the Kages in front. They edged closer to him and Naruto slowly started falling down. Ino was the first one there and caught the falling Naruto in her arms. Cold. That was what she felt. He was so cold. Naruto. Naruto. Come on, Naruto, cried Ino while cradling him closer to her. The rookies formed a circle around the two and waited. That was all they could do. Shikamaru leaned down and checked for vital signs. Their worst fears came true. There was nothing left. Shikamaru backed away with his eyes closed and tears flowing down his face like a waterfall. Ino wailed and clutched Naruto's head to her chest. She won't let go, never. The rookies took solace in each other's arms and cried for their fallen comrade. Shikamaru put a hand on Ino's shoulder. Ino, there is nothing. He couldn't finish his sentence. His heart was breaking with every word he spoke. He couldn't even imagine how Ino felt right now. Ino refused to give up. She laid Naruto's body gently on the ground and her hands glowed a bright green. The green aura encompassed Naruto's body. Live. You don't get to die here. Not now. Not ever. You deserve to live. Please, please. Please. Please, shouted Ino. Her cries of desperation reached Tsunade, who arrived on the scene with the rest of the Kages. The mother inside of her broke while the medic reacted immediately and was by Ino's side in a flash, her hands already healing her grandson's body. The tears betrayed her level-headedness. Her hands, her chakra felt nothing inside Naruto. Shizen soon joined them. 3 of the greatest medics in the world were now their only hope. The 4 Kages stood there solemnly. They were supposed to be the strongest of the strongest, but here was a young soul battling their battle for them. Ino continued to cry to the heavens while healing Naruto's broken body. Naruto, breathe, everyone's here for you, one, so please breathe, I can't lose you. But not even the combined effort of these 3 medics made any difference. Naruto's wide eyes gazed towards the sky like he was telling them where he was. The glowing green auras slowly started to lose its clearance, their power weakening. The sky chose that time to open up and started pouring down upon their bodies. The grime, the filth, the blood was washed away, the evidence of battle leaving Naruto's body. The heaven was cleaning his body for the passage to heaven. The once bright green chakras were now dull. Ino's tears continued to fall on Naruto's cold body. Her fists, still surrounded by the medical chakras, started pounding on his chest, desperately trying to restart his heart. After a few minutes, everything stopped. Silence. Ino's wails were the only thing that could be heard in the clearing. She rested her head on top of Naruto's chest and continued crying. No one dared to say anything. What could they say? Shikamaru, in a rare display of emotion, put a hand on Ino's shoulder, who looked at him with puffy eyes. Keep going, were Shikamaru's words to her. Keep going, don't stop, don't give up. Show him what he will be missing. Ino nodded at him, gratefully thankful for his words. She once more activated her technique, but it was stronger than before. Ino felt stronger, better. She looked up and Shikamaru was smiling down at her. She understood. She could feel his chakra mixing with her own. She poured more of it inside Naruto. I won't give up, Databeo. The rookies saw what Shikamaru was doing and joined him. They either put a hand on Shizen, Tsunade, Ino, or Shikamaru and formed a link between them, fueling their bond. The Kages were next, then the rest of the army. Everyone was pouring their chakra into Naruto, who remained motionless. The once calm green chakras were now acting like a raging fire, and Naruto was the one being burned. His whole body was on flame with green aura. The wounds on Naruto's body healed instantly, but he himself remained silent. The chakra kept coming and coming. Everything was given to him, even Killer Bee was almost completely drained by now, the Hachibi not far behind. Come on, come on, come on, Naruto, yelled Ino one last time until the chakra around Naruto disappeared. Pain. Pain shook everyone. Their victory came at a great cost. Ino silently cried for her fallen lover. She lamented, not telling him how she felt about him. He was the one for her, she knew it. And now that he was. Go. And even in death you were still loud, were the humorous words of the man known as the Child of Prophecy. Ino's eyes opened like a rocket and gazed upon the brilliant blue of his. Naruto smiled high. Ino chuckled in disbelief high. A simple word turned the army into frenzy. They roared and yelled to the sky and thanked whoever brought their savior back. Amidst the frenzy of the celebration, Naruto and Ino had a moment for themselves. "Miss me?" joked Naruto. Ino chuckled and cleared the tears out of her. She thought that God was playing tricks with her, tormenting her for something she had done in the past, but only Naruto would crack a joke at a time like this. "No, I'm just crying because I got something in my eye." Naruto's laugh was silent and barely existent, but it was there for Ino to hear. "Marry me." Ino blinked. "What?" "Marry me, Ino Yamanaka," smiled lovingly Naruto. "You idiot, of course I'll marry you. I love you with every fiber of my being. Yes, I will marry you, Uzumaki Naruto," cried Ino, tears of joy. "Good. I'll pass out now. See you in a week or two," smiled Naruto before going limp. Ino smiled. "I'll be there when you wake up. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride." "Congratulations, Gaki," smiled lovingly Tsunade. Ino and Naruto gazed lovingly in each other's eyes and slowly inched closer. Their lips met and signified the unyielding bond between the two. "Go Uzumaki!" yelled Karen, ignoring the eyes that were now surely upon her. "Naruto, I have some big news," said Ino to Naruto, who was in the middle of making ramen. Naruto raised an eyebrow. "What is it, honey?" Ino beamed. "You are going to be a father." The bowl in Naruto's hands dropped to the floor. "What?" Ino smiled radiantly while rubbing her stomach. "You are going to be a father, and I'm going to be a mother." Naruto scooped his wife in his arms and twirled her around while crying tears of joy. "I am going to be a father. Hokage-sama, your wife is in labor. Congratulations. You are the father of healthy triplets," said Shizen while handing two babies, a boy and a girl, to an exhausted Ino in her bed and another boy to Naruto. Naruto cradled his son lovingly and kissed Ino on the forehead. "Thank you. You just made me the happiest man on earth." "What are you going to name them?" asked Tsunade, who was itching to hold her grandbabies in her arms, but knew better than to take them from Ino or Naruto. That would just spell pain. Ino smiled lovingly at her daughter and son in her arms. "Kushina Minato." Naruto continued, "And Jiraiya." The end.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.